Hey, good morning, good feeling, people. Welcome back. It is day 2 of the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational here at DreamHack Atlanta 2026. Yesterday was pretty hot, lots of good action, but we're moving on through and keeping it going in Valorant. I'm Beautiful Crow. I called in the big guns, my boy Vincent, and it's been a hot minute since we rocked this thing.
It's been a pleasure, though, in the past. I'm so glad to be back, my friend. It really has been too long. And listen, I might have missed a little bit yesterday, but when we get into the bracket, that's where things get serious, and that's what we're leading into. So I'm pumped to be here. It's going to be an absolute pleasure, Crow. It's going to be so much fun.
Oh, my God, it's so much fun. And again, all the teams that came down, you know, to make this possible, really, really big kudos to them to making this happen. I mean, Santa Monica flying all the way over from the West Coast to get here, and they're still in it to win it. They had a really hard day yesterday, but they managed to squeak through and make it to this next round. We will be playing off more today. It is best of ones up until we get to the winners finals, which will be a best of 3. So, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but you got to play it like a sprint because the action yesterday, super hot and heavy.
The good news is, though, double elimination. Yes. So even though we're into a bracket, it's not just single elim. One game doesn't mean your tournament run is over. You still have a chance to make it through that lower bracket and then ultimately win. So there is always things on the line for this. This is how things are going to start out, though. The top of our group get a bye into the upper semifinals. Kennesaw State and UGA. We kind of were talking before we went live in the green room that these guys very much the front runners. So not a huge surprise to see them getting that bye.
Yeah, it's real good, man. I mean, looking at the bracket, how it's been shaken out, SMC, I mean, Santa Monica, I told you, really hard fought the whole day yesterday, just going through war to get through there. Crazy breeze to end it all. I mean, just getting the W. UWG kind of struggled a little bit, kind of faltered. You know, they are the team with the worst record in this bracket stage. Luckily, though, they just squeaked out enough to get into the bracket stage here out of group stage. So seeing how they're going to patch things up against Santa Monica will be interesting, but they both have to go against the Titans of KSU, who have been playing on absolute form all weekend.
Yeah, and well, quick maybe disclaimer. We did lose one team, unfortunately, yesterday, that being Niner Esports. A pleasure to have them here, but unfortunately, hey, listen, group play is what it is. That's weeding out a couple of teams, and so not going to get the opportunity to see them here today. But like we were saying, this bracket offers a whole lot of action, and in particular, when we're talking about a dark horse, I know low-key a little biased because I live right here in Atlanta, but I kind of feel like Georgia Tech might be a little bit of a surprise. Not in that I think they'll win the whole event, but I think that they can probably take it to some of those top dogs in a way that they maybe didn't expect. No pun intended for the dogs in the chat. But still, Georgia Tech, I think a team that absolutely has chops. And listen, it's a program that has a lot of history too. I mean, within Valorant, previously has been a top 30 team within the space, and not very long ago either. Now that's a very different complexion to this roster, but I'm telling you, there's definitely some opportunity here for some upsets.
Hey, I mean, it's basically 50% chance for a Georgia team to take this through. I mean, we got Kent State, we got GT, we got UGA. I mean, it's
basically Georgia Esports is winning.
Georgia
Collegiate Esports is extra winning.
Exactly. It's really, really nice to see them all come out. I really think, though, like you said, Georgia Tech, I don't even consider them an underdogs. I do think it's very much an even fight. It's like everyone's kind of looking at UGA and then everyone else. I think it's all really relatively even through there to see who can maybe fight up against UGA, because they have been looking very strong. It was, you know, they have this habit of starting a little slow and then they just start pouncing on you.
So here's what I think happens. I think it's a classic matter of like overdog mentality where you're literally thinking, okay, we're coming in, we expect to win. We expect to be the guys defining what's going to happen here. And it's until our opponents show us that they deserve a little bit more respect, we're probably not going to show it. And listen, you know, that might sound a little bit disrespectful, but the reality is, like, you got to come out and throw a few punches in order to get that respect from a team like UGA. I think it's super fun to watch when that happens, because you can see that lock-in moment. You can see them come in and be like, oh, wait, hold on. This is when we got to be a little bit more serious. We got to take these guys with the competition in mind.
Yeah, and another thing that really does add to the complexion of all of this is the fact that it is best of ones up until that winners finals, losers final, grand final spots. So that being said, it does cause teams to play a little bit differently. You know, you kind of stick to a more easy to execute composition, nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy, as we do get the map bands on the page now. We are going to Lotus here, and it will be Georgia Tech starting on defense. This I like, because Georgia Tech's defense is very, very strong, and it was one of the things that led them to victory yesterday whenever they were able to start defense.
Yeah, well, and I think it actually can be a little bit of a double-edged sword on a map like Lotus. But to be fair, I'm right there with you. There's a lot of positivity. I feel like the initiative that this Georgia Tech team takes typically is something that I'm a big fan of. And when they get that opportunity to be aggressive, like a map such as Lotus, where you're looking to try and fight for rubble, fight for mound, or get active over towards B, these little things are something that I think is well worth conversation. But we're just about ready to jump into this whole thing. I'm excited to get this party started. Charlotte up against Georgia Tech for a spot in the upper bracket semifinals.
I'm so excited to get into it too. And again, thank you to JLAB for the peripherals for our players this time around. And a big thank you to TLABs for having us here using this mobile studio, this wonderful setup that we have. Very, very gracious and appreciative to our sponsors this time around. But yes, jumping into Lotus, like you said, compositions, pretty stock standard. I will say though, implementing the Vise, you have to see a few teams really trying to stick with it. I know she's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit in the meta. I still think has a lot of value in these defense-oriented compositions, especially when you're having to still deal with Neon, who even though through the nerfs, as we saw yesterday, teams are still picking Neon and still finding a lot of success on her.
So that's actually a question I had, because yeah, I mean, seeing those nerfs, I haven't gotten to play a ton with the new patch, so I was keen to see if that would be something that's changing. Saying definitely not, we're not going to see a Neon here, but that's not a big surprise considering the map that we're playing on. A lot of rays as we've been typically expecting, and yeah, I think the Vise in general has gained some more value with the fact that we haven't seen Chamber be effective anymore because of the nerfs that were occurring there. So it's a little bit of a swap up. So it's not so much that Vise might not be what she once was. But when there's other nerfs, that means that there's space for somebody else to take over, and I think that's what we're seeing here.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a nice little start here. A lot of teams looking more towards A to execute things, start things off. This Pichu, the ever so fervent entry duelist on this waylay for a lot of things that Charlotte was trying to do yesterday, all started and ended with Pichu on how they want to play this. Now, Double with a Smile had a very, very hard-fought victory yesterday, very, very high stat page yesterday, looking to clean up things in the corners on the backside of things, still with that classic so clean. We'll take out 2. It's a traded, so it's still 3-3, all things even considered. Still heavy fighting on A, as I mean, Georgia Tech just slowly piling on the pressure, trying to get these picks, but Charlotte a little bit wise to the plays.
Yeah, 3-on-2, Spike about to go down. Valor League's making sure to do that, and the retake is going to come back in. Actually, Vlad making an early entry, not necessarily waiting for Vise to get back into this position, and it's unfortunately going to split them up, and that is going to allow 2 individual duels for Charlotte to take the pistol.
Okay, Charlotte claiming that pistol. I mean, it was a little bit frantic there towards the beginning, but one thing that we will see a lot is Charlotte aiming to slow the tempo down on a lot of these hot starts. Even though they are on the attacking side of things, they still like to play it slow when they need to. And capitalizing on any single misplay, any single area where GT might falter, you can guarantee that Pichu and honestly Ruta, the fragging IGL, the duelist IGL, to make things happen.
More about mound control at the start of this round for the attackers. So Charlotte just want to take a initiative and go immediately. Waylay making space is going to go for the recall, but still Valor easy shot, and maybe even more from where that came from. Hyunbin making sure to deal with that. Push continues, and they know that everybody is here. I like the collapse. The idea of this is good. Unfortunately, with pistols, execution leaves a lot to the imagination.
Oh my God, Smile! Look, this player is absolutely ridiculous. You can never count him out. One of the biggest things for Georgia Tech a lot was relying on Smile to get these clutches, to win these 1vx's in many rounds, and we might see that this early on here as well. Now he's going to try some paranoia, step around the corner. Luckily, Aiden had his guns out already. Charlotte holding strong, pulling up with 2.
And listen, we were talking a lot about Georgia Tech and their ability to punch up, but let's be clear, they come in as the favorites in technicality, especially when we're talking about what happened yesterday in the group stage. But Charlotte the ability to have a strong start is such a valuable asset, and that's something that is going to continue here with this bonus round. If you're able to convert a bonus round and just set yourself up for success, the continuation of the economic ability from that point on, it's everything. So for Charlotte, this round might not seem like a big deal, but it could set them up for success for the rest of the half.
And them opting to go for a more lighter buy here in this round. You know, I saw the light shields coming out, focusing a few, I think it was a few Guardians on the map for them. Want to make it happen without having to spend too much to get it done. So see how it is. It's a little bit slow to the approach. They want to hit C, they want to hit A. Generally, it can be a little bit having one in mid. Pichu once again going forward, trying to gather as much info as they can. I like this. Everybody's sticking together, still in spawn, trying to go for a decision. Make GT use some form of util. Make them move out of their comfortable positions as they are just waiting it, getting the timer down.
And they haven't done that yet. You see continuing to still be a threat over at Rubble. So a couple of shots and not a lot of utility behind it, no abilities. Those aren't being effective. Pichu trying to work a fight. Meant to be a trade there, but a fantastic shot as AAW gets in for the mix.
Okay. That's one. This goes for two. Korto try to catch him slipping, but Ruta is there, and Ruta is strong. Hyunbin can't make it happen. Kyusho is trying to deal damage control, but here comes Double. Going in once more. Trying to play cleanup duty.
So has this paranoia. Massive ability to have at this moment.
Still, it's all evens, but I mean, look at the health bars on the side of Charlotte, super low. Double's going to come in and go ahead and clean up. No, it will be Sif actually on the backside of things, making sure Charlotte stay in this lead.
I feel like Ruta gets so much value out of their position when they're going in. The fact that the Boombot is getting the kill there, it just adds additional pressure when you're trying to just fall back through into Waterfall, where you now have no retreat. There's no capability to leave, and it's exactly what we were talking about with regard to the ability to set up for the rest of this half. That is a fantastic opportunity taken by Charlotte, now up 3-0.
Slow and steady winning this race for Charlotte here. Took a lot of time before the action really came through in that last round, but once it did, Charlotte playing correctly as future. A key miss. I mean, it was a little bit of a tag, but
got the tag.
So it's through the wall. Hitting the shoulder, hitting the elbow a little bit, but damage done nonetheless. Is Hyunbin coming alive. All right, quick two for GT, and now that is the onus. Spike is still down. Spike is still near spawn.
Yeah, and now, I mean, listen, there's a possibility that they could continue pushing to try and grab that Spike. They don't know that, and that's why they're being so slow about that. So Valor Leaks able to walk in, get it uncontested, but the 5-on-3 is something that is so massive. But they're all alone here at A. Fuchsia is entirely without support, and that support is arriving, but it's a little bit slow.
13 HP on Fuchsia here. Definitely wants to call for some backup as soon as he sees the slightest peak of a rotate. Pichu coming through mid. Looking at B. Smile once again. Just chilling, waiting for any ounce, any opportunity to strike, because they will go and get the plant onto B. Says, cover me, bros. I'm going in right under their noses. Charlotte will get one down, but it's all down to one. It's a 5v1. I don't think Aiden can take this. The diffuse coming out. He doesn't have any chance to get it done. And yeah, that will be the clear. That will be the diffuse, and that'll be the first round here for Georgia Tech.
And it's on an eco. It's a thrifty. It is barely anything invested. They get away with a sheriff. There was a stinger and then a marshal. That is it for the investments there for Georgia Tech. And I think that goes to show what we were talking about in the pre-show, where Georgia Tech, even on the defense, looking to get aggressive, and they use an opportunity like an eco round where there's not a lot of risk, but potential for high reward. And man, did that reward come so sweet. They got in there and take the victory. I'm very interested to see how Charlotte, they haven't actually fought for rubble control yet. It looks like they're about to do that, and on a gun round where everybody's going to have utility.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. Charlotte, 2 key ultimates ready, available as well, with the Vice ultimate and the Raze ultimate to get that fight going. Again, Pichu, first one in, trying to get some info before they have to snap back, and they will open doors.
Interesting that there's no fight here for Georgia Tech. They've fallen back, so they're waiting, baiting them in.
That's a good paranoia. There's the fight to start things off, and we're going to make it rain. Trade 1-for-1, though, at the end of it all. And what? Okay. All right, Blade. Going to go ahead and throw some rockets of their own, but now Hyunbin really in a bit of danger as that Vice ultimate does snap through. It's a 3v3, super low. on the side of Charlotte.
Love how active that Steel Garden is too. Really gives them space, but the fact that they immediately can get back in, Georgia Tech good.
Such a good lurk again from Double. He's just so clean, staying in the back line of things, being unseen. Caruto finally getting something on the board. His leaks all by their lonesome. 1v3 winnable situation from far down the side.
Sick.
Not quite there. Bullet's not where he wants to go. And another one back from Georgia Tech off of a really hard play that Charlotte was trying to force.
Yeah, and listen, I think that the willingness for Georgia Tech to just allow Charlotte to make that play, not fight for it instead, recognizing that they have a showstopper. They have something that's capable of really breaking them open, and even still, the showstopper got value. It's not even like Ruda, failed in that respect, but got instantly traded, and then Georgia Tech just back on up. They say, okay, we're chilling, we're waiting out this Steel Garden. It's not a problem for us, and we'll take the fight on our own terms. That's fantastic decision making overall from the Tech side. Love to see that, and we're getting close to a tied game. Money that was so fantastic starting to become a problem as they're reaching into the coffers. They're going to buy what they can. I was going to say, technically, this is a save round. Everybody except for Ruda is going to be capable of a buy next time of a full rifle.
Okay, coming into this, I mean, this is, a clear-cut copy of the games yesterday. Everything was so close. There was so many tie rounds before the half, and that's when you really start to see things split between the teams. That's when leads get accrued and other teams pull ahead or fall behind. I'm hoping that's not realistically the case here for either of these teams, because it can get very scramble-heavy. It can get very just gunfight heavy. This very, very action-packed Valorant patch that we are in is okay. Dream, we're going forward, we're going in, we're throwing everything at this C site. GT though, not there, backing off, playing it safely, not trying to get caught up in any mess.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they already had the one-man advantage that they needed. The Convergent pass come in, and you're like, no, probably not worth our time, especially not when you've got a Steel Garden for this retake. Georgia Tech have that ready to roll, and they could even get information with the Shrouded Steps as well.
That is true, but look at the ultimates available for Charlotte. There will be Steel Garden being popped down, but what is the answer in response? It is a Nightfall. You are silenced. You are scared. Let's see how they press through. Caruto and Hunbin trying to sneak around the side. The spike is being planted here. Hunbin gets one, going for another. He's in a clear sight. He has the lines down, trades another 1-for-1, gets 3 before he falls. Caruto diffusing in the smoke. Double shot to cover his backside. There is time if he can spray correctly, and Caruto actually cleans it up straight to the dome, takes it down. Okay, Charlotte, I see what you're playing with.
That is so scary for Sif. The problem, the Steel Garden annihilates their positioning on the site. They have to walk back out towards Mound, and they don't have an opportunity to get back in until it may be too late. But milliseconds there for the defuse. Sif, make sure that that's not possible. An incredible chance to continue to build on this lead for Charlotte, and the strong start continues. Road butts aplenty, but it doesn't matter when you get there in the end.
Man, Sif, unsung hero of that last round for sure. I mean, I love, getting that Nightfall off. One of the major keys we were talking about, the retaliation tools that GT had in case they were getting aggressed on, but in the back line, in the shadow of the night, we do have a hero.
Caruto was actually here, was willing to take a fight, but just fully gives this up. Doesn't have any support, but I would have loved to see them taking a more active angle with the up. Comes back in, Caruto gets another, and that's the flank from the B door. Spike planted, but man up by 2.
Oh man, not watching your flank, not watching your 6. Hyunbin, catch them slipping. It's all up to Leaks. It's 4v1. The boy
Bro's out of there,
to fight,
dude.
but at this time he's like, no, let's chill for a minute. So
fight smarter.
Yes.
And sometimes that means you gotta retreat,
chill,
dude.
Save that gun, save that money. Now,
listen, tactical retreat is a real thing.
Interesting. First op of the game coming out here.
Well, Caruto had the one last round, but outside of that, yes.
Want to hold on to it. Didn't really have a chance to make too much noise with it, and they got that one.
Yeah, just the one kill. Definitely worthwhile, but that's also, talking about tactical retreat. Caruto doing a little bit of that themselves and not overstaying their welcome can come back in with the rest of the team. This one's going to be a little bit of a half buy.
Yep.
Only got some Sheriffs, and there's the one Vandal available, nothing in the form of ultimates either, so I think that this round more about just doing a little bit of damage. That's something that Georgia Tech have continually done. It's kept the economy of Charlotte reasonable, even despite some of these winning rounds. Think back to the clutch, Sif, solo survivor. That's expensive.
Yep. Very expensive indeed. So going with the bargain bin buy, seeing what they can get off of it. Charlotte pushing towards A this time as Double again, just so good, catching out targets. Little bit of strafe action, gonna go for 2. Now let's see, they do get the spike planted here, or rather Sif trying to get it planted. So asking for some cover from Leaks, and they will get it. 1-for-1 trade, the spike is down, but man disadvantage again for Charlotte. They were trying to fight through this, but here comes Hyunbin, popping through around box, will get for one. Give some other credits to the others. We kill Sharon around here. Everybody gets some credits, and they get the defuse. That's a big old payday.
Big opportunity as well to start building a little bit more in the ultimate bank for Georgia Tech on a round like this where it's an eco. You know, you're not too worried about losing a couple of members, but now you have the Blade Storm, you've got the Nightfall. There's options for initiation, for a more aggressive attack on the defense. That's something proactive defense is absolutely the name of the game on Lotus very often. I think it's interesting that Georgia Tech have actually been so passive at Rubble ever since I think round 3, basically since the gun rounds began. It feels like Georgia Tech have been a little bit more passive over there because they've taken other liberties elsewhere.
Yeah, I think it's one of those catch can situations where they know that Charlotte want to try to dive in and be active more on site. So they don't even want to try to, get any preemptive exec set up. They're just like, all right, cool. They're going to go here. We know we're going to be here. We're just going to fight immediately. This time, however, they are slowing down the pace a lot. I think Charlotte, going back to what found them success in the earlier rounds, being a little bit slower, not getting too antsy with their attacks.
Yeah, also just wanting to maybe bait out a little bit of utility there. It's more than that. A great refrag, though, from Hyunbin. He's swinging off the back of that contact. It forces them away. But considering Charlotte's, position in this round, honestly, a pretty good trade for the offense.
Yep. All right. The onus is called. We run it back through spawn, baby. C was getting a little too hot. Let's see what else we can get. As Pichu, though, nice pick. That's a key pick. Taking out Hyunbin like that. Double gonna get one in return. Keep it at even Stevens. It's still 3v3. C. They're going back towards C.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this gamble, right? We're in a 3v3. We need to maybe make a gamble to have the better spot. They're going A, and it's exactly when Charlotte walk into the C site unopposed, no one home. Honestly, it's a little bit of a over gamble in my opinion. Probably should leave somebody like lean B, leave somebody C or A, and get that information. Now the rotation starts only when the spike gets planted, not when you start hearing audio cues.
Yep, they've been bamboozled. GT is like, wait a minute, hold on. This wasn't according to plan.
Might use the From the Shadows just for some information here, to be honest. Could be a good time to do it, considering.
Yeah, but Pichu's holding on to this angle. He knows he wants to catch double. Been really good at catching out other players from Charlotte each round here. Sif. Oh man, here we go. Running and gunning straight into 2. What do you mean you swing for that, Pichu? The 3K. Corso don't want no smoke. Low health bars on a few. That's 1. Does he want to try to go for more? Just drawing time away. No, really can't defuse it, so he knows. I'm going to take the kill. I'm going to take some credits. I'm going to keep this gun and get out of here.
That's a painful loss for Georgia Tech. I mean, they make that gamble, and like I said, I think there was maybe better ways to play that. Great save, though, for Carudo. The fact that he gets out with this operator is a big deal. Don't have to repurchase this. Now have that for Hyunbin, it looks like, in this round. So they're swapping up who the op is going to be on. Hyunbin taking it for the first time in this map. Nonetheless, I think Georgia Tech still poised for this to be a winning round. This Nightfall, if they were to use it aggressively, oh, wait, they're not going to. No chance, considering where the Fade is located over at A.
This is so potent of a round.
It's going to be another execute, too. Charlotte have the Convergent pass. They've executed every time they have that really quickly.
All right. They're immediately all eyes on A, but again, like you said, the Hyunbin traded over with that op now. The defense setup is so clean. Vlad knows that they are here. There is the horn sounded. They're walking right into a trap that GT have set perfectly. Taking out 3 real quick. Not giving them a chance to breathe here. We'll smother them as Charlotte forced to rethink what they want to do. Leaks hiding through mid. Fortunately, will lose his teammate as well. Count down the time, but a great, flawless round even from the side of GT. They did what you said you wanted them to do, man.
Well, yeah, yes and no. I mean, they tried the execute, but here's the difference. That Georgia Tech, they swapped things up. They've been playing really far back and or with one player on A. And that's something I think that Charlotte have noticed, and they were trying to take advantage by, I'm just going to say, going on somewhat dry. They walk up and don't throw any utility ahead of that, and then they explode with that execute. It's a good idea. I actually love the Charlotte intention behind that. It's just really, really unfortunate for them that Georgia Tech made an adjustment that round that perfectly countered it.
I think the best thing about that is the fact that they, Georgia Tech still holding on to all of those key ultimates and gaining one more throughout that entire round. So now Hyunbin getting away somehow. The squirreliest cat on the server is Doubles calling through. He's calling your gambit through the mid side. You want this B side, you're going to have to take it from my cold dead hands. Managing good
and they've cut their losses. They've cut their losses. They're like, no, actually, we're done with that. Not worth our while. The fact they don't get the trade is so frustrating there for Charlotte, and it becomes even worse because, like you said, all of these ultimates now available, especially if they just let them take a site.
And man, so much damage. I mean, Sif's gonna get 5 HP. He's basically not even in the game. You can sneak around and try to get, some sort of shot off, but like you're probably gonna get picked off before you can do anything. As Corto with the prettiest of Odin skins. Going to get set up and daring anyone on Charlotte to step forward. Is this looking to see who pulls ahead in this game? Only by a round, sure, but good lead, good credits. Somehow still winnable for Charlotte?
Definitely winnable. Hard to win, though, especially with this Weiswall in position, and Vlad is just sitting, waiting, chilling here, in fact.
Oh my goodness.
What are we even doing? Vlad, that is ridiculous, my friend. Absolutely ludicrous. Blast back straight in there, doesn't care at all who's on the other side, jumping, shooting, and running all the way.
Vlad's playing Quake 3 over here, apparently. I mean, just going to rocket jump in and just...
Apparently. I didn't know we were playing Quake mod.
Right, like, come on, man.
Somebody make that. If it's not real, make it.
Just only raise.
Oh, wait. Right? Hire me. I have a new game idea.
Add it to the other 30,000 game modes that are already in Valorant.
Yeah, exactly. Big mound fight. It's about to come in. Hop first, gonna take the shot, and Hyunbin actually has the Blade Storm as well. Last opportunity to use it, might not even require that. The adjustment not quick enough. Nice trade from Ruda, but they're not gonna know that there's two more players here.
He wanted to get the make a rate of his own, but of course, unfortunately for him, Vlad was just one step ahead. Will be traded out immediately as Sif again, the Silent Protector coming on the backside. Make sure cleanup duty is good. So we will get them thorns down. Garden of Steel planted, but the plant still comes through for Sif. Has a Nightfall of their own for a counterattack.
No one affected by that still guarded, and it's going to be Nightfall for Nightfall. Really a question of who gets in first and who activates quicker.
All right, they're going to do it about the same time. A little bit of a hair second of a difference, but they're going to run right through. No audio cues, no problem, says Fuchsia. He's going to get for one, but Leak says it is your problem. Going to spin around for one, trying to go for the pick onto two. Spray transfer unsuccessful. And it met with the Prowler, he's jumping through, and he clutches it up. Valor leaks, Valor clutch is so nasty.
What is happening here with regard to how many times we've just seen jumping shots continually? I don't understand how this is happening. It is absurd, to be completely honest with you. But I actually want to give some highlights here. I think for Georgia Tech, 6 rounds defensively, pretty darn good. Very solid. Now, on the other side, I think Charlotte actually, the way they were playing that map made a lot of sense to me. The way that they were utilizing their early information, the way that they were countering what was being seen for Georgia Tech. Unfortunately for them, I think the aggressive style that we talked about for Georgia Tech caught them out one too many times, and I think Georgia Tech, because of that, I mean, 6 rounds on the defense is pretty effective on this map.
Very effective on the map. We are going back into it. See how much more they can get. It's still tied up. This is, again, something that I noticed. It happened a lot yesterday. This is a BO1, so teams play a little bit looser, a little bit faster, but also tend to stick to, their key game plans, whatever works best here, but still causing these tie after tie after tie. Need to see who pushes on ahead through here.
Everybody being here, though, for Charlotte is kind of insane. Obviously, there's been no pressure anywhere else on the map, but the pivot towards B is still a very real option. And I love the pause. The hesitation right now for Georgia Tech creates all these questions.
Nice find by Hyunbin. Managing to stay alive, relatively untouched through it all. Playing it slow, but look how spread out everyone on Charlotte is. Look how many angles are trying to cover, anybody straggling, anybody caught off guard, but GT are playing as a unit. Nice little 4-1 split here through, and yeah, just gonna walk through. Not a single chance to defend through it. Sif could make a monstrous play here, waiting for the timer for Pichu, walking to the corner, catches a man first. Walk it slow, take it slow. Let's see what he can do. Peeks in the corner, Pichu. Knows something's up. Knows some util down, and that's another catch. Takes down Hyunbin here. Slow and steady, winning this race here. Very low, 10 HP, has to jump through away. Ghost needing to reload. You're jumping and falling right into the line of fire. For one, Seif gets another. I believe that's going to be 2 for him, 3 for him. Future only on 2 HP, has to make this count. It will not happen. Seif gets a 3K and gets the defuse. What a round. What a great pistol coming through for Charlotte.
I'm not going to lie. I thought that if anything but an A hit happened there for Georgia Tech, that they win it. If they hit B, I thought it was over because of how isolated all of the defense was. Aiden was all alone. Actually doesn't get a kill. Just gets just mangled. No chance for that. They catch or at least have info on the flank. And it seemed like everything was going perfectly for Georgia Tech right up until Pichu comes in on that flank. Everything changes when Pichu starts to activate.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, I mean, yes, Ruta is the duelist IGL for this squad for Charlotte, but Pichu, more often than not, is the one that gets things started. It's just every single time you see him stepping forward again, has the line of sight perfectly lined up. Big game hunting. That's a big key, taking Hyunbin off the board.
And Pichu has been the initiation of all of these. Basically every attack round, right? The convergent paths were so often the win condition, or at least the condition with which Charlotte were interested in an execute. So it was very much off of Pichu, and Pichu's just not stopping. Outlaw goes crazy, double kill, and 3 on the round. This is going to be a clean sweep. I mean, I know that it's an eco, and that does matter. But dude, so one-sided. Love to see this from Charlotte. Talked about the quality of strong beginnings in a map, in a half. This is another one.
Man, Korza though, not going out without a fight. Making sure gets 2 in the chamber. Maybe can go for 3. Not quite. Pichu with a 4. Can't sing this guy's praises enough at this point. I mean, really just putting on a monstrous performance for his squad. 16 and 11.
Yeah, top frag in the server. No one else doing better currently, but Georgia Tech hoping to change that. Blad very close to that. Sumail the same. And listen, guns are out. It is a rifle round now for Georgia Tech. All 5 prepping towards Mound. No ultimates either, so this is just going to be a traditional hit with a lot of options to it as well. I'm very excited for this, is considering that it's just going to be Valor leaks here. Tons of ability for Vise to delay this. So perfect place to have this Vise at. Will they stand up?
Man, all huddled in the corner. Leaks trying to catch somebody out slipping. I do like that, you know, telling us like, all right, guys, they're here. What's the game plan? How do we fight through this? Hyunbin takes down 1. Pichu wants to make something happen. Has to snap back, unfortunately. Falling by the wayside, Charlotte. Ruta missing crucially. Pichu, does he try to go for this fight or does he try to back off? The rest of his team has fallen in this instance. Great snapback by GT, pouncing really hard. There's just 2 key stray frags. Chose the complexion of this round.
Yeah, I think that they understand that you're going to very often have your Vise solo on C. And whilst that does allow you a ton of options and it provides you a ton of delay, there is only a certain amount that one Vise can do. And if you catch them, if you make it hard for them to live on the site, you saw Seize, Paranoia, follow that up by a Prowler. There's so much to deal with at the same time, and multiple elevations, the Shrouded Step on top of the elbow box, on the back of sight. There's just so many different things to deal with, all while you're unable to hear, can barely see. That is not going to be a winning strategy, and especially when you can't escape, you know, thanks to that Seize.
Yeah, they sure could not escape. It's going to put them down a round. It's all good, though. You know, we got rifles here.
And that was the bonus.
We're chilling.
You know, it's not the bonus that it was last time, but it was still a big shot. Brilliant updraft. Hyunbin showing that they are still dominant here, and they're going to move on.
Hyunbin is such a star player for this GT lineup. Whenever he gets activated, whenever he gets online, you do start to see the complexion, the difference, and the confidence they play. But Leaks, what a wonderful transfer. Getting 3, really saving this round for Charlotte. They're still in it.
Watch the flank.
Looking for that flank through, looking for another answer here. Seaside still wide open. They can get this plant. GT looking pretty confident here. Charlotte gonna play this one a bit slower. Go for this retake angle.
Now they activate on the door, so they know that somebody's on that flank. Ruta, though, big kill from Waterfall, and it leaves it all up to Karudo.
Oh, man. Will be tagged, will be found out. He's spotted and, yeah, just dispatched thoroughly. Look, I'm just saying, I mean, it was really looking like GT's round until we see that 3K come through from Charlotte, and that just really spun it on its head. It's allowing them to go up and, you know, keep this. It's a small lead, but keep the lead all the same.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Valor Leaks does everything possible to play the defender there. Isn't the initial player on site, but once they arrive, it's very difficult to dismount them from that site, and they found out the hard way that was the case.
Yes.
Also, fantastic haunt just to seal the deal. Don't even really need to take the fight because of the fact that Karuto is shot through a box. Now it's the ultimate phase of the game, though. We've got 3 ults online here for Georgia Tech. Blade Storm, Nightfall, Steel Garden. That Garden going to be used as soon as you get access to the site and probably to hold on to it. And nothing aggressive here for the Convergent pass initially.
Try and draw out some util. Try to draw out some skills being used. Keeping them spiked still near spawn. Trying to decide where they're going to go. Looking to see if we can get any sort of control towards C. Maybe get a stray frag. You know, get somebody picked off.
Charlotte have shown a propensity to be a little bit aggressive. You know, granted, we're really early into this map, but think about last round, that early duel for Mound from Hyunbin, who won it. That's something that they're looking to punish. This is what a default looks like. Not been a ton of defaulting in this map at all. Charlotte barely did that.
Okay. Still holding on here. About a minute into it, Spike just now being picked up, and a little bit of a decision on where we want to go. Looking at C once again, but Leaks is in such a perfect spot. Thorns have come down for a moment. Still scouting, holding on. Leaks has the opportunity to make this round hell for Charlotte. Does get a little bit of damage on one. Not quite the frag, but that is the alarm sounded. That is the onus to get out of there.
That's a great job, though, baiting out all of that utility and surviving. Then Karuto activates on the other side of the map. Now they can send it, move all the way into A. There's only one player who can have an impacted Sif, who's in B connector, and that might just not matter. Actually giving their position away. Great bit of utility there by the Vise to give them that info. Stray
pickoff, though. 13 seconds left. The spike has not been planted. They have to fight through, but here comes Pichu. We're going to go through. Jumping onto the spike. It does get down. Wow. Oh, my God. The counterattack was denied by GT. Just forced muscling through. Leaks not with the rest of the team. Not there to back them up to make it happen. 1v4. It's not looking too good, but I admire the ideas from Charlotte. Let me not speak too soon, though, because it's now down to a 1v2. Ultimate thrown down. He wants to challenge this. The gauntlet has been thrown, but he can get pinched here real quick. He does catch a little bit of a sight of Blad. Wants to try to go for the defuse. Does blinded. Does not watch his back. Gets dispatched with. Okay.
Fantastic crossfire at the very minimum.
Yes.
I think that's something that needs to be said. Seeing the praises there of Georgia Tech, they also do everything perfectly, and they don't waste any ultimates either. I'm not hating on the fact that we see the ult invested there for Valor Leaks. I think it's reasonable considering how winnable a situation and how late it is in the map. That's something that is only going to be used on a retake. So very worthwhile. But now Georgia Tech, they have a runway. It's an eco here. They have all the ultimates, and if they don't overutilize them this round, they're going to have even more for what's going to end up being a tied game at 9-9.
Yeah, and of course on a tail of Leaks, I mean, not even using that ultimate until he had those 2 frags confirmed. As before that, not even going to try and make that happen. But this is a really hard round for Charlotte to try to come through. Only using pistols, doing what they can. You know, not really close to a lot of ultimates. A lot was burned that last round here. But they're still really good fraggers, as you see Pichu. You put a sheriff in this man's hand, and you're going to make some magic happen. Down to 20 HP, hurting a little bit. But still, the potential for a round win to keep on this lead from Charlotte is there.
Smile's getting a lot of space over here, and I'm really concerned that he's going to walk in without actually checking for this. And because the spacing's so bad, there's going to be no potential to refrag for Sif if they get that kill. Fortunately, it's a missed shot. Now Smile can delay. The Nightfall comes through. They're doing well.
And this is the pounce from Charlotte here. We do have Ruta pushing forward first. You got the info. Nice Roomba. Hyunbin gets that catch on the Leaks. Not going to allow too much tomfoolery here. They want to try and challenge his double. Actually, uncharacteristic miss as Ruta gets quick for 2. Wants to go for 3. Does have some paint shells to make it happen on the back side of things. You do have Aiden. That's not been really too loud this game. Wants to be a hero here. Can make something happen. Pichu, 2 misses. Another swing. Gets it through the side. Clipping through the wall. Wants one to Blad. But oh my God, this dude, I told you. The magician himself pulling another rabbit out of the hat in the form of a sheriff. Getting the round, keeping that lead for Charlotte.
That is simply incredible. There is no world in which Pichu should be allowed to do that, should be capable. Nothing was done specially either. It was just straight up duels, straight up fights. And listen, Georgia Tech, I don't even think they really made too many mistakes. If they were playing slightly closer together, they could have tethered better. But the reality is that they didn't have all of that much opportunity to regroup after the spike gets planted. So, dude, that is a just devastating round for Georgia Tech because now they're broke. They're the ones that need a miracle, and it's Charlotte in that 2-round lead, very close to taking it all the way.
They're feeling real good off of that one. I mean, you can hear them popping off behind us. It's doing great. The morale is high. Pichu, key kill onto Hyunbin, making sure he does not see this round get anything done. Is all eyes on C site. It's about to be a party.
Honestly, they might just want to throw an exec here. They might just want to throw everything in order to try and make this work. Okay, take it back. Okay. Gonna walk away. Okay. The two options there are basically, hey, we can invest this round heavy, you know, try to work on lesser weapons and still invest our ultimates, or we can probably wait and do it next round. But whilst that's happening, it's Charlotte able to build up an ult economy of their own. So there's risks to both sides of that.
Koruto not taking the shot. Does get some info, though. Will call for it. Knows there's something
I don't
there.
think he's going to get another chance.
I don't think so. Ruta, ooh, very good spot. Back of A, daring anybody to step forward. This is such a key moment for the GT squad. They have to make that decision. Another pump fake crossing to spawn one more time. It is Blad.
This is not a very effective fake, though. I mean, they're just showing presence everywhere, but there's so much time between both of them that it really doesn't do anything for Charlotte. You can see they've moved, but they're still very close to being able to rotate here.
Blad and double, potentially going to pounce first through. Okay, there's the call. Pichu stepping back.
This is risky. This is risky because of the Steel Garden. They have the Steel Garden, Georgia Tech, to utilize here to delay the post plant a lot. So they've got to be careful to make sure that they can move in fast, Charlotte.
Nightfall coming through. Guard going down. Let's see who gains control.
Counter.
We're going to make it rain. We're going to send the rocket through. Nice trades, 1-for-1 back into it. Double still holding near the spike, defending it with his life. Have to back off for a moment. He's blinded. He is stunned. He is silenced. He is done. Put in the dirt here, but Blad from the backside managing to catch two off to the site. Now it's down to a 2v1 here. Just Aiden all by his lonesome, and Just Aiden is not enough to stave off the push from GT.
It's the tale of the duelists. It's Blad coming back in, and Pichu from the previous round. This one wasn't nearly as devastating of a Thrifty when we're talking about they had a couple of rifles. There was some investment there. But as I was saying, it's about, do you want to invest your ultimates right there, Georgia Tech, to gain back, wrestle back control of the game? The answer is absolutely they do. Steel Garden, showstopper, everything put into that. I love the counter Nightfall, but unfortunately, because it came out first, it's the one that doesn't get the value for Charlotte.
Yes. Okay. Charlotte going to have to lick their wounds after that one and come back. They still have this lead, and Pichu still gets another pick off that entry. This man is insane. Double will trade it back immediately. Sif is wise to his positioning, but does not want to try to challenge him. Very great opening moments here from both teams, honestly. Spike still being left near spawn. They want to confirm something more before they try to push on forward.
A 1-for-1 though for Charlotte on the defense on a round they don't have any weaponry, that they're really working with pistols and not ideal weapons. That's much worse for them. So they've got to make some sort of gamble here. They've got to step up. We've seen Sif do that before. It's going to be towards A. We'll see if they can do it once more.
Doing the dance once again. I mean, two really good defenders on this A site. The push though from Charlotte is here. Hyunbin trying to make some noise. DT rather. And Pichu not with the rest of his team. It's
going to be hard to use the convergent pass on the flank. That's going to be very difficult to coordinate effectively. So not that Pichu is a non-factor, but the pass for an activation or initiation isn't there.
I would be worried about it if it was any other player other than Pichu. We've seen him do ridiculous things on flanks, and now he's closing in. Double, though, jumping through. He says, hey, I don't care about your timing. We're going to press the go button now. Good for 3. Wants to make it 4, but Pichu sits him down. Shooting through the tree, gets him really low. Switches to the sidearm. Your best option in a fight, soldier. Going big for 3. Needs 2 more.
On for the ace.
Not quite going to happen. GT shut him down. Double again, just making sure he is a spoiler to any plan Charlotte tried.
double with the quad and does everything necessary to put Georgia Tech onto a tied scoreline. I'm loving what I'm seeing there from Georgia Tech, and it's exactly what I was saying there for Charlotte. It's the initiation tool. The convergent pass is something that Pichu wants to use a lot, but you saw it happen after everyone was dead, basically. All the fights had happened because they were on the flank. The coordination was just not there, and unfortunately, that puts Charlotte in a rough state. They now have no ultimates to work with. They're close on, from the shadows, but who the hell cares about that? It's more about Georgia Tech, and now they've got the Nightfall, they've got the weapon advantage. This round is potentially going to define the rest of the match.
It's paramount to see who goes up in regulation here. Overtime not really out of the question, but it's a matter of who gets to that point first. Charlotte really have to make something out of this, and Pichu is down. That is not what they need. Koruto so good catching that from far down the sights.
When your big gun gets knocked first, you never want to see that. And Charlotte, both their guns, gun number 1, gun number 2, they're gone. Nothing left here. 5-on-3 for Georgia Tech.
Great pick by Sif, though, getting Hyunbin. That's a start. We've seen them rely on Sif to make stuff happen when they are down multiple round after round. Needs to come up huge here. 3v4. Look at these rotates. Look at this pushes immediately hard towards A. Koruto in the back corner. Doesn't have his gun out, but doesn't get caught for it. Will actually win a gunfight. He's up to 3. Fusion does get the plan on the backside of his Sif. Going big as well.
Got to use this Nightfall. Need to use this Nightfall right now here on the offense.
Wants to push forward a little bit. Waiting for the cue from Aiden, trying to sneak around, tries to challenge Blad on the back end of it, but doesn't get it. We're tapping through. He knows he's that box. He wants to get more. But it's a 2v1, and it's very scary.
Doesn't have time to wait for the haunt either.
They're lined up. Could be good, it could be great, but unfortunately not the case. Charlotte faltering the last moment, and GT pulling ahead.
To be honest, I don't know if it's more Charlotte faltering, but more Georgia Tech pulling ahead, because the thing about that round is Charlotte started it with a 3v5. They lost both of their duelists at the beginning. The fact that it was even close actually tells a lot about what Charlotte could do. That double swing, though, absolutely brilliant. And listen, I was wrong. I was saying need to use that Nightfall ASAP. They hold on to it, and listen, it's a risk, sure, but now it's a tool in their tool belt for what becomes another very important round. It is a force. They're all the way into this, Charlotte. They are not playing for OT.
Yeah, GT, 1 round away, putting this at match point. Really got a lot of good tools left in the toolbox, and they know their win condition. Take out Pichu, up the odds of victory. Take out Ruta, goes up even more. All you got to worry about is Sif making crazy plays. It does seem to be the key, as once again,
another one.
Man, Sif is down this time around. Can't even rely on that wild card to pull things through. Hyunbin, another pick as well.
Koruto still here on the flank. This is such a very big problem for them to deal with. But hold on, Pichu, Valor Leaks both walk back in. Spike might be planted. There's a Garden available. Watch that, but they got to be able to pull it off. It's not even close.
Trades back and forth. Duelists are down. Pichu's still alive, though. Pichu versus Hyunbin. Who can carry harder? We're about to find out. Steel Guard is here. Leaks trying to defuse. He needs cover. He has no backup. Hyunbin dashes in, gets the kill. One more chance is all you got, Pichu. What are we going to do?
Surely not. Surely time too high. And the double swing there. High-low setup. It's everything for Georgia Tech to take 12 first.
Now on match point to push on through this upper bracket to send Charlotte down to the lower depths. They had a lot of tools, I told you, in the toolbox, and it was working. Sif not there to play cleanup duty. Sif not there to help them clutch through that round. And it showed Pichu really having to try to put the team on his back to push all the way through. But GT going to shut that down.
They left just enough in the tank in order to be able to have a reasonable purchase this round. They're very close to a bunch of really impactful ultimates. There's the Nightfall, they're 2 kills or an orb and a kill away. They also have the Garden very close. Right now, there's nothing here for Charlotte, but this is absolutely winnable now and immediately as well if they can get 1 kill or 2.
Okay, gonna get activation. Pichu's gonna spot a few. A little bit of damage done, but no frags.
Big info, though. That's the important thing. They know now that there is minimum 3 over here towards Mound, and you can see they've spread back out a little bit. Device makes the move to move back over to at least hold for some sort of A push.
Yeah, but they might just call it off, go straight through, be wide open. Pichu holding on, knows this rotate could be coming through to A like they've done previous round after round after round. He could really just dash all of GT's hopes and dreams right here if he does not get spotted.
Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Holds the trigger finger, but holds too long. Wanted everything, but instead gets nothing. Action onto the site. Showstopper up in heaven. Blad! He's nailed it. There will be something here, though. Ruta still survives. Makes everything passable. 3v3. The spike now down.
Ooh, Ruta playing spoiler, making sure his team holds on. Aiden only at 10 HP. Will get some information. Will open them doors, daring them to challenge. Leaks coming through.
So low.
They're so low, too. You can blow some wind on them and take them down. And Fuchsia's going to get one. And I believe, yeah, Caruso gets one on the backside as well. This is all up to Ruta, the captain, the caller, to make this happen, to keep them in the game. And it's not going to be enough. 13-10. GT pushing on forward in the upper bracket.
Dude, I mean, that is an incredible game, down to the wire. And Georgia Tech, listen, they might have won, and they were in control there in the second half for the majority of it. But Charlotte, they are scrappy. They are willing to get in the mud. They're fine getting dirty in order to try and fight hard for every single round in that Lotus. I loved what I saw there from Charlotte. Unfortunately, not quite enough. The multi-kills towards the end as well from Georgia Tech were so incredible. Blad, we saw from Smile, the quad kill, the Thrifty as well. Those key turning points for Georgia Tech, the big moments, is what took them over the line.
Yeah, and again, that's just like, that is their style. Charlotte is so scrappy. Charlotte is always winning a fight. And again, Pichu and Ruta really trying their hardest to get the team up. Sif, amazing performance from Sif. Oh my God, would love to have a man on my team any day, but just the absolute genius, not I want to say the big brain plays, but just the clever plays that were coming out from GT in the later rounds. Because remember, everything was getting tied round after round after round in that first half. It was, you could see the pockets of brilliance from GT pulling ahead, and like Hyunbin trying to lead the charge, but also just playing decoy at times, you know, allowing the team to come through.
I think the combination plays, the ways in which they use their ultimates, I think they were really effective, far more so, unfortunately, than what we saw. How many times in those late rounds? Think about the Steel Garden in the attempted 1v4, the Nightfall that got countered by the Steel Garden in that 3v3 on C-Site. It was these moments where the key ultimates, they got used, but it didn't get the same value as what we got from Georgia Tech, and ultimately they were able to win those key engagements and set themselves up for the continuation. And for me, I mean, those things amongst others, why they pulled ahead to move on in towards this upper bracket and continue to push for, as we've been talking about them, underdogs maybe in this event, but certainly capable of punching up.
They can fight with the best of them, they can hang with the best of them. We'll see how much more that fight they got left in them as they moving on in the upper bracket. Remember though, Charlotte, they're in the lower, so not down and out yet. They will have games later on as well. But we're going to pause for right now, take a quick little break, Skeet, get you a snack, get you a drink, come back for more DreamHack Collegiate Invitational action here in a moment.
Alrighty, guys, here we are, game 2 of day 2, DreamHack Atlanta Collegiate Invitational 2026. I am Jane,
And I am
accompanied by
Chase of Spades.
Chase of Spades, and we are here to watch Santa Monica take on UWG.
Absolutely. And Santa Monica has come an absolutely long way, basically across the country, to come to Atlanta DreamHack 2026. And it is an electric mood right now, especially with the University of West Georgia, pretty much the local team. So you kind of got once again, similar to Georgia Tech, a bit of an away game versus a home game. So UWG definitely wants to kind of keep it a little bit stateside here. And after a little bit of a rough day yesterday, losing 0-2, they're definitely looking to make a comeback and stay out of that loser's bracket.
Absolutely, absolutely. And before we get into lobby, before we get into the loading screen and everything, just wanted to say we are playing Breeze with Santa Monica starting on defense.
Gotta love Breeze.
I believe.
We love Breeze.
Looking at the bans here, UWG looks like they wanted to ban Split Fracture Haven, Santa Monica, Pearl Lotus Ascent. Kind of a different ban order than I expected. Kind of uncommon to see that Split Pearl Lotus go within the first few bans here. I do like the lack of a 3-site map. I feel like it'll make for a lot faster gameplay and a lot more of a close competition.
Absolutely. And, Split, Fracture, and Haven are pretty common bans, I would say. Same thing with Pearl and Lotus. Ascent is kind of a hit or miss thing. It seems like people tend to kind of drift towards Ascent, but we're kicking it off right with the summer vibes, hopping on Breeze, and UWG attacking first will definitely have to be the pace setter, because if you were asking me, I would definitely say Breeze kind of can be a little bit of a toss-up, but in major leagues at least, it is a very attacker-heavy map. So it should be pretty interesting to see how UWG starts this off right and sets the tone for the game.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just going into this map, I just wanted to give my predictions that I really feel like we'll see double Viper, double Astra, double Sova, and I would like to see double Neon, double Phoenix on an entire 5v5 mirror comp. I feel like that's the best way to play this map specifically. Just sticking to what's true, sticking to what you know, sticking to what you feel. And I feel like that's the best way to display which one of these teams is truly better today.
I definitely think, I kind of agree with you. I definitely think we're going to see double Astra and double Viper, mainly for that, utility, that map control should be super useful to us. I do think initiator-wise, Sova is going to be a very good pick, and it is a very common pick. For good reason, being able to get that utility out, make sure you can get some eyes on the site, get some enemies out of the way, especially with early on picks before you get a rotate around. But I will say, I am expecting maybe a different comp with Duelist. Maybe even a different one with Initiator. You definitely have the opportunity, to rock a Fade here. Not saying that it is completely meta, but Fade is on the board, And on top of that, whenever you're talking about a Duelist, the rotate between sites, having somebody that's definitely able to get back and forth quickly, could be seeing a Neon. I'm not so sure we'll not see a Phoenix. Phoenix could be a good pick, though. So we'll have to see how we end up rocking and rolling with that. So in total, though, if you're talking about UWG attacking first, we're talking about attacking, right? What about defensively? How are we kind of feeling about it defensively? What would you say is the harder site to defend? Because I would always say pyramids. I would say A site for sure.
It depends on how you set up your agents, and I feel like whatever site Viper isn't on is going to be the harder site to defend off rip. And personally, I like to play A site as Viper on defense. I know a lot of the consensus is to play that B site, which makes A the vulnerable target. But if you throw 1 or 2 extra players there, you can realistically leave Viper, not solo, but you have someone playing tunnel to back up really fast. But it's going to be whatever side Viper isn't on for defense.
I could see that being a factor. But, of course, you never know what's going to happen until it happens. So we'll just have to sit down and see how it actually goes. Obviously, we have a lot of spectators out here, a lot of people coming to cheer on their team. I definitely know. I saw some UW fans out here a little bit ago taking pictures with their peoples. So I'm honestly really impressed that everybody took the drive up here for it.
Yeah, people love it. I would love to go see a LAN myself in person without, going to spectate it. And then the other thing I did want to say is I just want to take a look at the bracket going into the later parts of today, just seeing what the matchups are going to be based on who wins and who loses this matchup specifically.
Absolutely. And you're talking about the bracket in total. So obviously, Santa Monica, UWG is coming up first. Georgia Tech already on the board first against Charlotte. So in general, right, if we're coming up into the next one, Georgia Tech will be going against UGA and KSU will face the winner of this match. Now, believe it or not, UWG and KSU have already had a couple of run-ins, and they have kind of been back and forth on the board. So you talk about other leagues as well. You have NACE that they've fought in before. You have Peach Belt that they fought in before, and now it is ECAC has came around once or twice. So KSU and UWG both have some really strong competitive feelings towards each other. So even though I might claim to be only slightly biased to my my alma mater, I will say that UWG and KSU would be an excellent, excellent game. But we got to get through Santa Monica first.
So no surprise out of Santa Monica here. The only thing that I could see as a little bit different is running that jet neon with the double dive and not really having many flashes at all. Actually, 0 flashes at all on the side of Santa Monica. And from what it looks like, we have UWG hovering a pretty similar comp here, just deciding on that last agent. But so far, it looks like it'll be Sova, Neon, Viper, Harbor, and that 5th agent keeps going back to the KO, switch between the KO, Phoenix, and ISO. So expect to see one of those.
So it is kind of what we were talking about before. Viper, obviously a very good mainstay. We called the Neon for sure. However, I did say that we were going to see, maybe a switch up here, and that's exactly what we see coming out from Santa Monica with Sharp hopping on Jet, but still a quick agent to pick. And on top of that, you're going to have Neon to back them up as well. So you're going to have 2 speed demons on the board going into this matchup here. And overall, it was, even though we're seeing similar comps to what we just called out, that KO flash I really think is going to come in severely handy. And on top of both of those things, you have like his ultimate, which will shut down the site completely. You have Knife, which is going to suppress. And overall, that is going to be very detrimental to 2 agents that all they do is speed.
Yeah, I really do like the comp out of UWG, playing that KO into the 2 dive duelists. It makes it really difficult for the team to follow up if that knife is thrown after the dive occurs. But let's get into gameplay and start with round 1.
Absolutely. And getting started here in round 1, we're seeing, generic pistol round. And from anyone who is pretty used to me calling the games back at home at UWG, I always call the first round a little bit of a toss-up here, especially when it comes to pistol rounds. But I will see that we're seeing an interesting pick coming out here from UWG, opting to go classics with more armor instead of going for a little bit more head dinks, which I'm kind of surprised with the distance on this map. Already getting started here, 133, and we are already exploding onto B site. Able to get in pretty quick here. No picks, no damage coming out so far. Danny is going to be getting that spike planted and down very quick within the round. So you're going to have Santa Monica kind of pulling back right now, holding tight, waiting for their team to come up here, doing a little bit of jiggle peek here. Dion whiffing every shot. Sharp will take him out with the Sheriff. Elhan takes out Grizz, and it is just a back and forth battle. Takes that double swing fight, and that's going to be Elhan and T-Blaze going down. Danny Phantom and Keilen get the trade up here, though, but it is a 2 versus 1. Spike still ticking away. Keilen trying to hold it from offside, gets the pick through the smoke. Good read there. One more left, really up close and personal, and Kroll will get all up in his face with that ghost and call it a day.
What a round out of Santa Monica. They get the bomb defused, just over 1 second remaining on that timer. And I just wanted to give props to them for taking that moment of realization that they need to get off-site, retake as 5, and not take any fights 1 versus 1. And especially well played by Cruel with the 3K, IGL, on smokes, doing it all for his team on that pistol round.
And you got to be careful, especially with your economy, because UWG spent most of their money that time buying up shields, expecting them to survive the headshot game, but it just didn't work out. But 1 on the board for Santa Monica, and UWG already at that deficit. So we'll have to see how we come up here.
They are going to opt to save this one. Location already getting revealed with that Sova arrow. Missed shot again from the Outlaw. Elham will pick that one up, and that is a free gun in his hands. That is definitely not what you wanted to hand. Arguably the sniper of the University of West Georgia Wolves. 1 minute, 18 seconds to go here. Kind of creeping their way over towards A site. Still trying to keep an eye on mid as well. A little bit of gunfight here from Grizz trying to look for Elhan here. Good double swing there. Takes out Elhan and Dion at the same time. And it is just kind of a back and forth fight right now. Still pretty even across the board. Good pick there to even it out from Danny, but with the trade up there, that's going to be Blaze. Keilen goes down from Grizz. And Spike will be starting to get diffused. You still have one Wolf on the board, but he's going to be trying to creep through here. Manages to get one, but he will lose that Outlaw in the end of the round.
Another great round out of Santa Monica. Everyone kind of putting in their own effort this time. Wasn't quite a team ace, but it was almost there. And really well played by them to keep those guns and get that bomb down the second they heard Danny going for the reload on that Outlaw. And now it looks like we're going to have a third round full armor operator out of Sharp on the Santa Monica side. The rest of the team can't really buy up. Cruel is the only one to match with a Vandal and full armor, and Sharp holding that window angle. Looks like he's going to see that Owl drone first. It's going to end up tagging the Viper back in elbow. Sharp ready for this engage. Has to dash out when that KO knife comes out, and now Santa Monica's going to do what they did on pistol round. Kind of back up, reload, and get ready for a 5-man retake.
And you know, that operator is just going to be really dangerous out in the field in play. Wolves are managing to get on site and yet again do get spiked down, but Santa Monica has been killing it on these retakes so far. So still up in the man advantage is UWG. They have 5, but Viper and Neon not looking so hot. Trying to take a little bit of a peek out here on tower. Manages to get that headshot there onto Keilen, but it is a rapid fire trade up there. Elhan goes down. Danny gets the trade onto Stolen, but Kai also falls. Spike still ticking away. Kai trying to creep his way in here. Taps on Spike and does manage to pick up Blaze. Dion still alive, taking the swing, but that operator pays off. Sharp will get that instantaneous mid-body shot to put 3 on the board for SMC.
So if you're UWC here, what's going through your mind right now? Because you get all of these kills, you get sights so easily, you have the weapon advantage, and SMC, time and time again, 3 defuses in a row, their retakes have just been impeccable.
You know, if I'm being completely honest, I think at this given juncture, you have to realize, like, okay, so what they're doing is obviously they're holding for retakes. Either you need to continue to be aggressive and take the space, or alternatively, because you know you're not getting that much congestion when you're pushing the site, save a lot of that util for the post plant.
Absolutely. And now it looks like we have a mid push from UWG. Sharp finding that early pick onto the KO. Shooting another one through that Viper smoke. Can't find anyone this time around. And it looks like we have T-Blaze lurking up, trying to make some noise, keeping Neon and Sova looking towards him, while the rest of the team pushes through mid. They are now taking sight, and it looks like SMC has been pinched in. Grizz and Kroll both finding picks. Kroll finding a second one, and a third one to make it 4-0. Cruel just went electric there.
And it's the same issue that we just saw earlier, is that Elhan is taking the space so well. He's getting up in their faces, getting on that site, but no one's really following him up with anything. So Elhan will go in, they get a free pick onto their Neon, which is not what you want out of your duelist. But realistically, no one's following him up on it, and I'm really surprised that Dion gets picked first. Honestly, Dion, I would assume, would be playing backwards, because that flash and that suppressor are just way too useful to lose early round.
Yeah, we have early A presence here from the side of UWG. KO throwing that knife and the flash over to get Grizz off of the angle. Looks like UWG is going to take control of A main, get that ult orb, and now they have the Viper Pit available at their disposal. Neon's going to throw her wall in, gets a corner. Kroll's going to pick up Danny Phantom and KO. Grizz picking up 2 more. It went from a 5 versus 5 to a 4 versus 1. Grizz and Kroll getting the full house to end the round and destroy UWG before they can even get on site.
Again, the Wolves at this given point are just being way too predictable, and we're already going to have our first timeout in round 6, which, I mean, overall, if you're UWG, it really is the issue of adaptation. They're not like following up their pushes, and then when they go, okay, let's hold back a little bit, they're not using their util properly. If they're not using their util properly, they're missing their gunfights. You have to have all of these cogs working in an order, and right now, UWG just doesn't seem to be pulling their weight right now or covering anyone, and I don't know if that's a lack of communication right now or if that is just, in general, a lack of efficiency. I mean, what would you say is kind of like their main issue?
I would say they're trying to base every single round off of the tempo that they're trying to set. They're not trusting their own util. They're not trusting their own guns. They're trying to do everything as 5, and it's giving SMC a really good opportunity to get these angles where they can pick one off and back up, or pick one off and stay, keeping pressure and keeping space. I think UWG needs to slow it down a little bit and just start resorting to the guns in their hands instead of the util and their brains, because they really look like they're overthinking too much.
So we are going to see a slightly different strategy. Well, I say that, and then they immediately regret doing that. They were going to try to aim for split sight and actually send Viper with Spike over to A to potentially come up for a rotate, but instead, once again, we're opting to try to maybe explode onto B site. That wall coming in automatically. Sharp takes out Blaze instantaneously with that operator. Straight down into the grave he goes. 123, 122. Keilen gonna be trying to maybe get Spike planted here. They do have Viper Pit comes out as well. Is going to dissipate here. Sova ult coming out as well. Trying to see if he can cancel out that default plant. Keilen almost steps into it, but manages to do a little bit of a moonwalk there and get out of it. Same ult as well coming out from UWG. And again, we managed to get Spike down. Danny does get a really good pick there on a Grizz, and that is arguably pretty detrimental to SMC, but we're going to be evened up, and again, that slow peek not going to work. Good slide out there by Elhan, takes out Stolen. Kroll again doing a good read, doing the good work, takes out Dion on that flank site, and that's just going to be really hard to lock down here. Again, good pick there by Elhan, but he tries to be a little bit too aggressive, pops out of the pit just to get nailed. And Sharp will follow right behind. Oh, man, and that is number 6. That timeout didn't seem to help very much.
No, I have to give that round. I have to give props to the Viper being able to swing elbow, realize there's 2 there, and manage to get a kill while being swung and immediately getting traded as well. And now it looks like we have 3 ults and full eco on the side of SMC, with full buys coming out across most of the players on UWG, not all of them quite, but they do have most of their util, they have weapons, and they have armor, so this should be the best look we have at UWG, potentially winning a round right here.
I agree. The Wolves are definitely in a little bit of a detriment there. Again, that early knife coming out, at least giving some notice to Grizz, so he's going to go ahead and back off, let Kai take a few shots downrange. Not going to connect to anybody, but 125 to go here. Again, all the walls coming out here. Major utility just being thrown onto the site. Dion is going to manage to once again get in and get that spike down, but we've seen this play time and time again, so we're going to have to see if... Ooh, Santa Monica again swings out Grizz, just absolutely dominating. Dion Blaze goes down. Elhan takes out Kai in return. Danny will manage to take out Grizz, but again, Kroll will wrap things up for SMC again. And it really is just this retake. It doesn't seem like UWG is clearing the site almost at all. It's either they get onto site and then can't defend against a retake, or they can't even get onto the site and secure it properly.
Yeah, this is just a defensive slaughter on the side of SMC. They are all over. Kroll only going down twice this game out of 7 rounds. Same as Sharp. All of the players on SMC are just playing out of their minds. They know exactly what UWD is doing. They read their playbook. They know exactly what they're going to do before they even do it.
I'll be honest, at this point, I don't even know if it's a playbook as much as it is a slideshow of essentially what you're constantly doing. And the Wolves are going to be kind of poking a little bit at mid here. Sharp trying to get a lucky shot there through the Viper. Smoke, but not going to connect to anything. 128 again, walks straight into them. Grizz will take out Elhen. Kai takes out Dion. Sharp walks, just pretty much walks it down right onto Danny. And again, we are left in a 2 versus 4 with SMC very much just twisting that arm even further with a 7-0. About 60 seconds here remaining. Plenty of util to spare, and again, at this given juncture, I think UWG is kind of in the position to save. Good pick there by Blaze, gets the insta-dink with the Sheriff onto Grizz, which is kind of impressive that he managed to survive through that. 50 seconds remaining here. Again, that Viper pit onto B, doing a good job with Stolen. Even if they didn't push his side of the site, it definitely will deter the Wolves from doing such. Blaze is going to actually creep his way into the Viper pit and try to fight his way out of it, which Stolen isn't going to get a pick. Very good control here because they can't see them. Like, they get outlined through the smoke. Blaze manages to walk behind him. Execution method. 23 seconds now. Locked it down to a 2 versus 2. That harbor wall, ooh, giving him a haircut with the op.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really important 2v2 for UWG. We see Keilen with the Sheriff and Blaze with the Vandal. Neither of them have full utility, but we do have the Harbor ultimate at our disposal here for this post plant, and both of the players on the side of SMC are going to come out of the main area, and we're going to see the Harbor ult get ripped here. Sharp having to smoke himself off due to his blindness, and now we have Sharp and Kroll both finding the head taps to make this an 8-0 game on this 2v2 post plant.
Oh, man. And again, you gotta know, like, when you're playing post plant, right, you already have just a massive disadvantage, specifically because, remember, whenever you're going for post plant, your positions just got inverted. So if they were the ones already on the site, you already know that they're going to be looking in the same places that you were just defending. So you have a Jet rocking an op, you manage to pick up some guns. I'll be honest, at that point, even though you might think that it's winnable, I'm surprised they kind of didn't just save weapons and try to play a little bit off-site, or at least try to go for an alternative hold next to main.
Yeah, at this point, if you're UWG, the only reason I don't think they did, the only reason I don't think they saved their weapons and stuff on that post plant is because they do need to get a round here. Elhan's going to ult in the face of Sharp with that operator, but he switches to the Bucky, or the Shorty, really quickly and manages to kill the ulted Neon and get one more before he gets traded out by Keilen. It is now a 2 versus 2.
Again.
Bomb is not down yet, but it looks like Danny Phantom on one singular HP is going to start planting that bomb. So we have SMC's Omen, Viper and Astra versus UWG's Viper and Sova. And Keilen's going to find the pick on a Kroll, leaving Stolen in a 1 versus 2. Finds one, finds two! For the 1 versus 2 clutch to make it 9-0 SMC!
Oh, what a tragedy. You thought the comeback was real, and then you just get shoved back into the dirt. Oh, that is not what you wanted to see. Because, again, you took out the problem child. You took out the Jet sitting there just waiting, baiting you for that op pick. And they still managed to pick off 2 of you and get rid of an ultimate. You need to take the double swings at the same time, and these are lessons that we have learned over and over and over again with the Wolves. And it just isn't clicking. It's like a semester that just will never end.
Stolen saw the 0 on the side of UWG, and he said, no, that is staying there. KO finding the early pick onto Grizz. Elhen then finding another pick onto Sharp. Kai 5 getting the trade out, and KO instantly getting another trade. It is now a 4 versus 1 for Stolen. We've seen him clutch once. Can we see it again? Finds one, doesn't take any damage, can't find the next one. UWG finally break the curse of not winning around this game, and they make it 9-1.
And you know, it really is kind of starting to dig deep a little bit, because we've seen this scenario before. With 2 rounds remaining, could we be looking at an SMC 9-3 curse? I don't think so, but I will say that was a very good push by the Wolves. We're starting to get maybe some form of learning here going on here. Maybe starting to connect the wires a little bit on that push, because I don't even know if it was UWG's purpose there or if it was just SMC being a little bit too cocky and pushing up too far. But with 1 minute and 30, we have 2 rounds to go. Wolves trying to bring back just a little bit of confidence in this gameplay as they kind of are starting to play a little bit slow here. Same thing with SMC, actually, trying to poke around and see what is to be seen here. Recon Bolt gonna pop out there, tossing out the frag to try to prevent that swing, but Grizz will get a lot of damage, which will leave Dion sitting in the corner with 30 health remaining in the red. And Grizz still sitting pretty good at some shields at 91. You're gonna see that Harbor come out here, try to block off a little bit of that mid-rotate. Danny Phantom is going to be planting on A site. So you're going to have Dion trying to kind of wait and see if maybe he can catch somebody in that rotate through mid.
Yeah, and it looks like UWG is going to get the entirety of A site for basically free here. All of the SMC players were in that mid area. Grizz absolutely taking Hellhead's face off. Sharp up the flank, getting Keilen and Danny, and he's going to get a third one, and he can't get the fourth onto Blaze. Blaze killing 2, kills 3, and
oh, it was so close!
Just gets the defuse on very low HP, making it 10-1. So close to that clutch coming out for T-Blaze. Just can't find the last bullet to end the round.
And what somebody's gotta be angry over there sitting at that table whenever you talk about a flank watch, because my goodness, the amount of people that man just walked through to get behind everyone and pretty much just wipe out the entire hold. Oh man, that has gotta be some severe upset rage going on.
Yeah, Sharp getting 3 off flank is very, very bad for the side of UWG. And it looks like we're going to use the KO ultimate to take all of B site. And we've seen them do it once. We've seen them do it twice. They'll do it every single time that UWG heads towards that B site. They will give the entire site, let UWG waste all of their util, and play a 5 versus 5 retake. That seems to be their bread and butter.
And you got Jet ult coming out as well here, which is going to be a little bit helpful. You got Harbor trying to do some wall work here. Same thing with Astra is going to be popping her ult as well to try to get something going here. Sharp not going to connect to a single human being. Elham will take out Sharp, but it doesn't even matter because Stolen's going to swing and get 2 at least. Grizz will also follow up with 1. And again, you are left holding off the site. Ultimate coming out here from the Wolves to try to block off sight. Grizz will take out Keilen. Danny trying to get Grizz, which will cancel the ult. Astra through the smoke. Good pick there by Danny. Manages to cancel the plant. Danny's just trying to do something there, and he will manage to clutch up to get their second point on the board right at the half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, that's a very good half from the side of SMC, and a good way, going down 9-0 and managing to get a 10-2 half. UWG almost stopped Santa Monica in their tracks in terms of having that pressure and having that momentum going. And now with the half switch, I can see UWG winning a few more rounds here and making this a closer game than it seems to be right now.
I definitely agree. And again, we talked about Breeze being kind of leaning towards, is it more attacker heavy or is it more defender heavy? I feel like in comp, most people will probably say it's more defender heavy. Whenever you're talking about Collegiate League, it's more attacker heavy. So it really just starts to depend on really who's been practicing the map more. But we'll see if UWG has maybe a little bit better of a defensive strategy than they had on attack. And realistically, again, it looks like SMC is going to be using the opposite of what UWG has been doing. You see, UWG is really holding some of these tight angles here and trying to be maybe a little bit aggressive. Meanwhile, SMC is being really slow, waiting to see if somebody might take a little gander in just the wrong place with these sheriffs. And even though it costs you more money in the long term with the econ, one shot is all you need.
Yeah, I really like this plan out of SMC. Take it a little bit slow, because UWG is a very fast-paced, high-pressure, high-speed team. So being able to slowly play up, wait them out, and get them to make a mistake, just like Danny Phantom did by running into the Sheriff of Sharp. T-Blaze getting the trade back, but I do love SMC playing it slow, making UWG slip up first, and they get a site for practically free. Sharp now with a Sheriff in the corner, gets one, can't get two. Elhan with the trade, stolen, getting Elhan down and getting KO, and getting, oh my god, stolen with the 3K to secure the pistol round and put SMC 2 rounds away from winning this map.
And I mean, you gotta give it to Sharp. Man is 15-7, 14-4, 13-11. Santa Monica is just on a tear right now.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal round from Stolen, playing off of Sharp's contact. Sharp gets one, gets traded out, and then Stolen takes it by the reins and kills 3 to win the round. And now it looks like SMC is lined up 5 towards B. They might want to go a little bit faster because they do have the weapon advantage, but they are going to walk up a little bit slowly. KO is going to throw the knife, only spot out Kroll, which is the smoke agent. Sharp going to dash in, can't find the pick on a KO, and Neon's gonna dash in, can't find the pick onto the KO either, gonna fall. Sharp finally finding that KO, who's been so pesky, hiding around sight. Kroll finding the Viper, Elhan finding Sova, and now we have Stolen killing Elhan to make it a 3 versus 2 post plant. Both Danny and Harbor going up towards that B main area, looking to find a wrap and find some timing to take out these SMC players.
And realistically, UWG probably took way too long to try to rotate out to help their teammate. I get it, they were trying to clear mid to some extent, but you gotta put the afterburners on at some point. Good bow there, though. Manages to get Kroll. Danny picks up 2. It is a 1 versus 1. Sharp versus Danny. The absolute GOAT of SMC versus the lone wolf of UWG. 11-2. Danny does tap defuse, but he's running out of time. You gotta make a play here, buddy. He's going to try to hold on to defuse, trying to get a little bit of a wall bang here. He's going to try to sticky. He gets the half, swings out wide. He does get the pick, but does he have enough time? It's going to come down to the wire, and he will get it. 11-3.
What a clutch and what a stinger play out of Danny Phantom. I love using that gun in situations just like that. The fire rate's so high, the damage isn't really that bad, and if you can land your shots, it will melt someone down. And that was probably the most important round for UWG this entire game. That was a must-win round, and Danny Phantom comes up big when it matters and wins the round for UWG.
And man is carrying this team right now, 14-12 and 11-4. Pretty much the only positive member on the Wolves at all. And we'll have to see how that carries over to this next round. Dion does manage to get a pretty good knife there, gets a suppress, but only catches 1 in its wake. That's going to be 130 left to go. Viper Wall is going to also come up, and that's going to split off a site, potentially assuming that it might get 1. Manages to get a 2 clean pick there by Keilen with the Guardian. Definitely probably didn't want to die exactly, but that is a willing trade that I think the Wolves are absolutely able to take. 1 minute and 10 seconds here. Blaze holding his ground here with the judge, but it's versus a Sheriff in close quarters. Kroll is going to have to get this first pick here, and he swings out and gets him. Oh, Blaze has got to be hitting himself for that one because that was all him. 53 seconds remaining here. Again, Danny manages to take out Kroll, which is going to be a nice little bit of revenge, but Grizz is going to get shot in the back by Dion. That's going to be a pickup of a gun. So Dion is going to try to hold on to the site, and they do realize that Kai is on the site. Couple of shots go down range, missing the headshot there, and Dion playing a bit of whack-a-mole with that judge. Gets the pop-up and the single shot to finish that one, putting us 11-4.
Both Kai and Elhan there can't quite hit their shots. Luckily, they had that judge sitting back site, and now we have SMC with almost another full buy here. They all have Vandals, they all have Phantoms, just not enough armor on the enemy team. And now it looks like we are going to go into a technical pause. Something must be going on, so we are going to take it to us now. And, you know, no time than any. Let's gamble a little bit.
Oh, we're gambling? Oh, we're doing a card pull on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a singular card pull here going on here. We got a double. I don't know if you have enough time for a double. We'll have to see. Let's see how it goes. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've never done a card pull live or witnessed it, we're gonna have to see how it goes here. All right, so pretty basic stuff here. Got a good little footprint going on here. Gonna have to take a look. Got a Shinx. Okay. Nothing too fancy yet. Last card in the thing. And my friend, you have Eradicate. Cool. Oh! Ow! That's a really good one.
Not bad.
Not bad.
But
I'm down for
the
that.
second one has something better.
The second one has something better. I'm pretty sure that's my pack that I picked for you. We'll have to see. Going for round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to DreamHack 2026, where in the middle of a Valorant game tech pause, we are here doing card pulls in the middle of public here. Trying to give a nod off here. All right, here we go. You got a speed run, bro. Come on, let's go. We got a game to cast. That was lame. I liked it better. And we're already
looks like
back
the round
into
already
the
started.
action.
Okay.
Danny Phantom, stolen. Yeah, okay,
Finding
same
these
story.
picks immediately off the start of this round. UWG already put into a 2 versus 4 situation as soon as the round starts, pretty much. And now let's see how UWG handle this. Only the Sova. Now it's only the Viper. 1 versus 4 to save the game from going to match point. He's in, gun in hand. Looks like he's just going to say, nah, I'm okay. Give him 12. I'll save my gun.
Which is a wise choice. You know, you're looking at a Vandal. And honestly, whenever you're talking about the last round, you really don't want to lose your guns at this point. Hopefully some players have the econ to last. But you at least want to have that one Vandal that you can save on the board still, which will leave Spike to go off uncontested, taking a happy little jaunt back over to spawn. Just the extra Sova arrow for good measure, and that will be 12-4 match point for SMC to keep them on the up and up, and UWG go into the losers bracket.
Yeah, it looks like SMC is just going to walk straight in, do whatever they want on this A site. UWG really can't stop it. And now UWG does have a little bit of economy now. They have weapons. And if they win this round, they could be in a good spot because SMC will have enough to buy next round, but it won't be full loadouts. And it'll be a little bit tough for SMC to pull themselves back if they end up losing the next 2 rounds of this game.
I definitely agree with that. And again, this is match point. So Santa Monica in the position to win it all and keep that streak alive and moving. And we're having some interesting weapon choices coming out as well. I'm seeing a judge. I'm seeing a couple of judges, actually. But SMC seems to be leaning full tilt onto B site, and they're just going to try to go ahead and explode, take that space. Keilen caught with his pants down and gets that Viper taken out, even though with Pitt, Stolen just running it down yet again, takes out Dion, and it is going to be arguably, I mean, at this point, you're kind of looking at a done deal. You got 2 ults coming out on the side of SMC, Jet and Viper Pit. Sova ult is in their back pocket, but at this point, it's really not going to do anything to help because you don't know where they are.
Yeah, you have Danny Phantom now ripping that ultimate, trying to even the odds. Elhan going for a stun, ends up stunning himself as he runs into backside. He's going to jump spot elbow, doesn't spot anyone out now. And it looks like Elhan is going to walk face first into this judge. It's going to be Danny and Elhan at the same time. Grizz finding one, Danny finding the trade. Can't find more though. Stolen killing Danny. T-Blaze in a 1 versus 3 to save the game. Can't find it. Stolen with the 3K and the round win to make it a 13-4 victory for Santa Monica. What a game from them, being able to stop the push or allow them to push, get off site, play a 5-man retake, use their utility together, and just dismantle UWG.
I think dismantle is still putting it lightly. That was an absolute dominating game by Santa Monica. And okay, so even though we're talking about Santa Monica, UWG, it really just seemed like the main struggle that they were having was failure to adapt. You basically had a really hard hold and a really hard attack to face against. Santa Monica, granted, did have, I would say, pretty equal gun skill, but it was mainly the one headshot dinks that just did it in. Santa Monica easily had way more headshot ratio than UWG, and honestly just kind of overall better utility management to me, because how many times did we see that KO knife come out and maybe get one person, and in the total of doing that, You could have just thrown it against the wall and got like all 5.
Yeah, I would often see the KO knife get someone, even when they were attacking with that KO. The knife would go, they would get one, and they would still waste all of their utility pushing that site. Even though there's only one person on site, that person cannot use any utility. All you need to do is throw up the wall, save what you have for that post-plant situation that you keep losing round and round again, and just try to hunt that one person down, even take a 1-for-1 trade, because as an attacker, taking a 1-for-1 is very advantageous to you because it means that there's one less person on that half of the map that you're attacking.
Yeah, and on top of that, you were looking at gun advantage, especially in the first part of the game. You had an operator in the field, and that was your primary target. You can't keep slow peeking an op. It's a well-known fact in Valorant. You don't slow peek the op. And constantly we were either seeing one of two things. Either when they played slow, they slow peeked, which is not what you want to do. Typically, you try to jiggle peek, get an eye on, and then lead out to try to get that pick and have somebody behind you to back you up for the trade, at least if you're going to die. So that way, you're right, you can get the 1-for-1s. And that is an issue that UWG has faced consistently, and it still feels like we just haven't learned that lesson yet of taking 1-to-1 trades and trying to get the win and being over-aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this was playoffs, but this loss isn't everything for them. I believe both of these teams are still in. We have Santa Monica going to the uppers, and now we have UWG that has to play out of the lower side of that bracket, which I think both of these teams, granted, if they're feeling good that day, if they're feeling like they can win the game that day, I think we could see this matchup happening again in the finals because both of these teams, they have something that they want to prove, and they have the mindset and the game plans to do that.
I totally agree with you. This isn't the end for UWG quite yet. They're going to be going into that lower bracket, like you said, but we are going to see a very, very interesting matchup between Santa Monica and KSU, and that should be a very, very intense matchup here. KSU has had a long history of going well. In Peach Belt just a few weeks ago, they beat one of the #1 teams in the country, which was Converse, for the Peach Belt Grand Final, and it should be a very interesting matchup to see how from the outside Santa Monica will do against the locals here in state KSU, who definitely have played here a couple of times now. So in total, should be a very interesting matchup, but UWG will fall to that lower bracket. We'll have to see if they come back later on.
Absolutely, and once again, this has been Jane and Chase of Spades. We'll be coming at you later.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
That was a very loud shout. Oh my goodness. Hey guys, welcome back to the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational here at DreamHack Atlanta 2026. Oh, man, I did that all in one breath. That was a lot.
That was a lot. Yeah.
That was a lot. But the games are also going to be a lot. So we're moving on forward. This upper bracket, we've seen the games go pretty hot all morning long. Had a little bit of a break. Now we're coming back to it. Gamers are ready to go. How are you feeling, Jane?
Feeling good. I'm really excited for this. Kennesaw, Santa Monica, especially after the dominant performance Santa Monica just had. I think this is going to be a really good game. Going to Haven, bigger map than we've seen for most of my time up here on the desk. I think it'll be taken a little bit slower, and I'm just excited overall.
Oh yeah, it's going to be dope. I'm really excited. It's to getting into the swing of things. Again, we are going to Haven. I believe it's the first time we've been able to cast Haven all weekend.
Yeah, correct.
We had a few Ascent games, a few Breeze games, and a few Lotus games as well. So now going into it, as you can see the map pick bands here. I do like it. And Santa Monica starting on defense. Okay. Pretty strong defensive halves whenever they have, gotten into it. They had a crazy burner yesterday. And, poised and ready to strike today to move on. Further on in this bracket again, competing for the money, getting deep into the money. I believe it's 1,000 for first, 750 for second here. So still not quite in the money just yet, but inching ever a bit closer to it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see Santa Monica on defense specifically based off of how they played their last game against UWG. They played a very loose defense setup. Yeah, they would let the enemy team take the site. They would fall back and play a 5 versus 5 retake instead of trying to get any picks on the entry, which
I don't blame them.
If I know anything about Kennesaw, that's where they excel.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit of an adaptation or like an adaptation session for Santa Monica, and I'm hoping they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? We know KSU's defense is damn good, and like allowing these multi-man fights to happen, opting into these massive retakes, like I pointed out, could really come back to bite Santa Monica because again KSU is so strong in those aspects. So they might have to change the rule book, change the playbook a little bit to see what they can get done. I don't think it should be too tall of an order for them. I mean, but they've had very, very close games all day long. Even in the game that they lost, it's been close games all the time. So having to take a close game against KSU, we'll have to see if they can actually do that because, again, KSU just so solid this entire tournament. I don't really see them having any signs of stopping.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of these teams are red hot coming out of yesterday. Both of these teams, they did have very, very strong looks. Regardless of win or loss, they both played to the best of their ability, and they both had really, really, really strong cases as to why they deserve to enter that pool of winning the money.
Dude, they're just there. They're just shy of getting to that top of the table, and got a bit more to play today. I mean, KSU on form is very, very scary to have to deal with. I don't know their record off the top of my head on Haven, but I think they should feel pretty comfortable. But if we're talking about comfortability, like agent-wise, composition-wise, like what are we feeling is going to be popping off? What are we thinking is going to be hitting the server?
The only agent when it comes to Haven that I can say is a guarantee on the map without fail is going to be that Sova. I've seen every single smokes agent thrown in, seen every duelist. I've seen every iteration of a comp thrown in, but the only thing on Haven is going to be that Sova. And actually, it looks like we're only going to see SMC with that Sova. It looks like Kennesaw is going to be hovering that Fade instead of the Sova, but the rest of the comp being Omen, Chamber, Jet, and Phoenix. That looks pretty standard to me. I do like
definitely
to see that Viper though.
Definitely standard composition. I mean, I know a lot of teams rather are indexing into having the Fade in, very good at gathering information as well. Going for double duelist plus chamber, so I mean essentially the triple duelist as I like to call it, is pretty interesting to see here. I mean, that's just KSU wanting to, empower Fries and empower Key. Now, actually, the Fries being on the Phoenix is interesting to me because I believe this is the first duelist he's played. I believe he was mostly on Cypher duty usually.
Correct.
So for him to be playing the Phoenix and not the Chamber is a little bit different look. But I mean, we can play the way both these agents play. They're multifaceted. You know, they're not just hardline into one role. So we're getting those final lock-ins for SMC, and it looks like it will be the double duelist with the Neon Jet. So tons of movement to have to look out for. Pairing that with the hard information ability of the Sova and of the Omen can result in a pretty nice fight.
Absolutely. And going into this game, the one player I really want to take an extra hard look at is going to be Mistalo on that chamber. I feel like the reason that Lord Fries is on that Phoenix is because they wanted Mistalo to have the ability to show off the near perfect aim that he displayed all of yesterday. And I'm looking really excited to seeing him with that HUD Hunter on the pistol round. I think he's taking heads.
Yeah, that's a very good observation because Mistalo really, he plays like a duelist regardless of what agent he is playing, as we are going to get into game here. Remember, it's still best of one territory, so you have to put your best foot forward and get all the way through if you want to make it to the next round here. Bracket stage, it is double elimination. We are on the winner side of things, on the upper bracket side of things, so they're not down and out after losing this, but no one wants to have to make that journey to the lower bracket.
Yeah, the other thing that I am noticing right now is that Santa Monica isn't playing with a trip at all. They have no flank coverage, and I think on a 3-site map like this, that is a little bit detrimental, just because on defense, there's 4 lanes that you have to cover, and one of those are going to be weak, and one of those are going to have the ability to be exploited the entirety of this half.
Yeah, having to rely on their smoke coverage from the multiple agents that they have is we're going to meet right in the middle, meeting on the mines, and Sharp-witted, going to take out Mistalo first. But again, yeah, you're right. No trips, no traps for them to use on the side of SMC. That doesn't really matter to them. They're going to push forward as they can. We'll be last to the A site, though, as Dasani, who was absolutely crazy on this Omen, taking point, taking corner. He can cause a ruckus here if he can get one at least, but no. The acrobatics from Kroll prevent that from happening. That's going to be a nice frag into the mix. Then Quakey with a great flanky. Going to get one, goes for 2. Nice cleanup, KSU. Getting those done, but SMC still able to come up with the Wisers. Quakey wants to try to make the hero play. Not quite going to happen for him, so full white plus the diffuse. Pretty strong pistol to start.
Yeah, it's a very good round out of SMC on that retake. They gave KSU a little bit too much space on the A site, but I believe sending 3 up mid off the start of that round is what helped them win that. They split the map in half almost immediately, and they know that all of the players have to be on that A site, so they're able to just clear corner by corner as a group of 3 and just take over all of the space slowly.
Yeah, I did like that as well. I mean, they had really good reads to start things off as we're looking at the buy here. Sticking on some sheriffs for KSU. Little budget buy, some smaller, less expensive rifles for Santa Monica here. See how well this does. I mean, Sharp with that sniper, hanging out in mid, waiting through window, daring anybody to peek through the mid. Key, trying to get a long walk through A. This time it will be covered by Santa Monica here. So they do, you know, have the better wherewithal, have the better idea. It's like, all right, let's spread out, cover more ground.
And this is one of the moments I was talking about with the lack of the tripwire. Until Key just made his presence known right there, KSU could have been up in garage without anyone knowing on the side of Santa Monica. And I really think that is going to be detrimental to them for the rest of this half. Once KSU finds that weak spot, I think they're just going to attack it round after round, and hopefully, with their game plan, hopefully they're gonna do exactly what they want to do and win rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you see that happening right here, right? It's like tripwire, you know, not really being such an issue for Santa Monica, though. I mean, yeah, they lost one, but the fact they're able to outfight KSU at this juncture, with the guns that they have, is a very good sign that they do have this on lock. But now there's the full force on the side. It just swings into 3 of them. Crow better with 2. Grizz with a great backup. I admire the grit. I admire the attempts, but KSU have to come at it smarter than that.
Yeah, that was a great play by Grizz and Kroll together to hold that. They held the angle basically on top of each other, knowing that the side of KSU isn't going to have weapons with high penetration. And it works out for them. And now it looks like KSU, going to this third round, should have full buys, but all but 2 players on the team have half armor. And one of the players with full armor is equipped with a Guardian. It looks like they forced a little bit too much for the outcome of that second round.
I mean, a lot of value has been gained from these Guardians, as we have seen early in Dasani. Great for 2. Immediately picks a 3rd through the darkness and completely blind. What? Okay, Santa Monica, regroup. We need to go next round. It's all chalked up for here. KSU. I was wondering where your answer back was going to be, but that is an incredibly strong one.
Dasani just made that round his own. He's been drinking that water, drinking the Dasani, and his brain is on. Gets 1, gets 2, and gets 3 without breaking a single sweat. Actually, it's just like he knew that he was getting those kills and they were his.
Yeah, and then
there we have it.
Miss Hollow going to clean up for the last 2. Oh my God, a flawless answer back now. KSU. That was the round that they needed to. You know, that little bonus, nice and easy for them. See how they do with these rifles, though.
That is the exact outcome you want out of that force round out of KSU. Getting a flawless means you can now, even if they lose this round, they have enough to buy next round. All 5 players over that $2,000 threshold at the start of this round after buying everything. We'll see a few of the players on KSU still holding on to that regen shield. I think it's a really smart choice. Just don't break the bank on spending an extra 1,000 credits when you don't need to. Stolen now, gonna jump spot out.
Gotta go.
See basically the great wall of KSU in his face. He's gonna run out of sight, and here we see it. SMC doing the thing that they love to do. Just getting off site and playing that 5v5 retake.
This is really good though, because Stolen was able to get a lot of information off of that, initial push from them, and holding on with that Odin, that early Odin that they tend to buy in these games and making a lot of work of it. But unfortunately for him, Key is still alive. Key with the Phantom jumping in and dashing, managed to take out the majority of the backup that was there for SMC. And now Santa Monica has to get this corrected. Great dash in, Sharp, looking good, but doesn't check his left, and Key pops him for a 3.
Yeah, it's a great play by Santa Monica. They're just unfortunate that they lost just one too many gunfights there. I love the way that they give all of sight and they just play that 5v5 retake because they trust themselves and they trust each other with their utility usage. And unfortunately for Kroll and the rest of his team, they couldn't make it happen this time. But again, we see both of these teams. We have SMC on a little bit of a lighter buy now, just making sure they could buy next round, getting some guns to maybe do some damage to their economy. And we have KSU and Mist Hollow with an Outlaw in hand. He's going to peek mid, and let's see if he can get the kill. But before that, Lord Fries gets 2, and Mist Hollow gets a 3rd. So that is 3 on the side of SMC dying within seconds.
Yeah, really quick pick from Miss Hollow, managing to get those done. Lord Fries there to back him up as well. It's down to the last 2 here. I mean, this is what I wanted to see, right? These fast action, these fast, decisive calls coming from KSU on this attack side like we know they have the ability to. Now it's down to Stolen. Only with the Sheriff. Not too long for this world. I think he wants to try to save the best he can, but they're going to push forward. He managed to get 1, goes for 2, good for 3. The Sheriff is in town, baby. Has to reload, has a little bit of time to work with. Managed to pick up a Phantom. Tries to check one corner, but the high-low mix can catch him, and it will. Quakey making sure Stolen doesn't have any hero plays successful in this game.
I started to believe.
I started to believe too. I did too.
He got that 3rd kill, and I jumped out of my seat. I started to believe in Stolen. Close. That was a little bit scary. And on that high-low, if he managed to get one of those kills and get off that angle,
yeah,
I don't think there was a single player on the face of this planet that was stopping him in that moment.
Man.
Oh my.
Well, Pat and the KDA looking pretty good and getting a lot of credits in the back of it too. Buy his homie a gun. This one's on the house. I got you, brother.
And now we have Sharp with that famous operator that he loves so much. And it's going to be the Tour de Force coming out of the side of Chamber. Sharp getting a kill well full-blinded on Key, saving his dash and managing to reposition and now holding short. And we have Mist Hollow getting a little bit aggressive with this Tour de Force, but Grizz hiding in the corner finds Mist Hollow before he could turn around and gets the pick to make it 3 versus 5. KSU at the disadvantage.
That was so clean. Just getting that op to open everything up. They ditched the Odin, staying with the op, still using these powerful weapons to the best of their ability. Now slowing down the tempo dramatically here. As KSU want to pick their mark carefully and correctly. They're trying to hit on to B site, which could come back to bite them as we do already have 2 there. But Grizz does get spotted in garage through the doors. So it's going to alert the rest of KSU. Maybe, hey, we don't want to hit here. Maybe we need to go around. But no, they're seeming hard commit to B. They want to try and catch out Kroll here, and they do. Gets him in the leg, and he's down. Fast push. They're committing the pit, I believe. No, the Nightfall, rather. Going to be thrown up by KSU. Grizz on a good spot could ruin their day. Wants to dash in, get a little bit of lightning going. Grizz is good for one. Tries to go for two, not quite there, but on the back end of things, Stolen trying to steal away this round, and he does. Santa Monica College stop KSU in their tracks. The idea was nice, but it wasn't quite there all the way.
Yeah, Grizz being able to get that kill well full blinded kind of thwarted the entire post-play plan of KSU to hold that site. And they just fell one by one, not being able to clear each other's angles. Such a big map with so many places to enter each site. So, again, Eco looking pretty even on both sides. It looks like he is going to opt to use a Bucky when he has enough to buy a gun. I believe he's going to pop out the knives here, and we'll see what they can do with this.
Ooh, man. Bucky in hand, just dash up, shoot, get out, do what you can. See how well this goes for KSU. They had tried to play the long game, the long round in the last one. Went down about last minute, but didn't really make anything happen. Now they're just going to brute force their way in, picking off too quick near lobby. Does have an open side that could go for this, but look it out in mid. Stolen once again. Trying to play spoiler here. Trying to rally the troops. We're getting onto the C side. Not quite the first one's there. Quakey will go and get the plant. Stolen knows something's going on. The dart reveals some information for one. Tries to go for two. Holding out for the homies before they arrive. Not quite there, but this does give them better odds. I say that as, unfortunately, Kai 5 gets dropped before anything can happen. And Sharp, I don't believe they want to try to play into that 1v4. Will go up for the save here. I mean, very quick, decisive action from KSU, resulting in a round.
Yeah, that was absolutely a blunder on the side of SMC to start that round, having the Neon and Omen run it down C long, and they spotted out the enemy Omen right away, and it looks like they kind of tunnel visioned onto him, throwing a bunch of util at him in that little cubby behind C main, which allowed Quakey to just swing out and kill both, not even looking at him. They were just too focused onto that Omen. So I do believe that was a little bit of a misplay by Cruel on the play calling.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a GG go next type. Still pretty even, all things considered. I mean, again, majority of the games that have been played this weekend have just been very, very close. All the way down to the wire. So it's not too surprising that we are in this situation. Not too surprising that they have hit at this juncture. It's just a matter of how far can they push on forward? How do they escalate the lead that they already have? So KSU really wanting to utilize this gun round, this full buys, to keep this momentum up, keep this tempo up. Widen that gap. You don't want to be just in front one round in front of your opponent. You're trying to establish that distance. And back should do so.
Lord Fry is going to use the Phoenix ult from a little bit of a weird spot. Doesn't give him enough time to clear any bit of sight besides short on A. And now it looks like KSU is going to take a step back, kind of reset, and it looks like their sights are set on mid, which they are going to meet Viper and Omen sitting on that B site when they go to entry this.
I do love that they are split up so heavily to cover all the bases. Kroll almost gets spotted just walking through, but he got Stolen to watch his back as Fries immediately drops. Now the onus, how do we want to play this one out? They are down a man. Looking still towards the B side, like you said. Heavy favorite into the site hit. Attempt to walk through garage here, though. Kroll is watching. Kroll is there. The potential for damage is high, and Sharp in the back corner gets him through the wall, and Kroll made his appearance known. Good for one, tries to go for two, but it's okay. He has homies to back him up as Sharp makes it look so effortless, taking them all down. Plans of KSU have been dashed, and once again we have a tied game.
What a shot from Sharp on a missed hollow. He, with the op in hand, flicked 90 degrees and found Miss Hollow just shoulder peeked out on long and managed to hit the shot on him. Another, I think, misplay by SMC. They're peeking a little bit too slow into the operator that's in the hands of Sharp there. I think if they want to see more success on the rest of this half, I think they have to utilize the fact that they have two very fast agents in Neon and Jet, and I think they have to really run it in as fast as they can. Allow themselves maybe get one or two picked off, but they will get sight after that, hopefully with a kill to boot.
Okay, this is where things get a little dicey. We are about, in the mid-game points at this juncture. Full ultimate, full spread for the side of Santa Monica. Now, Jane, I'm not a betting man. That's why I don't do good well in Vegas. But if we're going to a round where the team has 5 ultimates, surely you would think they would win this round pretty handily.
I would like to believe so, but having your smokes agent go down very fast like Kroll just did is kind of unfortunate because they can't really, they don't have any more smokes to throw up for that post plant besides that Viper wall that was pre-placed on the front of B main. Looks like we're going to get Sova ult out now. Trying to find Quakey, can't quite find it. Mist Hollow swinging and Sharp with those knives, can't find the kill on a Mist Hollow. Half health now, picked up the operator that was in the hands of Sharp, and it is now KSU's round to lose.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stolen is still alive. So one thing Santa Monica got proven to me, if Stolen is still alive, they can make some crazy things happen. This Grizz is going to throw up the walls and jump straight into the danger zone. Managed to get 1 for 2, and Stolen still staying alive for as long as he can. Unfortunately, gets 3, but falls to the might. Miss Hollow grabs the op at that.
Stolen.
What a round.
Stolen is turning this game into his own. He is so locked in, and he wants this win more than anyone else in this lobby right now. The shots he's hitting, the way he's playing, it's just he knows that he believes in himself, and he believes he's the best person in this lobby, and he's taking those 1v1s, and he's winning them almost every single time now.
I mean, I'm just baffled, you know, the fact that this Viper is top fragging out of everybody in the server. And it's like KSU are really just playing as such a good unit, I would say, as opposed to the individuals from Santa Monica, which is something that you really need to lock in on. Kroll has been good at playing spoiler in a lot of these key fights, but it's just not quite enough. So we need to see Santa Monica really play as a unit and lock in. Here is Kai5 going to get a lot of info just off of one little jump and still completely blinded, finds the shot straight to the head. My man is hindered and still gets the work done. That's a lot of damage done initially to KSU here, taking down the Jet. Sharp wants to come back up his boy. The firewall will blind them and prevent them from sight for just a moment. But Dasani wrapping around the side, he's going to do the thing again. I've seen this play 1,000 times before, and it has ended badly every single time. But what do you mean, Sharp? You just broke the barrel out through the smoke to claim it. The bodies will fall in subsequent fashion as Santa Monica College holding on so hard for KSU. It's only Miss Hallow has to clutch a 1v2 and has to get the defuse in the backside. Underheld, pops over. What a shot. One out of the barrel to take down Cole. Gets 2. Clutch up, baby. KSU pulling ahead.
What? Sharp? He just
It don't
knew.
make no sense.
That does not make.
sense.
I guess they've watched film. They know that Dasani loves that corner, and Sharp just he felt it. It was divine intervention right there. Sharp was like, no, he's in that corner. I'm gonna shoot 1 bullet, get this kill, and I'm taking Dasani down. And they do it. Luckily, Mist Hollow was there, and Mist Hollow is here to play and here to win. Hitting both of those 1-taps as crisp as he can. Beautiful shots out of him. And now KSU has hit that point where they have at worst tied this half. And now they could go away with this round, finding a lot of damage onto Stolen backside C, who again gives up the rest of the site. But we do see KSU using a lot of their utility to clear the rest of site when it is already empty.
It's just so funny because most of the players don't even play with sight. They're getting these kills and these frags completely blinded, completely flashed, and it's what it is. Intuition is just there. But again, look at the sight stacking here. This is quite terrifying. The spike is down, by the way. They haven't even actually planted it. But Miss Hal is going to go get the first one. KSU stacking up on C-side like they're the defenders. What are we doing here? It's a full-on, just everybody gets a piece round for KSU. The most defensive attack side play I've seen.
Yeah, going into the last round of this half, KSU looks like they know that they can take these sites for free now, and their post-plant hold is way too dangerous for SMC to play the game how they've been playing it for these past 2 days now. SMC give site, and they believe that they're better on these retakes, but KSU is saying absolutely not. We're going to retake. We're going to hold this site down. You're not taking it back. We want this win more.
I just the fashion in which they did it was so funny, but all right, Grizz, that's how you do a nice little cheeky open. Will be revealed here. Sharp is on the hunt. Wants to take more for it. Key has no idea. Sharp is being the hunter. Look at a three-man flank behind as somebody's running towards A. They're going to go ahead and dash onto the site here. Dasani has it been as impactful so far as he wants to be. We're looking for something here. So we'll go ahead and get the plant, but Kai5 is here, tries to speak around the corner. Not quite successful taking one down, but fries from the back end of it. I'm just gonna walk you down. How about that? You know, just walk him in, get it done. But Stolen, not to be outdone. Walks up the stairs, gets for 2. Here we go. Take a little bit of fall damage. You got a bad ankle. It is what it is. He's gonna walk around. Tries to swing through. Can't shoot everything fast enough, and Quakey giving the runaround, making sure KSU stay ahead at the half. 4 rounds lead at the swap.
What a round out of Lord Fries. He just gets 1, 2, 3 back-to-back head taps. SMC, they saw a really good play on that pistol round by doing the 3-man flank, and it worked for them that first time. And now they had the numbers advantage, and too bad Lord Fries was on the other end of that, and he was not letting them take a single ounce of space from him. He held his ground and took down 3 with him.
He said, I'm bringing everybody with me. Oh, man. Well, resetting onto this pistol. Harkening back all the way to the first round here. Oh, man. This is scary. KSU starting to pull ahead for real. SMC now switching back over to the attack side of things. I do like their bite a little bit more than their bark, because Stolen's, once again, star of the show here for Santa Monica, making it happen. Kroll in an amazing spot. This all goes according to plan. Drops down through 1, tries to get the crouch shot. Not going to happen here. Miss Hallow and Dasani make quick work of him, but quickly return Kai5, thankfully, in the area. Seaside is the name of the game for Santa Monica. They do have full control of it. It is still winnable for KSU. They are poised and ready to strike. It's a matter of timing, but Stolen actually gets one wall banged through. But here comes
behind
Key.
all of them. Finds one, can't find the rest. No, he just whiffs on the second one. Yeah, can't do that in these big moments like that. That's very unfortunate, and that changed the outcome of the round entirely.
It happens. I admire it. I mean, he was perfect. If he was lined up perfectly, that 3K would have just immediately swung the round in KSU's favor. That does stop the momentum for just a moment. That does stop that 4-round win streak of KSU's for now. Santa Monica, better guns on the deal. Getting a whole little spread of the entire board. Got some semi-auto, got some full auto, got some shoddy. And I have to strike again. What I harken back to several rounds ago, needing to strike together and decisively.
Yeah, it looks like SMC is going to take a good look towards mid here. Key, with that Sheriff in hand, is the only one on site. He's actually going to give it up, and now they're going to play that retake. They're actually going to steal a play out of SMC's playbook, give all of site, and play the 5-man retake. We have Key now sneaking back into site, can't find anyone. He's going to shoulder peek out, realize there's one in window, so he's going to wait for his team to come. He's going to throw the jet smoke over the middle of the door. Dasani swinging out of garage into the Outlaw. Both shots miss. Dasani swinging out, finding a pick onto Kroll, finding a one-tap onto Sharp. This round is turned for KSU's favor. Now it is a 4v2, 3v2. Now a 2v2 by Grizz. Kai5 finding another Shock Dart kill on a Quakey. SMC in a 4v2 situation have prevailed. Key, 33 HP, 17 HP, has to fight off both and just can't do it. KSU looked like they were going to come back, but Grizz and Kai5, they said no. We saw another Shock Dart kill coming out on the side of Kai5.
He can't keep getting away with it, man.
Ref, do something, please.
Oh, ref, do something. We need to check him PC. He's moving a bit unnaturally. I don't think it's very fair. So we're moving on to this one. Santa Monica, I told you I like their attack sides better than their defensive sides. They tend to, play a bit more aggressive. I don't want to say loose, but just like a lot more free, a lot less worrisome about how the round is going to go. So, I mean, you're starting to see that ramp up here as, the players get more comfortable, worrying more so about just going for the frags instead of having to hold. Not really worrying about having to defuse, just keeping their eyes on their men appropriately. As now they're once again grouped up towards his A site, looking to push through ahead. Kai5 starting to lead the charge. That Sova drone, we talked about how important Sova is on this map. Now it's really starting to show, bear fruit. results of it as we're getting dashed in, but Dasani had the back corner covered. It will be a traded 1-for-1, so now we're going into this gunfight 4v4. It's more of a 3v4 as we do have the other members of KSU not on the site still. Mist Hollow was far away looking for any sort of flank coverage. The rest of his team has fallen. That's happened far too many times in this game here from both sides. Now Mist Hollow needs to get this done. Catches him lacking for one. He thought he got the kill, but unfortunately no. Sharp stays alive with 30 HP and stomps all over KSU.
I cannot believe SMC won that round. They attacked an A site that had 4 KSU defenders on it, and they won the site and they won the round off it. That was a phenomenal play out of SMC, winning their gunfights, and again, Stolen leading the charge, just on fire this game. He can't be stopped. He really can't.
Yeah, he really can't. I mean, it's really crazy because Dasani with that opening corner pick was so poised and ready to just be like, okay, yeah, we're taking this round. It is what it is. But no, they just faltered in the team fights again. Sharp really playing well, really making sure he sticks his landings, gets his kills. As we are lined up here. Oh my God, Key got a little glimpse, but couldn't confirm the body. As Grizz giving a little bit of a jump scare. It will be all over this B site, making sure it's secure. They're gonna take it and then, you know, back out of the site. Play for a retake angle. It's dicey when teams do this, less experienced in it, but SMC want to try as they're going to fire through the smoke. Double fire, cross-firing through, managing to take out 2 in all of it. I think it's pretty successful.
Cat 5 again. He needs to be stopped. That was a pretty basic shock dart to hit.
On top of Snakebite is crazy.
Yes, that was a very basic shock dart to hit, but it's Kai 5 throwing it, so we have to talk about it. I think I would say it's safe to say at least a quarter of Kai 5's kills in this tournament have just been from his shock darts. He's too good with them. He
got them lineups. He has them
put down
lineups.
the protractor.
It's nasty work. Nasty work. Okay, and just like that, Jane, my boy, we all tied up.
Tie game. Yeah. I kind of expected this out of SMC. Their attack half looks to be a little more confident. And like you said, I like to put the positive spin on it and say that them playing attack loose is actually a very good thing, because they're very adaptable and they're very easy to rotate because they don't really have a hard set game plan. But they all know what the goal is, and that's to win the round by any means possible.
Absolutely. Okay, going into this next one. Opens wide on C. Not even an ounce of coverage from KSU, so this will be a pretty free plant to get things done. Let's see what this retake is. Fry's the first one, has to run it back, has a little bit of time to work with. Key will manage to take out Stolen, which is huge, and Grizz unseen and unheard. Managed to grab 2, but Kroll, what a spray, what a transfer over. Getting 2 back real quick. Miss Hallow want to enter in, throw his name in the hat, but immediately gets rejected. It's going to be a full defuse. Oh no, he sees the Spectre, doesn't get it to half. He has to fight against 2 ultimates against the world. Manages to take down Sharp. He's pushing through. There's still a half. There's time to defuse. He can do it if he steps forward through, but no, Kai 5 says, stop it, player. You going a little too hot. SMC holding on to that lead.
A little bit of a throw on the side of KSU. Dasani peeked out, saw 2, and couldn't get the kill. And then Mist Hollow also doing the same thing, swinging out, seeing the Jet ready for him, and then switching his crosser over to the Omen, who is behind cover in a util screen. Both of them unable to convert their swings into kills, and honestly, they both had a very good opportunity to convert there. So a little bit of a misplay from KSU gives SMC the first lead of this game.
Insane round. Past 2 rounds have been pretty nasty from both sides here, but yeah, SMC pulling ahead here, walking into a little bit of trap. This Viper wall allowed him to be oh so sneaky, but again, yes, have one hang back. Grizz pushing forward. Fries, he sniffs something out. He says something is amiss here. Stolen, trying to steal away another round here. Dancing around, doing the do-si-do. Little tap dancing on his grave, and Stolen gets one. More Fries dropping down, but now this is the onus to go all over the ace side. Is Quakey and Dasani, sheriffs in hand, making the best of a bad situation, managing to pull it in advantage for KSU for now. Is Stolen from the backside, finally gets dealt with. They needed that to happen. It's a full tilt, full run, full sprint over to the A side, but look at the top of the map as well. Dasani knows this is happening and trying to meet them there.
Dasani and Kroll look like they're gonna meet at Dasani. Well played by Dasani to wait for his team to make some noise, forcing Kroll to walk up, and Dasani finds the one tap onto him, leaving Kai 5 in a 1 versus 3 situation. Swinging into garage, finds the pick on Quickie. There's one more. Can't find the kill there. Waited, looking towards CT now. Omen flashing in, but misses. Hits the flash, or gets the kill on Dasani, and finds the kill through the wall on Key. 1 versus 3. Kai 5 versus the world, and he loves his odds. 10-8 SMC now.
I genuinely cannot believe that knife didn't go straight in the head. I genuinely cannot believe that kill actually went out that way. This is incredible stuff here. BO1s, man, I'm telling you, they make you play like rabid animals, and you see it in the gameplay, in the server. What a way to hold on to that round.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start from Kai 5 there. Not able to get many kills early in the game, but no better time like now for him to wake up. We're going to get an early pick from KSU on SMC. Kroll going to kill Dasani. 4 versus 4 now. There's a Viper ult ready to be used on the side of SMC. They are going to use it to defend this bomb, but they're only going to put it in garage here, leaving CT and long open.
I like
KSU
it.
now using the Fade ultimate to get a little bit of knowledge. Key, 1, 2, 3. Oh my lord. Key swings out long, kills one backside, kills another one cubby. He can't be stopped. KSU finally get on the board after so many rounds of losing in a row. SMC only has a 1-round lead now. This game is so up in the air.
It's insane how much they were able to bring it this close. I mean, Key literally just on the backside, getting the perfect taps, not even spray transfers. Those were just simple taps from his gun. Absolutely maniacal stuff here. He said, all right, boys, I see what y'all doing. I see y'all, Santa Monica. You didn't come this far to lose. I get that. But we're on home soil. We still fighting hard. But again, finally getting that round back after what, 5 rounds, 6 rounds? Back straight from Santa Monica here. KSU got a lot of fight left and gearing up for this next round here as we are opening moments. Looks like everybody's gathered towards that mid spot, looking towards B. Try and hit that. Dasani has well and scouted, calling for a little bit of help here. Pre-fire, just get away through the smoke again. How does he keep getting away with this? Dasani is ridiculous in this. Multiple kills, multiple through blinds, does not care. Sharp there to back him up too. He knows they're coming. He's trying to make a dash and get out of there. Fries flanking through it, doesn't see him, takes him down, drops him. B site, the spike is there, but has not been set. So this is only onus for SMC. How do they get back into this? Key, once again, flanking through. Why is my jet on the flank? It's to do pulling miracles just like that. Now it's all down to Kroll. The last one remaining. No time. The defuse is there. 10-10. KSU biting back and fighting back hard.
So before this round started, I noticed that this really is a very big team difference in the way that they're playing this game. You mentioned it earlier. SMC looks like they're playing individually with Stolen leading the charge, having 21 kills. He is 10 kills above the bottom frag on his team, being the IGL Cruel. But you look over at the side of KSU, it's a 2-kill difference between the top and the bottom of that team. I think KSU are playing this game near perfectly with each other and off of each other. I think SMC has 10 rounds in this game because they've won their gunfights. I think KSU has 10 rounds in this game because they've played as a team.
Right, that is something I definitely, we talked about it. It's like, SMC, they're going to say it's the Stolen and Grizz show. You know, whenever they're on top form, whenever they're performing high, that's what they're doing best. KSU are a unit. This is what I wanted to see for them more so in the first half of things. And when they start to get that ball rolling, you see them as they are their strongest, rolling as a unit. When everyone's firing on all cylinders, when Mistalo and Dasani have the perfect corners to get these reads, when Key gets these flanks, that should not be happening. They're communicating, they're talking together, they're working together, and it is netting them positives. So they are getting back into the swing of things. 10-10 here. Someone's got to fall, though.
Yeah, it's Key has been doing the common solo queue complaint of, hey, why is my duelist lurking? but Key has been making it work so well, picking up multi-kill after multi-kill on the flank. And now we have Grizz full sprinting into 2 players in Garage. Gonna get blinded by the Omen and the Phoenix. Gonna get picked off there. Key will also find a pick onto Kroll in the doorway of Garage. Sharp getting 1 and 2 on to the side of KSU. It is now a 3 versus 3. And KSU only with 3 alive on defense and over a minute to play. This could go anywhere.
There's a lot of time to work with on their side here. They're opting to still play this slow. I wouldn't blame them if they dropped it down, wait until that last 30, that last 20 before they really decided to make a play here. KSU, on the other hand, still a little bit spread out, trying to get as much information as they can, with the limited availability and their utility that they have, Jet, Chamber, and Fade. Not the best at gathering all the info, but they can still play and fight pretty well. But guess what? Stolen, the lurker in the deep, doing what he does best, hiding in corners where you have no idea he's coming. Great pressure created. Another kill. This does allow the plant to happen. Santa Monica now got to play for this defense of the spike here, setting up a nice little smoke, and again playing off-site. Something they've consistently shown us throughout the weekend is that they'll go for these off-site plays after they plant the spike, but they're in such a weird spot because it's literally only Sharp. He's not faking that. Kai5 gonna try and go with the Hunter's Fury, gets it up to half, looking to eliminate it here. He's not done yet. This is up to Sharp. He has to keep this up. He has to be able to take these fights, and he does get it with a nice little 4K. Playing off-site, it does not matter. SMC got those.
Sharp there just kind of made he heard you say the Stolen and Grizz show, and he felt a little bit, he was upset he wasn't included in that. So Sharp had to introduce
my fault
to the Sharp show. I will say, great play by Stolen, kind of out lurking the lurk. They've seen Key do it round after round of just playing really, really far back and getting a really big wrap onto the team. And Stolen was like, no, not anymore. You must go down. You cannot be doing this anymore. And again, we see Grizz running into Garage, gonna meet the Omen, but stops right in front of the doorway. Doesn't want to take that fight. And Mist Hollow is gonna find the pick onto Grizz by pushing it up mid. And now SMC, without one of their speedsters, they're gonna lean towards A. He just jiggle peeking it, gonna meet Stolen, and we know Stolen won't miss those shots. So now, just like that, they even it up, and Lord Fries can't find the pick onto the Viper. Quakey gonna take down Sharp. Kroll gonna take down Fries. And now it's a 3 versus 3. We're getting the Omen ultimate all the way onto C, all by himself. Cruel. And now Kai5 is rotating into the crosshair of Dasani, and now they know that it has to be just Kroll on the C side of the map. And it looks like we might actually get a plant and save from SMC here, making this game 11-11. That's a bit of an odd call, if you ask me.
This is very interesting. They're immediately going to go onto there. It's only Kroll here. He doesn't have his backup. Actually, I take that back. Stolen has had enough time to rotate over through, but Kroll is missing the shots. He's not hitting the person on the spike, and they're just going to defuse it right in his face. The killing blow comes right after, unfortunately. So they will clean up, get some extra credit for the post kills, but that was a disaster.
Yeah, that was an absolute... I don't understand why Kroll went all the way back down long when the Omen on the enemy team is still alive. You know it's going to get smoked off, and you know they're going to hold that bomb and stick it until it gets defused. I think that was a little bit of a misplay by Kroll to even ultimate across to the C side of the map before clearing your own spawn back. It allowed KSU to get up to their flank and make sure that they could not rotate at all. And now we have Quakey pre-firing the Jet updraft. She was there, but couldn't get it. Grizz hitting the moonwalk on Key, putting a bullet in his head. And now we have Lord Fries getting ran down as well by Kroll. Grizz going down in the process. And now it's a 3 versus 4 post-plant.
Quakey.
It's a 3 versus 3.
Flying through the smoke here, trying to stay alive, taking a few more shots. They haven't confirmed the body, but they know he is still around. And yes, Kai5 managing to get it done here, revealing out of the smoke. It is Miss Haller trying to go for one more. Dasani now here in a 1v2. Location revealed. They need to right this wrong. SMC were 1 point away from match point. And now it's about to be in the same thing on the opposite foot here. So Kai5 will get this plant. They have to play this correctly. Dasani can ruin their entire day right here and get advantage first. First to 12 in regulation. Oh my God, peeks over the side, managing to get that. Gonna TP into the smoke. I don't know if Kai5 sees where he's at. He doesn't see it! He gets the kill. It's a free defuse that puts KSU at match point.
Dasani is so calm and composed, hitting the shoulder peak on Heaven, finding the free kill. They're both looking towards that CT angle where he was last seen. They don't expect him to rotate up, and he gets the free pick, throws the smoke, and teleports outside of the smoke, now causing SMC to panic a little bit and call the timeout, hoping that they can force overtime.
They want this overtime. They want this overtime so badly. And the thing is, it really feels like this is SMC slipping at the end, right? They had 2 rounds in which they should have won, arguably. 2 rounds in which they should have secured and wrapped this up. But now, because again, the team play of KSU really showing how well it works, and the key players really showing that they can step up in moments where it needs to matter. When they need to get those clutches, they will. Now, one more timeout to decide. Do we get an overtime, or do we send KSU to the semifinals?
If it's up to me and what I think KSU's winning it right now. I think they have it right here. Dasani, the water man himself, does not want to lose. Wakey, Mist Hollow, Key, and Lord Fries, they're all just playing like one solidified unit. Unless something crazy happens from Stolen, Sharp, or Grizz, you can't, or even Kai5 with his geometrical abuse of the enemy teams that we've seen so far. I don't see them stopping this KSU push. KSU has Fade Ult and Omen Ult to reposition, to gather intel and stuff. I don't see this round going in the favor of SMC right now.
Well, we're about to find out. It's fighting in garage immediately. There's a flash. Grizz being aggressed on, but Crow with the perfect timing strolls right in, takes down Fries. Key player down. Miss Hollow, though, sneaking through the back. There is a smoke to cover him. The pings are coming out. Information is being gathered and given. Slow the tempo just for a moment here. I mean, SMC down 1 man, but they are not letting off the gas. Rather, KSU holding at 2 points, completely covered with 2 individuals. B wide open, yes, but it does look like the onus and the idea is to go to this A site. They haven't really had the best success on the past few rounds. Key is there, looking to play spoiler. Does have backup this time as well. The Viper wall blocking off through B. And again, this is so tense because this is covered for the first time in a long time. Key could just put the nail in the coffin right here, right now.
Yeah, this is going to be it right here. Did we see Dasani all the way on C? Key now taking the initial fight, finding the pick on Grizz, throwing the smoke down, getting picked from behind by Sharp. Mist Hollow and Dasani in a 2 versus 4 to either win this game or send it to overtime. Mist Hollow shooting through the smoke, getting some damage down on Kroll, can't find the kill, has to back up, reload, wait for his teammate who is in heaven. We see Key just below him in hell, waiting for that drop. Dasani is going to throw the smoke on the far right side. He's looking down. Mist Hollow finds one, Dasani finds a second one. It's now a 2v2. 1 versus 2 for the side of Mist Hollow, and Sharp finds the kill to send this game to overtime.
Oh, Dasani tried to get him to his old tricks, but unfortunately for him, Sharp was there. But man, oh man, what a way to cap it off. Hey man, what happened to KSU got this? What happened to KSU is going to prevent overtime? What's going on here? what are we doing?
Wow. What a turnaround from SMC. They started this game really rough. They found it again, and then KSU found their stride over SMC's massive wave of pressure. And now we're going to overtime. All the pressure's reset, and it looks like we're going to see Sharp here pull out the overtime operator. And we've seen it once, we've seen it many times.
It's time.
This man, he loves his operator. And now we're gonna have 3 on the side of SMC pushing up.
They're just walking up?
And they're walking up. Grizz falls to Quakey right off the start. Stolen falls. Kai5 getting the trade onto Quakey. Kroll now spraying through the smoke, finds one. Can't find more. Mist Hollow gets the kill. Kai5 getting the trade onto Mist Hollow. And now it's a 2 versus 2. We have Sharp with the operator walking up towards the garage side, meeting up with Kai5, and they're going to have to retake from who I think are 2 of the most impactful players on this KSU roster this game.
I guess we're just playing team deathmatch with the way that round opened. I mean, forget all semblance of strategy and planning. They're just straight going to guns to the barrel. But slowed it down here for this 2v2. All important. Spike has been planted. Kai5 is in a great spot. Key wanting to try and get this down is, oh no, the timing.
Play.
Oh, the timing is so unfortunate. Wanted to get a little bit of information.
Timing.
Came back to bite him. KSU pulling ahead.
Yeah, the second you see Kai5 pull out that drone, you know what's going to happen.
Been there.
They're going to swing out. They're going to kill one, and they're going to turn around and just look at Sova just sitting in his drone. He's not even looking at the map anymore. He's looking at the face of his enemies, no gun in hand, just getting slaughtered there. And now KSU with a chance to win this game. We see Key now picking up the operator in overtime. I'm surprised by this. I thought it would be Miss Tallow to take advantage of it, having that teleport.
He wants it.
Gonna peek out garage, shoot one bullet, teleport back, just get safe, make sure that Grizz isn't doing the Grizz thing of running it down garage off the start of the round. But it looks like SMC is going to be hovering that mid area again. Key locked onto that corner. Grizz, it looks like he wants to peek it, and he's going to meet the operator. And Key misses the first shot, going to re-aggress. No one's peeking now. Key on window, gets Kai5, meets his...
He got his number.
He got his number. He has his number, and Sharp now finding the pick on a missed Hallow. SMC doesn't want the game to end here. It's a 5 versus 3 now, and they're going to take all of B site. We see Phoenix walking out of garage very slowly.
Jesus.
Dasani finds one. Lord Fries finds a second one. Quakey finds a third. The tide has turned. It's now a 3 versus 2. SMC at the disadvantage. Going to have to go towards the C site of this map with Kroll sitting in garage waiting to catch a rotate or two. He's gonna, looks like he wants to swing. Dasani's gonna jump across, find the one tap on a Kroll, leaving Kai5 in a 1 versus 3, gets the bomb down. Fade Eye out, destroys it. Fade Dog now destroys it. Kai5 versus the world, has 2 shock darts, finds the kill on Dasani, can't find the kill on a Quakey, and Quakey will take down Kai5 to end this game with KSU being the victors. What a game we just got to watch.
You got me sweating over here, man. Hard fought all the way through. Not too long of an overtime, thankfully enough. I don't know if I could have taken that, but it was really, really crazy. Ooh. Down to the wire, so many comebacks, so many stretches of, we had 6-round wins, 5-round wins in a row, and then they tossed it back through. So, but again, Santa Monica, they are so scrappy. They are so scrap heavy. They love to fight. They love to brawl. And KSU met them there. They met them there and they overtook them there. Again, the team play of KSU really coming in to be the savior of it all in the last bit, and that does push them forward to the semifinal. So now this does mean Santa Monica fall down to the lower bracket. I'm not sure. I think they face the winner of I'd have to look back at the bracket to get a confirmation on that. But they're still in it. They still have a chance, to win something. So they're not down and out just yet. But man, what a fight all the way.
What a game. And now we see KSU heading up to that winners finals, and they're going to play the winner of 2 Georgia teams. They got UGA versus GT. This is both of these teams. They know each other. They're in the same region. I think UGA versus GT is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Oh yeah. High kill game, high action game. Definitely guaranteed to happen. I'm so excited to get through that, man. Just, oh my goodness. It's such great action here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. On the Valorant side of things, also on the Rocket League side of things, everybody's going to be going crazy. I know Rocket League on the other stream has been quite the treat as well. But again, we love you guys for rocking with us here on the Valorant side of things. But we're looking at a lower bracket here. So there it is. You will see Santa Monica College versus Charlotte's action.
That's going to be a good game.
Yeah, both of these two teams been fighting pretty crazy. So
yeah, both of these teams are run with a spearhead offense.
Yep.
They like to get in and then open that wound up once they can create it. So both of these teams are going to be fighting for their lives to get to the start on that attack side so they can have the momentum going into the game.
Dude, it's going to be sick. It's going to be so sick.
It's going to be special.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you better not miss it. We're going to throw to a quick break, but be back. We got more action coming here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. Don't go too far.
See you.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and prevent propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
The third DreamHack Collegiate Invitational continuing. We just had a fantastic matchup on stream. thinking we were inching into overtime and an opportunity to see a continuation for a Santa Monica team that, to be honest with you, I kind of saw that matchup and I was like, we're likely to see this probably in quickly. No, not the case. And we're going to get to continue to watch these guys as they move forward down to the lower bracket. But hey, they're not dead down in that lower bracket.
Down but not out. And we also thought the same thing up here. We saw Santa Monica versus KSU. We thought that was going to be an absolute blowout. And it started to look that way at the beginning of the game, and they just relentlessly clawed their way back, forced that overtime. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it happen. They couldn't get the win out of it. But they just showed us on that last match that they are not going to go down without fighting their entire bodies out.
I listen, I got a very unique perspective. I got the opportunity to be watching from out there, from just behind the players, and on the Santa Monica side as well. The passion that was there was kind of insane. Also, some individuals that we'll probably talk about when we get a little bit deeper were absolutely capable of basically rallying the team. Sharp was a guy that was every single time there was a big turning point moment. It was like, guys, we got this. We're going to be taking that next step. And that was really inspiring, even in what ended up being a loss. That's what gives me a whole lot of hope for what this next matchup is going to be with Charlotte up against them. For this Charlotte team, listen, they came into this as underdogs. I mean, we started the stream getting the chance to look at them, and they played a really competitive game on Lotus. And I personally was really impressed with their ability to turn rounds that were already sort of lost. Pichu did some incredible work on, well, in that case, we saw the Waylay, but on the Duelist, whatever map we're going to see, likely not a Waylay unless it's going to be Lotus again. But the good news is that I think I'm excited for what that is meant to bring. What were the individuals that you were most impressed with when we're talking about the Santa Monica side of things?
It's got to be Sharp and Grizz. Both of those guys, they look like they can control the pace of the team very well. And it looks like they do it flawlessly. They're able to dictate every move that they are going to make on their attacking half. And they do it with an iron fist almost. Like, they get into sight, and that is their sight. They will not give it up. They will not let you stop them. They are going to get in, and they are going to make their space.
We saw some Haven. We saw Lotus, as we were talking about. To be honest with you, I feel like we're likely to see some of the same, mostly because I don't know if this is true for every collegiate team, but why does every collegiate team only play Lotus and Haven right now? What is happening? Yeah. What is occurring? You've recently been in that space. Is that not real?
Oh yeah, no. We definitely prioritized Lotus the day it came into the pool. We started scrimming it, and it quickly became in our top 2 favorite maps. So every team I think it's easy to play both sides of the map on it. You could slow everything down on attack and defense. You could really take your time because they're bigger maps width-wise, but they're very short maps. And actually, it looks like we're going to be playing Breeze with SMC banning out both of those 3-site maps themselves.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I feel like we've got an opportunity for watching what maybe SMC hasn't been able to show us just yet. Santa Monica, we've seen what they can do. I think that for Charlotte, their capabilities are clear. They're willing to play on basically any of those maps. They're looking to play, I'm going to say the most common maps in the pool. They're happy to do that. But to bring us to Breeze, I feel like that's a little bit of surprise. Probably a surprise for Charlotte as well, very likely. So I'm currently interested to kind of see the style that Charlotte was putting together when we watched them on Lotus. I think that they were, especially on the defense, very rotate heavy. They made a lot of early decisions, and sometimes that left them out in the open, and it also worked out pretty brilliantly at times. So that's not really unless you're taking heavy mid control. I don't know that they're going to be able to do that on the defensive Breeze nearly as easily. It's going to have to be individuals who are self-sufficient as opposed to, making those early rotation calls.
Yeah, speaking of individuals who are self-sufficient, noting all of Santa Monica, we pointed out last game that Kennesaw, they play a very 5-man game. All of their teammates are always together. They're always playing off of each other. And Santa Monica is kind of the opposite of that, where they're 5 individuals that will always triumph in those 1-versus-1 fights. And I really think that Breeze is a really good map for that, especially into a team that likes to rotate a lot. Breeze is a really, really tough map to rotate on because of how big it is and how many obstacles there are in the way of that rotation.
I mean, and that, I mean, it empowers aggressive lurking as well. That's something that we got to see, I feel like, multiple times in that matchup that Charlotte played, but they were the ones getting punished for that. And so that's going to be another thing that I'm keen to see if that continues. But we're going to jump into agent selection. We've got an opportunity to move on here. It's in the lower bracket now. This is for all the marbles. You lose, you're out at the moment.
Yeah, and I hate to give predictions early based on teams. Charlotte's going home. After this game, Charlotte will be... I don't think they're winning this game at all.
Wow.
Breeze is one of the only maps on this game where I say that an agent is absolutely vital. And the agent that Charlotte is missing is that Viper. And for a map like Breeze, I think she is just too pivotal, too effective on both sides of the map. I think you need to play Viper to be successful on this map.
I mean, I tend to agree with you, especially with the Viper point. And it is really odd not to be seeing a Viper. Also, I was saying we might not see a Waylay unless we play Lotus. Got a Waylay. I mean, to be fair, it can work pretty well on Breeze. Not a crazy pick by any means, but speaking of maybe a little bit crazy picks, I feel like going Chamber right now is a little bit wild. I haven't gotten to play very much with the changes, but I've been seeing the tweets. The tweets have been spicy along the lines of "My agent is dead. Oh my gosh, please fix it."
No, I understand why at first it felt that way, but Chamber has made his staple back into the competitive scene, and even like just running competitive with your friends. Like Chamber will always be a staple there. He's too good. He has the trip. He has the long range, but it's going to be a little rough to see Chamber kind of substitute the lack of the Viper on the side of Charlotte.
We'll see how this is going to work out. Defensively, Charlotte on the start. Santa Monica, team that I have yet to get to see, but like I was saying, I was watching behind them, and the individual vibe, I feel like, was fantastic. They were moving as a unit, and it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, if you haven't watched this team much before, the only thing I'm going to say is expect me to freak out every time Kai5 equips the shock dart in his hands, because he will do damage with it every single time. His geometry is just at a level of that which no one can ever reach.
High praise indeed. A very slow start here for Santa Monica. They are waiting for aggression. And at first, they weren't getting that, though. Pichu making a move down mid for the time being. Still very, very slow, the Santa Monica squad. Eventually going to assemble outside of B.
Yeah, playing into a team like Charlotte, you know that they're going to play their angles very tightly, and they're only going to send one or two to kind of move around the map and get information. And it looks like Pichu is going to have really good timing on this. Gonna find Sharp, gonna find the tag, but no kills going across yet. Sharp at 54 HP, and the Jet on Santa Monica is going to be one shot. Now we have Valorant holding on to the elbow position. Grizz almost showing himself, but not yet. Ruta swinging out, getting two, and getting traded out by Grizz. Valorant now getting a pick onto Kai5, leaving SMC in a 2 versus 3.
They had the stock. They had everybody here. Charlotte, 3 players initially on the site. Cruel going to work his way back in. Lost Grizz, and it's only going to be a 1-for-1. The Sif will shut that down. It is Charlotte who come out swinging on this pistol. Very passive performance there from Santa Monica, and they come back in.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really well-played round by Charlotte. They took a little bit of space at a time. They didn't overextend themselves, and then eventually they exploded out onto site, finding those 1 versus 1 picks that they needed to get to take the site, and then they just held flawlessly. 2 men per angle, just making sure that they could not retake.
You know, it also really helps the information that was being gathered early there. It was Pichu, rather, who was at elbow. Getting that information, that allows them that rotate, and that's part of the reason if you're going to play slow, you got to make sure that that kind of information gathering isn't occurring, because if it is, you're going to be walking into a stack more often than not.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. I didn't even think of that, but they were able to get that rotate out early off of Pichu, and Pichu's now going to swing with the Outlaw into Stolen. Can't find the kills there. Now switching to the Classic, gets knocked down to 7 HP.
They're pinched right now, coming in from elbow as well. This is a tough spot. Ruda has to play defense, and I wish that we were seeing a little bit more of an aggressive stance on the mid side of that push, but a fantastic shot. Neon on neon violence.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Grizz, and now Pichu is going to open up the Slaughterhouse, finding the pick onto Kroll. Grizz sliding across, getting the trade back on. Every kill so far this round has had an immediate reaction by a kill going towards the enemy team.
Safe. Going to be all alone. Has a whole lot of heavy lifting to do as well. Viper wall up in his face, and moving in is Grizz alone. The plant was going down, so there's no possibility for a refrag. Thankfully, Kai comes flying in, and that is another recovery. 1v2. Kai doing everything that they possibly could to reload onto the Guardian, but playing together are Charlotte. It's a great first shot from Kai. Insane adjustment, and now they have the chance to win this. Aiden just going to get the half inside of the smoke. No, on the stick. Absolutely ludicrous from Aiden. Sticks the defuse, and despite 3 kills, Kai will lose the round.
What a play of courage by Aiden. He knows that he's lower in health. He knows that he doesn't have the gun advantage, so he's just going to smoke the bomb, stick it, and hope that Kai overthinks it too much, thinks he's going to get half, and then just wants to hop off and fight. But no, Aiden just stuck it through, because the saying comes true yet again. Pros don't fake. Pros will never fake. Aiden knew that if he held it, he had it, and he did.
All right, but in defense, pros do have.
Pros do have. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the ballsy call. Just to be willing to commit to that. Like you said, knowing that you're at a disadvantage, and with so much time on the clock, too. Crazy it feels like to stick. You're never going to be anticipating that. Faster moves over towards the A site here for SMC. Santa Monica get access, and well, considering the E-code last round and almost won, this is a fantastic opportunity for them to wrestle control of this map early.
Absolutely. And Charlotte taking a page out of Santa Monica's book, commonly giving that site up and then having a 5-man retake. That is the name of Santa Monica's game. And let's see if Charlotte can actually take their game and turn it on them.
Oh, and I just realized, despite losing all but one player, they still are bonusing here. So not a whole lot in the form of weaponry, and it's a bloodbath trying to re-enter both sides. It's a brilliant crossfire. Stolen holding down the door side of this, and Pichu has at least taken one player got out, but this is not going to be a long-term strategy. Pichu down. It's Sharp on for 3, and I can already hear them. They're getting loud over there, Santa Monica. That was one of the things that I was really interested to continue seeing. They had so many moments where they were just screaming.
Yeah, Santa Monica's played back to back to back now, and they have to be tired and they have to be warmed up. So the tensions are there. They don't want to lose and go home after playing all day today. They had to play 1, they had to play 2, and now they're forced to play 3 games, no breaks, no intermissions between. They're just going today, and they look mighty good today. And now we have Valorant getting spotted on a Sova Dart down mid into the tunnel area. Grizz running it up elbow, spotting the chamber trip, destroying it, now throwing up his wall. Just jump spotting elbow, seeing if anyone is peeking, but Sharp walking up to site. Going down to Ruda. Grizz sliding around the corner, getting Valor Leaks. Kai 5 getting the pick on Ruda, and then Pichu getting the kill on Grizz, forcing a 3 versus 3 situation.
They're going to be rotating, obviously. I mean, Charlotte, they've lost everyone there on the site for a hot second. Obviously, Reclear coming back in, the Waylay pushing back into middle, but this has already been pushed, already been found. Insane shot there from Aiden. Is Stolen will go down. That was the forward range position that was there for Santa Monica. Great hold for Kai. The plant should go down. I say that. Cruel. Going onto the flank, and Aiden has TP'd onto the site.
It looks like Santa Monica might be rotating out. They are. They're going to leave A with 35 seconds left and go all the way to B. And the players of Charlotte don't know where they went. They have no idea that this is happening right now. And it looks like Kroll is just going to stroll into site for free.
I mean, if it's not safe over on the A site, fair enough. Making their way back over. Hunter's Fury as well as a possibility. Lots of options and time for this post plant to get formulated.
Yeah, and this is a really smart play from Kroll, because Charlotte has to know that Santa Monica has a tendency of planting the bomb and evacuating site, just letting their util carry their post plant, and Kroll sitting in elbow.
Love it.
Unknown to the players of Charlotte. Looks like he's going to pop over this box. He waits for the shock dart to come out and finds both picks back to back, securing this round for Santa Monica.
I love that. Oh, I was going to say, I love that they didn't have to use the Hunter's Fury, but they did. They popped it right at the end. That feels bad, man.
That is a feels bad from Kai 5, but listen, if you got to use a piece of util like that to win a very important round in terms of economy, you do it every single time. That was brilliantly played by Kroll, who is also their IGL, so you could tell that his calls are pure, his calls are there, and they're concise, and the team is listening and forming around him right now.
Tied scoreline, 2 apiece. And now an opportunity to maybe build into a lead for Santa Monica. But look at this push. I love this from Charlotte. Literally just making sure they're getting active. Some of the things that I think they were a little bit lackluster in when I watched them on Lotus was that their timings on their pushes were good, but they didn't come often enough. This one going in, but Grizz likely unchecked, missed shot. Oh, that's ugly from Grizz. Thankfully, Stolen has the refrag ×2. A double kill should be an easy move over towards A, even though there is still 2 defenders here.
Great play by Stolen, and even though he whiffed the shots, great play by Grizz to get both of those players looking towards him, which gave Stolen the ability to swing out and get both. Now, Aiden's gonna throw a blind. That's gonna hit the majority of the players on SMC, but they are just gonna spray and pray, well blinded, and find the pick on him. And now it's Chamber and Sova versus the world. Sova down to 66 HP, Sheriff in hand. They have to give up the site and let Santa Monica plant here. Chamber coming up flank, finds the pick on a Kroll. He's going to advance up, doesn't check his corner. Kai 5 gets the trade on Valor Leaks, and now it is Sif versus SMC with just 66 HP, a Sheriff, and a Dream. Sharp with the shoulder swing out, finds the one tap on a Sif. SMC wins the round very, very, very well.
Sharp, where dreams go to die if you are a Charlotte member, it seems, has been fantastic already. And listen, a good recovery from a position where Grizz, we can forget about it. We can forgive the whiff there, especially when they get bailed out. Great work done there from Stolen. We'll give Santa Monica that lead. But that was a Housies. Charlotte not on the full buy. This one, it's going to be for real. The real deal. We've got the Tour de Force ready to roll. And plenty of opportunity to utilize it. Blade Storm on the other side and plenty of other supportive utility, but it's first and foremost going to be this Tour de Force. Valor wants to drop down, hit by the utility, and won't be able to make moves. Pichu arriving on scene. Great move for Grizz, and the Blades come flying in to the backside of the site. It's Santa Monica with a plant. No contest here for Charlotte.
That was great timing on their execute. Having Neon and Jet both use their abilities, use their engage tools to get in fast. Sharp jumps over the box, finds the kill onto Chamber, and then jumps up again and finds another pick onto the Sova from all the way across site. Stolen coming up mid-late, finds the pick onto Aiden, and Grizz through the wall finds the wallbang headshot on Ruta, his Neon counterpart.
It's a little bit painful, I feel like, as well for Charlotte when they're investing early in the Tour de Force. They're looking to play active with it, but they don't get any opportunity to. The Owl Drone forcing him back, nothing there. And like you were talking about, the coordination was fantastic. For Santa Monica, you were talking about, moving as a unit, more of like a death ball type of style of play. That's exactly what we were seeing. Execute heavy and quality over quantity. Absolutely fantastic stuff to get them this 4-2 advantage. And probably more where that came from. I mean, this Charlotte team pushed back down into the depths of the economic hells. And, well, hold on. Pichu, active once again. Escape there as well, thanks to the Waylay. And they continue to want to fight this. So active, I feel like. The dash will get him out, but they will not be stopping Santa Monica.
Grizz finding the one tap on Aruta mid-ult. Grizz now clearing backside, finding the kill onto Pichu, not going to extend and push his luck any further. Santa Monica have the numbers advantage, so they're just going to hunker down and hold this B site until it goes.
Hold they will. But will it be wrestled from them? Great defense out of Sharp from elbow, and this is nothing left. Surely the flank is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Cruel Back from the mid side, nails it. It's 2 kills for Cruel, and it is the finalization. Him in the late round has just been chef's kiss.
If I've learned anything from watching Santa Monica for the past 2 days, it's that Cruel will always be lurking in a post-plant situation. Every time he's either playing window, hiding and waiting for his util to be used, or he's up elbow, just slow walking behind the mid tunnel, and yet again, Cruel strikes, and it secures another round. But now we see Charlotte and Santa Monica both on pretty close to full buys here, so this is going to be a really good test of which team has it more in this game.
Just a really aggressive fight from Valor Leaks as well. I mean, was hoping to rendezvous away from that, but not given the opportunity. Right on the money. Aiden next up, but still has some support. Great dart that gives him vision and pushes back the offense just for a moment. They have to slow things down. The access not there.
Yeah, that was a great fight by Aiden to take. Having that Sova dart to be able to kill the Neon mid slide is huge. And now it looks like Santa Monica is going to rotate over towards the B side of things. Omen is going to use his ult. I don't know if he was able to see the 2 running up, but we get stolen with a pick on Pichu in mid. And now Santa Monica yet again have the ability to just take all of this B site wide open and spread out as far as they want.
Charlotte really struggling. We talked about like the value that they have been getting out of their rotations, struggling to get those rotations in place fast enough. Hunter's Fury activated. Ruta through the double kill, moves in from elbow, and there's still more where that came from. Cruel has to stand tall, needs to deliver because now he's all alone. A 1v3, fantastic start. Dark cover gives him a little bit of an advantage. Cruel does it again. 1 HP, but all of the utility in the world to take this fight, doesn't even need to make these duels happen right here and now. It is all up to the Omen, and goes for the shorty. Cruel in the clutch is the king.
Cruel might be the GOAT of B-side post-plant. Every time I see him do it, he's doing something crazy right there. Insane 1 versus 3 out of him to secure this round for his team. And now it put Charlotte into a bit of an economic hole. You see them with 850, 200 credits. No one on the Charlotte team has over 1,000 credits after this round, and they are going to force and try to make this round as much as they can.
Yeah, I think it's really ironic that Charlotte was so passive and so patient on their pistol round, because they have yet to be that again. Ever since then, they are constantly forcing early duels, whether that be mid, elbow, or at A. This is so overwhelming. That's Grizz. Oh my goodness, it is unstoppable. He comes sliding in, and it's 2 more kills for the triple in totality. Charlotte, what round? They didn't play a round of Valorant. It's already dead.
Yeah, Grizz dashed in, or he slid into sight, got 1, and immediately ended up finding a second pick. It felt like in the duration of the same slide, it was that fast. And now, Santa Monica, they have just made this B site their home for this game. Kroll, up elbow, finds the last pick to secure the round, steals the ace from his teammate Grizz, but I'm sure they want to win the round more than he wants the ace. 7-2 Santa Monica.
7 rounds straight. And yeah, let's call a timeout, because Charlotte, to be honest, it might be just a little bit too late. I think I would prefer to see a timeout 2, even 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, and if I'm Charlotte right now, the bells are starting to ring, and I'm beginning to press the panic button a little bit. You have to change something up. At least try to get 1 or 2 more rounds on this half out of the 3 remaining. But I don't see Santa Monica slowing down at all. Again, they've played, this is their 3rd game now back-to-back. They are warm, they want to win, and they are hungry to make it to that cash prize.
Yeah, it's looking like they might be on a collision course with it, given the momentum swing after the pistol, the follow-up. I mean, it honestly started in the 2nd round, too, when it was... actually a full eco. I mean, there was like 1 sheriff, if I'm not mistaken, nothing else, and they almost win the round. That's ridiculous. And Santa Monica still able to do that. This pause, though, it's got to be high priority to try and figure out what's going wrong. If you ask me, probably got to take less early fights, or at minimum, if you're going to do that, they need to be way more successful than they have been.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing that's causing the loss of these fights is it's only Pichu going for these fights. You'll see Ruta accompanying him sometimes, but it's Pichu alone playing for a one-and-done angle, and most of the time he's swinging into multiple people, so it's just unfortunate.
yeah, it doesn't work so well. It works pretty well when it's a default. You know, Santa Monica are spread out, but as you have been highlighting, they are constantly as a unit. It's the same here again, all towards B. The defense ready, waiting, plenty. Here, Ruta has the support, but he is not able to survive it. Sharp over the top, and Grizz goes down. It is a entire overwhelming force here for Santa Monica on B. Nothing left for Charlotte. These 8 players have got to be so tilted at this point about what is happening.
Yeah, Santa Monica is just the only word to describe it is they're steamrolling at this point. They are just pushing in a site. They're not losing ones. Every round they have 3 or more alive. Most of the time, it's just Santa Monica. They're double swinging things. They're playing with each other this game, which is phenomenal to see. And you even look at the scoreboard. You see Ruta at the top of Charlotte. He has 7 kills. Kai, 5, and Stolen are at the bottom of Santa Monica with the same amount of kills. But the other thing I'd like to note is Kai 5 has only died twice in this game. That is phenomenal to me. I've never seen that before.
I mean, Kai is out there setting up the execute, and the execute has worked every time. It's Grizz and Sharp on the entry pathing, and then Cruel cleaning things up if necessary, and that's rarely been a requirement. Back towards the A site. It's all 5 once again. An execute that's been phenomenal. Might just continue. Aiden maybe wanting to just give it up, and yeah, has to. Doesn't want to continue to take the fight. The fact that we're sitting in a 5-on-5, so much better for Charlotte than it has been basically any round in the last 7.
And there comes the Viper Pit for the first time this half, used by Stolen. And to me, every time I see Viper Pit used on this map, that is pretty much a round secured. They do have the Hunter's Fury for that post plant as well. All the Sova Drone, the Sova Dart, they're all going to get shot out before the Viper can get scanned. But Valorant is going to find a pick onto Stolen, causing that pit to drop. Grizz gets the pick on Sif. Pichu with the instant trade. Now it's Sharp backside, getting killed by Pichu. Aiden killing Kroll on the bomb, and now it's just Kai 5 versus the world here. Hunter's Fury in hand. Lets it rip once, lets it rip twice, but Valorant is right behind him, ready to swing. So Kai 5 gets the pick onto Aiden, but Valorant will get the kill onto Kai 5. Letting Pichu defuse the bomb with just under 3 seconds left.
Way closer than, honestly, I was anticipating. They were considering as well the timing of that thing. But nonetheless, Santa Monica, I mean, already having 8 rounds here on the attack. I mean, they're doing fantastic. Could have a 9th. I love the decision-making, though, from Charlotte as well. I think that, you know, them playing to give up the site, even though that's what you do on A more often than not, they might need to be doing that on B a little bit earlier too.
Yeah, that's a very common thing you'll see on the A site, but playing off B, it's just a very difficult site to retake when you have no space available to you. And now Valorant is going to get scanned out, and Grizz is going to slide around the corner, go for a kill. Aiden's going to kill. Not one, but 2. Gets 2 one-taps on Grizz and Stolen. Sharp now dashing into backside, swinging orange, gets killed by Ruta. Now it is Kroll and Kai 5. They go 1 for 1, and now it's a 1v3, Kroll versus 3.
Will the King pick up his crown once again? That's the question. 2 towards the backside box. Not going to be anticipating, maybe not. It's kind of crazy to pull that for Pichu at that time, but a lovely double swing. Convergent pass at that moment is insane. Thankfully, round secured for Charlotte.
Yeah, that was honestly, that was a very good use of the Waylay ultimate there. Secure the round, secure that 4th round of the half. They know Kroll will clutch these situations if he is given any opportunity to. So they just have to shut down all chances of him potentially getting those 2 one-taps back-to-back to win the round.
Pistol round becomes pretty important, especially for Charlotte. Didn't find a way to figure out what the problem was, the biggest issues that we were highlighting. But now onto the attack, that can all change, especially when Ruta can get activated so much more effectively now on the offense.
Yeah, this is where that chamber is going to be a little bit weaker now. They don't have that ability to use his trip on defense to spot anything out, any lurks or any late pushes. But it looks like the Jet on the side of Santa Monica is going to walk up and meet Pichu first. Misses the shot, and then Ruta swings right after, finding the kill onto Sharp. So now it's a 4v5. Charlotte needing to win this round to secure anything, any chance at this game being theirs.
They've got 5 alive. They've got the B site. Two players coming in on the flank. Valorleaks being spotted. Sheriff doesn't connect. That's a great bait and switch, as well as Grizz will activate from the flank. More where that came from. Window has to be entirely left. And with Charlotte still sitting deep onto the site, they need to make these moves ASAP. Another fantastic trade to get us back to even. But Ruda living, staying alive, and making life miserable. It's a lovely crossfire. Aiden connects in with Grizz, still making this winnable. They've got to get on this defuse ASAP. Done so. Ruta, first win, needs to find it inside the smoke. Off the defuse, Cruel! The crown returns to the King's Head.
What a round by Santa Monica. They were on a little bit of a timer. They decided to stall a little bit, waste some of that time just to see how antsy Charlotte would get. And it ended up working in their favor. Charlotte got way too pushy with it. They wanted to extend their space too much, and it ended up working in the favor of Santa Monica. Luckily, Kroll, half the bomb, got off at the perfect time and managed to find that 1v1 kill to secure the round. But I think Charlotte's just getting a little bit antsy. They're a little nervous, and you could tell that they're in their heads a little bit. They don't feel confident in this game.
Well, I mean, listen, their tournament lives on the line right here. You know, if there's ever a reason to be nervous, that would be it. And more than anything as well, down by a significant margin. Hello, Peekaboo. Don't be convinced otherwise. This is most definitely a horror game.
Yes, Pichu swinging like that, I don't agree with that call, but the Sova Dart kind of forced his hand there, and now it's Sif on site going for the plant, 3 versus 5. No guns really in the hands of Charlotte, but I think they can get a few guns knocked out of the hands of Santa Monica here. Aiden swinging all by himself, misses the kill, gets killed. Now Valorleaks getting the pick onto Grizz, and now it's Valorleaks getting knifed in the face by Stolen to secure the 10th round for Santa Monica. And
They're styling.
If I'm wrong, is that 8 rounds in a row for them? Or is that?
No. Charlotte got around it.
Oh, they did. You're correct. But
it was 8 rounds in a row before that.
And it looks like Santa Monica is letting Charlotte know that they are victorious. They're confident, and they're showing it right now. Stolen doing acrobatics in the air to deliver that flying knife to Valorleaks, and 3 rounds away from greatness. That's all that separates SMC from entering that cash pool.
Lower bracket takes no prisoners, and Charlotte might just be a victim here in a moment. They're gonna stick together. Feeling like it's just straight up towards B, exactly that. But look at how passive this is from SMC. They allow them to have the site. They're confident in the retake ability, something that we never saw Charlotte even think about doing.
Yeah, this is a very common play out of SMC, especially on this map. Last time I watched them play it, they did the same exact play where they would give site and play a 5-man retake. And it looks like they have 3 coming up flying. Valorleaks in window now, having to fight into 2. Swings with his gun out. Grizz being able to turn around, find the pick on him. It's a 4v4. Charlotte does have the gun advantage, but I don't know if they have it in them to win this round, because now Grizz is going to pop the ultimate, find 1, find 2, and then making it a 3 versus 2 post plant. Grizz just zapping around, finds Pichu, finds Kai 5, but Grizz finds the last 2 for the ace and the 11th round for Santa Monica College.
Grizz goes overdrive, and there's nothing to stop him. Nothing whatsoever as Santa Monica, they will overwhelm. I think Charlotte are done. They are dead on the floor. There is got to be nothing left in the tank as they just get embarrassed by Grizz. That is not something you're going to see every day. An ace in the overdrive. Everything goes perfectly.
Absolutely. And now you see Charlotte here kind of determining that this is going to be their final stand. They're all forcing up. None of them really have money now. 550 credits is the most you see on the side of Charlotte. They want to win this round, or they're going to allow the game to be over on the next because they won't have any money.
Got to do it here. Got to do it right now. First initial contact, looking towards elbow. That's a big shot out of Cruel, and that's going to speed the rest of the team up out onto A. But as we've been highlighting, SMC are happy to just let them have the site. Love this movement there from Cruel. Gets back into the safety of the wall. And this is going to be impossible on the retake, or on the post plant, surely.
And with Chamber dying very early into the round, you're able to have 2 players on Santa Monica lurking through B main. Unexpected. Aiden gets stunned. Grizz finds the kill. Stolen finds another one. And now it is Sif versus the world, and he can't do it. Santa Monica at match point off of the kill from Stolen.
I really love the coordination there as well. You get the stun coming through from the Astra, then they swing off of that, and then it's a double swing coming in from both players, from one from mid, 2 from the site proper. That is lovely stuff from Santa Monica. Everything has been perfect from them, top to bottom. This half, same situation. Happy to let the plant go down, but you can see 4 defuses straight, easy peasy.
Absolutely, and Santa Monica sticking to what they know. Give them the site, let them plant, and we will just dominate the post plant. And now it looks like we see Viper with her pit on B, ready to use it. And it looks like Charlotte is going to be playing into it. They have 3 lined up for the B main push. Viper ulting off the start of the round, throwing her orb in the doorway, and she's just going to sit there and do absolutely nothing the entire round because Charlotte should never in a million years be pushing into this ultimate.
They're aware. They're keen. They've heard this. They know what's coming. Pichu needs to hit a flick. It's actually Ruda who does that first. Pichu close by. Great stun. Lovely stuff, but still has to fight on through. Sharp surviving, but he'll give up that space.
That was a very well played act by Pichu and his Neon there to secure 2 kills for 1. Pichu might be low HP, but look at the space that they have now. All of mid is secure for them, and they know Jet is going to be right where she is now. Sharp, not missing the shot, just unwavering, and now a 2 versus 3 for the game. Valorant behind Kroll, finds Kroll, knife out, gets the free kill all the way up in heaven. Now it's a 2 versus 2, and Charlotte has the liberty to go wherever they want and find only 1 defender there.
It's confusing where the spike is located, though, because it was just collected from spawn, essentially. And I don't know that Pichu's going to really be anticipating to see anyone here indoors. This is a huge surprise, and so the spike gets dropped. Sharp has that guarantee. 15 seconds left. Valor Leaks looks to fight, but Sharp leads the charge. A 13-4 for Santa Monica, doing everything right as they stay alive. Their tournament lives settling in this lower bracket.
What a game by Santa Monica. They played together, they played well, and they played fast, but not they were just confident. It was a really nice thing to see, especially after that heartbreaking loss to Kennesaw last game. It looks like they took their game plan and kind of flipped it on its head in a way, because they played very individually against Kennesaw, and this game they played as a unit, unwavering, unrelenting, just constant pressure and constant victory.
It kind of seemed like they went back to what they felt confident in. You were highlighting that they consistently were playing like more of a death ball strategy where they're moving as a unit, looking to be execute heavy and trying their best to work from that. It never had to be plan B for them on this breeze. They consistently were able to pull those executes, and they were flawless, genuinely. You know, the entries were absolutely on point, and if those didn't, go perfectly, Cruel had the backup. He was the late activator, necessity in just a couple of those rounds, and then that incredible 1v3 as well from Cruel. That is the cherry on top, getting to see both the individual efforts of somebody like Cruel, but also the team Valorant that was being played on those executes.
Absolutely. That I really want to take a look at that 1v3 that you pointed out. I feel like that was the mental nail in the coffin for Charlotte. Yeah. The second you do that, the second that gets done to you, you know that your spirits are low, hopes are down, and you're really going to have a tough time taking yourself out of that hole. And Santa Monica capitalized on it very well.
It's also really tough mentally when you're literally 3-stacking A or B rather at the very beginning of every single round. You are starting 3B and often having a mid player ready to fight as well, or fighting through elbow, and you're still losing. And it's not like you're trading. You're getting run over. It's 3 players dead, no trades, nothing whatsoever. That is mentally taxing to a degree that honestly, if it weren't that, then yeah, I'm right there with you. The clutch probably sealed the deal.
Absolutely. And with that victory for Santa Monica, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket for later today and going into tomorrow, which will be the finals.
Yeah, lots still going on here. The upper bracket of this thing. We just got done talking about SMC heartbreaker against KSU, but they still are alive in the lower bracket. KSU UGA. Oh my goodness, that's going to be fantastic. I am so excited to see what that's going to be. Here's the lower side of the bracket, though. Georgia Tech up and winning in their UWG matchup. West Georgia out of the event. Same with Charlotte as they will move on. Georgia Tech, Santa Monica. Oh, that's spicy.
That's going to be a really good game. Santa Monica from one side of the country, Georgia Tech from the exact opposite side. You couldn't get further away, but their play styles are very similar. So they might be far away geographically, but they are very similar teams.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that game is going to be a lot closer than a lot of people are anticipating. And again, I have to give my little opinion on it. I love the way that Santa Monica plays their game, and I can see them taking it to Georgia Tech and making that final.
I really love the simplicity of it, and I don't mean that as a negative. I love that they have a game plan and they're running that, not no matter what, but they're running it to whatever end that means. And I'm really hoping that Georgia Tech is gonna maybe force them to reckon with the fact that if that doesn't work, they need to have a backup plan. But that's something that they probably have thought about. It's a long season. We're here at the very end of the season, so I'm sure that's not going to be the first time that they have potentially dealt with that. But I'm right there with you.
Absolutely, and from what I can see from Georgia Tech, it's not the first, and it won't be the last, because both of these teams are very adaptable and capable of changing everything about them on the fly. And I think it's just going to be the decider for that game is going to be which team can adapt better.
Well, that's the gauntlet settled in. We have ourselves a whole lot more to offer. We got this Valorant. We got one more best of 3 happening. I think that's going to be the winter final, if I'm not mistaken, that we're going to take a look at today. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And then, of course, the loser final and the grand final happening tomorrow. We're going to take a break, though. The DreamHack College Invitational will return to you in just a little bit.
See you.
What's up?
Hey,
We're back.
we're back.
We've got the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational rocking and rolling as we get deeper and deeper into these matchups. We just eliminated one team. We just got the opportunity to see another team move along into the lower bracket finals, but we're not going to be in the lower side of this bracket. We shall be moving on up, baby. It is the upper bracket finals that we're about to get things rocking with. It is the Dogs up against KSU, the Owls. This is going to be a whole lot of fun.
This is going to be so good. I had a feeling these two were going to meet further on in the bracket, regardless of how the group stage shook up to be. And now we have it here again in the winners final. So it will be a best of 3 matchup here to decide who gets the first spot in the grand final spot tomorrow. And I know both these teams are going to fight tooth and nail for every single inch of this matchup. And I'm so excited to get into it.
This is a potential grand final within the winner's final. And listen, that's what you hope to see. That's the goal when you're talking about, the way that the bracket shakes out. But genuinely, I feel like whoever loses this likely to make the run in the lower bracket to make it back to a grand. That's the expectation. But if we're talking expectations, Crow, this is very much the UGA show. At least on paper, that's what it's meant to be. I'm willing to hear other things, but I've been told by reliable sources, i.e. I looked it up, this UGA team untouchable right now.
Dude, UGA is so on fire. They're so strong, so solid throughout the entirety of this weekend. Everyone had the feeling that, UGA was going to win this whole thing. I mean, we talked about Georgia Tech being possible underdogs and being able to meet people pretty reliably at their level. UGA kind of swatted them out of here.
They really did.
That was kind of crazy. But Kennesaw, on the other hand, they're so solid. Like, it's never really easy to place them in any sort of power rankings, in any sort of, estimate like that, because they are very good at chameleoning, just mimicking their opponents.
What's interesting too, they've had a pretty interesting season, Kennesaw have. Where they look like they're not doing all that well. Like, they're playing in Div 2 within NECC, and then they in their NACE Super Conference, they're with like unbeatable teams like Winthrop. They have so many good teams in their group. They were like 1-6 in the regular season, but they still made playoffs through the LCQ. So like, this is a Kennesaw team that I agree with you. It's kind of hard to put your finger exactly on what they're meant to be, because they are in the conversation with some of those best of the best. And so for those reasons, I feel like they don't get a lot of credit because they're often losing to the best of the best. But, here, they are amongst the top of the top when it comes to this competition.
Absolutely agreed. And that's why I'm really excited that it is a best of 3. Most of these teams generally play best of 3 during the regular season format, so they're more familiar with this. This does mean a little bit of shift in play style. Can possibly go back to their, playoffs and regular season form of what they like to do, their game plans and their compositions, how they like to plan these execs, whatever they're going to be doing in a wheelhouse, because they don't have to worry about losing one game and you're done. They don't have to worry about, okay, guys, this is literally do or die every single round. They can, I don't want to say press on the brakes a little bit, but I want to say they can have a little more peace of mind knowing that if they go down a few, it's okay, we can GG go next and bring it back.
I'm glad you bring up the term peace of mind, because it may be peace of mind or it may not be, depending on the way the veto rocks and rolls. We can pull that up and talk about it, because this veto, I think, pretty interesting, generally speaking. We had the opportunity to see some big moves being made from KSU, but to be honest with you, I feel like they kind of struggled on maps like Haven, as an example. On some of these more traditional maps, I think that Santa Monica really gave them a run for their money. I was surprised when we came out of that, and it wasn't Santa Monica on top after the lead that they had, after the comeback that was made. Everything looked good, and props to KSU, but those struggles were real.
Yeah, it's very much something to keep in mind, because again, Santa Monica made them work for that victory. Went to only one round of overtime, sure, but even the fact that they got it to that point to force it overtime.
OT is OT.
OT is OT. Absolutely agreed. So knowing that, of course, the gang got together afterwards, talked with the coach, be like, hey, we cannot afford to do that again. I mean, it might be the key to victory here, pushing UGA all the way through, pushing them to that point to get to that map too, because there is a chance this does go the full 3 map spread.
Yeah.
2-0 though, not off the table.
No, I've been told though as well that we have the veto. We've got Haven as our first map. We've got Ascent coming in as map number 2, and then Fracture. If we require the distance, that's where we shall be heading, Crow. I know you're excited. I know you're chomping at the bit to get you some Fracture, aren't you?
I am in the minority of Fracture enjoyers on the server. Maybe that's why I'm still in the silver and gold area. But I mean, it's
You just outed yourself, bro.
It is what it is, bro. It's a fun map when it comes down to it. But for it to be the decider is what's really interesting, because who's practicing Fracture? Like
Literally nobody.
yeah. So if it,
Well,
if it
I mean,
gets down to
clearly
that-
somebody. If we're leaving it in this veto, but
Hey, that's fair.
I mean, generally speaking, I got to cover a bunch of the playoffs for NECC, and dude, I feel like every single time. Granted, map pool change happened.
Yep.
Right before playoffs began, so
Yeah.
there wasn't a lot of time to prep. But everybody was playing Lotus.
Yes.
Not a single team was interested in playing Fracture. So I
fair.
think you're right. I think this is a surprise. What is going to be maybe more surprising though, and maybe you can take a side, are we even going to get to 3? Will it be a surprise if we even get to see that Fracture?
See, yeah, that is the big question, right? Getting to that third map. Again, Kennesaw are going to have to play at their absolute peak to get to that. I mean, if they just,
Yeah.
get the 2-0 in general on them, great, good for them. But if not, if things are going as expected with UGA just completely going through, a regular day at the office as it is, we could see the 2 in their favor. So there's a chance you guys don't have to suffer through a faction game. I mean, enjoy through a faction game.
Yeah, listen, I'm not amongst the minority of Fracture enjoyers, but that doesn't mean I can't have a good time. The other thing that I think is important about this map pool outside of Fracture, and we're kind of doing a little bit of a bit there. It is funny though. What is interesting about this is Haven. We were discussing there. Kennesaw State got pushed to the limit on that map. They nearly lost. They got put into overtime by Santa Monica, who are currently now poised to play the winner of this match. So that's a best of 3, mind you. That could be very interesting. We are getting ready to jump in. Haven, UGA's map pick. They saw blood in the water, and they're looking to chomp down on it. Let's see if the dogs can bite into a little bit of Haven.
All right, we're going to go through this agent select here. Pretty stock standard, nothing too fancy. I will say, though, I believe, so Kennesaw going to be running back the composition they did run earlier, opting to go with that Chamber Phoenix combination that did provide a decent amount of, surprise in these earlier rounds. Pairing that with Kai's Jet, it's just that gives you that onus. It's like we talked about, they don't have any, recon dart, anything. They don't have any trip wires because they forgo the Cypher. But if they do lock in this fade, I do like that better than their earlier composition when they were not running it. So it's interesting to see that they are sticking with this a little bit more unique. And that is the fade lock-in, so they do want to go for that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think there's upsides and there's downsides, to running the chamber. I feel like when you're not running something like a Neon or a Jet, obviously, especially with the recent changes to Neon some teams moving away from that. But if you're not running something like that, I feel like the chamber gives you a lot of options to take aggressive fights still, even despite some nerfs and some issues that, a lot of chamber players have been feeling. In general, this still gives you those opportunities if you're not running something like a Neon or a Jet that's going to really lend itself to the operator. So there's that I think I like about the chamber, but it's certainly a risk. It's certainly a risk when on the defense, you're not going to be able to lock down a side of the map like a Cypher will.
Getting into the swing of things here. Map number 1, the Haven is here. UGA, KSU. All right. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. See if you got the right shoes on for it.
Sure enough. UGA looking to play aggressive towards long off the rip. Over on the A side of the map, KSU on the other hand, just creeping out middle, just waiting to take the first step. And that step's going to be over towards B. There's a tripwire there. They'll pivot. FaZe might be the first one to be tested.
FaZe so good at uncovering anybody, fooling them out of color. Does not want to try and take any shots now, just gathering information. Already saw some pings and some rotates over immediately being called by UGA. Gonna try and route this and wrap this as best they can, sitting near a long, going towards that garden spot. Dasani played immaculately earlier on, just being a really good, clutch factor for this KSU team. And we're going to start things off with him actually falling. But Kai is there, managing to turn things around. Getting rid of Bless is huge. Headhunter missing multiple shots. In the end, will still survive for a moment, but getting picked off, playing towards his A side again. Good job by KSU.
Move on out there, KSU. And it might be caught. Side, ready, side, drop the spike. Great trade from Key. That's his third of the round, and it's all up to Baze in a clutch. I really appreciate how KSU at the beginning of this round really did a good job of attempting to bait UGA into reactions. They were hoping to catch somebody rotating from A link. They were hoping to catch somebody pushing long. Those things both happen, and it's given them this man advantage thanks to Key. Spike down. Flank coming for Baze. He's just deployed his last dart cover, the last bit of utility he has in this pistol.
Okay, pushing on forward. They do have a little bit of a setup in theirs. Oh my God, Baze. Actually, the high-low was not what I thought it was. It seemed more spread out. So now it is down to 1 apiece. 3 shots left. Will back off for a moment. Miss. Potentially could get this strafe in for 1. Tapping it, forcing him to press the issue. There's not a lot of time left to defuse. Miss Hollis is going to go ahead and take that W. Very, very hard fought, but the pistol goes the way of KSU.
No lie, I feel like Baze has got to make a decision there. Got to commit to doing something, right? Whether that be committing on the half or trying to force the issue in elbow or do something, or rather into CT. The issue is that he's never really putting the pressure on, and I think we saw the outcome there is kind of set in stone when you're not making a proactive decision to give yourself a chance to win by having the spike or going to push. Something needed to be more aggressive.
Yeah, I want to see Bless get activated on the side of UGA. It was the first round, get that out the way, just get things started. But him ramping up in these next few rounds is something we do need to see, because he does have those really good moments where, him and Asani both, Omen players, they love to be outside the realm. They love to operate on the outside wings through all the longs, hiding in some corridors for sure. But we need to see them get activated accordingly. Dasani, again, such a clutch player for KSU. Bless on the opposite side can match that in strides, which is really a matter of how hard are we going to make this happen.
While we have a moment, I want to go a little deeper in the style that Kennesaw were playing there on that pistol. They're baited reactions, which I think was really cool to see off the rip. So they're hoping with the pressure in garage to bait somebody to take a fight and rotate back over from A through link. Then they try the same thing when they're poised to deal with the long push as well. So whatever the reaction was there for UGA, KSU were ready.
Oh, KSU ready indeed. Key going to go and grab 2 real fast in the third. This A side is all open, all wide. No one to guard it, no one left. So it will be a retake scenario here. So going to get a free spike plant. The squad is there, ready, poised to strike. And again, Bless just getting taken down. Baze needs to come up huge here. I don't know if they want to try to fight this 2v4. Granted, they have done pretty well in those scenarios multiple times over. But this early on in the game, the economy, they're still operating with just the pistols, so they don't want to have to try anything too crazy.
You're not really worried about this type of round for UGA. It's about just doing a little bit of damage, and granted, not really effectively doing that just yet, but that's no worry at all. They're gonna hope for exits. Just gonna stand at the exit points. Hold on.
Super slow, walking through, jumps down from window, and unfortunately doesn't stick the landing. Hitasani will make Baze pay for it. And yeah, it's just let the timer run
though. No orb for KSU though.
Yeah.
It's going down to the spike does. UGA onto the gun round. I'm very interested to see how they're going to play this. The duelists likely to get a little bit more aggressive. You've got the chance for Bless to activate. That's a guy that you were just talking about, getting the opportunity to move forward. Both of them going to be over towards B.
Okay.
So they might push into mid.
This early Marshall play coming out from Mist. Has to come up huge here. Ooh. Swing and a miss. Well, got a little bit of a tag. Less than half here. It's pretty nice, actually. It's Quakey. We take point up to C. what's going on. But Sambe actually on the other side of the map does manage to take out Fries. Jinwoo, uncharacteristically flat, not as flashy duelist we're used to seeing from him. Trying to win this duel through spraying through the wall. Attacks were a little, but not enough to finish him off. As he pops through, he does secure the kill.
That's kind of a wild round.
Interesting round, yeah.
UGA, not because it was bad, but because they just win every duel on all the extremities. First it was long, then it was mid, then it was C. Everything was a little bit weird there. I think that KSU were hoping to find a little bit more success than on their default because they didn't even make any moves. They didn't make any opening play. There was no gambit there, nothing at all. So for Kennesaw, not that it's that big a deal. It's the first gun round, and they still have money to buy, especially now that Key has a Blade Storm. But I think that their initiative was lacking.
To see if this tempo can, rectify itself on the side of KSU as Blesh is going to immediately dump Fries again, not able to do anything. So now slow it down, bring it back a little bit. Let UGA come to you in this scenario. Play around that. KSU have a lot of ideas, have a lot of strats left in the book to do things with. Right now, it's just seeming got to pick a point of interest. Quakey, nice to take out Jinwoo. What do we have for an answer here? Looks like A wants to be the site of the attack. Not enough info just yet.
The hits coming in. Blade Storm first and foremost moves on through. There could be more where that's from, though. Bless, nice frag. The fact that he's surviving inside the dark cover, lovely shot from Key. KSU staying alive in the 3-on-2 thanks to Key individually.
Peeking through. Bay's actually quicker on the trigger. Taking out Key. Now it's 2v2 Dosido. Let's see how well you can tango. Coming up through the steps. Oh, wow. Miss Hollow with the perfect timing. Catches Bay slipping. All right, it's all up to side to pull this one back for UGA. So KSU need to have a better plan of attack and better ideas on how they want to fight this. Winning these extremities, winning these things, popping around the corner side, you're not having your gun high enough. KSU pulling ahead even more, increasing that lead by 2.
I think for Kennesaw, they take that slower approach that they did in the previous round that didn't really work out. The difference is that UGA weren't so aggressive. They didn't, or more accurately, when they go to look for information, KSU weren't there. They weren't taking those fights. They weren't taking initiative on those. So KSU able to maneuver over to A. Also, just a good timing on that execute. It wasn't overly complicated. It didn't give them a whole lot of time to react. Just the Blade Storm. You've got one bit of utility, one dark cover, and you're in.
You're in immediately. All right. Let's see what this next round does, in fact, have in store for us. I do love Quakey setting up outside. Hovering near the garage, looking through the doors. I do like the slow approach, the slow starts from KSU. I think that plays better into their wheelhouse against UJ at this time. They don't want to be near as scrappy because they know the dogs do get crazy and do like to scrap a lot. So,
I'm kind of split on whether or not it's a good or a bad thing right now. I feel like on the one hand, KSU could be playing a little bit scared. On the other, as long as it's working, which it is, then all good. I think it's a good, careful approach that's low risk at the beginning of a half.
Absolutely. They're more than fine with taking that timer down. And everybody huddled together into this B site. The call has not been made to pounce on the site just yet. Sambe sitting all the way down A long, perfectly angled to catch anybody popping through that door frame. They're trying to sneak through. Slowly but surely, Prowler coming out, will be spotted. Sambe now was found out, has to reposition, going to call back to the rest of the team, said, hey, they are here. The cavalry is coming. Miss Hollow could catch somebody in mid here, sitting at 20 HP, super low. Needs to come up Clutcher in mid, or Jinwoo will get the first blood on the site. Quakey's trying to get the plant. Key's trying to cover his boy while it's happening. There's only 10 seconds left. Quakey doesn't have time to plant here. I don't believe so. 7 seconds left, 6 seconds left. And yeah, there's no time to get it down. They bought enough time. UGA made the clock run out for KSU. And just when I was praising them, taking their time, not rushing into things, it actually comes back to bite them severely.
I don't really think the time was the biggest problem there for KSU. More about the fact that Blaze deals so beautifully, Baze deals so beautifully with that flank. I thought that we would see a multi-kill likely from Miss Hallow. Does everything right, has the timing on the money, but goes down with nothing at all. Yep. And the delay there on the site, it was the owl drone from Sambe that delayed Key, so the initiation wasn't there. Key couldn't get in, and so everything else from that point on was lessened because of that. This is great defense there from UGA.
Yeah, having to opt into the fight again. They know it's so difficult to fight up against them full factor. So Miss Hollow is going to fall take one out immediately. Needed him to be present in those fights. They win them more often than not. Running back will be dealt with. As now Quakey getting that plant. We're going to send some shadows out. Let's go. Where are we TPing to? Way back through on C-Long. Oh, this is such a good sight line. Okay, though. Here we go.
Knows that they're not going to be there.
Yeah, this is so good. Jinwoo has the focus here. He knows her through the fire. He's shooting through. Bless managed to claim one. Down to the long, but Key is here, making it happen for the team. Popping off with a 3K. That was such a great execute by KSU to make sure they hold on to this lead.
I mean, it was a sick opening pick there. Miss Hallow, what a ridiculous long-range attack on through C-Long. I didn't think there was any world in which we would see KSU getting through that with such ease, but yet they do. And then once Key gets access to the site, Key just holds it. I love how they're playing off of one another, tethered in a very intelligent manner where they're always both swinging, or more than one player is always swinging at the same time.
And that was one of their biggest strengths leading through. In the group stage, we noticed it as well. KSU loves to play together. They love to play these 2-man, 3-mans. They always got backup on their side, which is why it's really hard to, break this team because, again, sitting together, hiding in window. Let's go skeet shoot together. Let's take a few out.
That's been a play that I think UGA have kind of been sitting on for a few rounds. I noted it a couple of times already. They've been trying to play aggressive at B, or at least position to do that, and they just haven't pulled the trigger on it. This one's an eco of sorts, so it's not really a high-risk maneuver at this point. But yeah, I think watch out for that to happen on a gun round.
Now Sambe down only to a measly 18 HP. Maybe get a little frag after, but it's okay. They did what all they could. KSU playing real strong. The momentum starting to gather for them is what I'm really starting to notice, right? They're swinging, like we mentioned, them swinging together, them operating as a unit. Super good to see.
Yeah, I think that the patient play where Kennesaw State started, I talked about whether or not that could be them being a little bit scared. I think definitely not the case. Now that we've gotten to see a little bit more of their gameplay, they're playing with some intention. They know what they're doing. They're looking for these reactions from UGA, and that's been a key factor across this map thus far, is Kennesaw hoping to find bait and then punish reactions. Even though, honestly, I think UGA have been doing a good job of not falling for that trap.
For sure. Now this is we're gonna see UGA get more active here, even though they are on the defense with Bless operator in hand. A little swing and a miss, unfortunately, but this is showing me that they really want to try to stop these initiations. This is showing me that they want to pick off some agents before KSU make these group together plays. So they do have them all spread out, mostly focusing towards that A site. But again, Miss Hollow trying to catch people out in mid, time after time, looking to the courtyard. Wakey will actually be the first one to take out Bless. The operator's on the ground now. Do they want to pick that up and use that potentially? As Jinwoo will actually take out Key on the back end before the flash could come out. Lord Fries grabs him. Wasambe there to play cleanup duty, and now it is a 2v3 with a wraparound pincer strike. Said they wanted to get active, say they wanted to stop the plays before they happen. UGA showed it.
I mean, they tried to get more aggressive there, and honestly, that part got punished. It's the fact that Sambe goes unchecked there on short, something that is a mistake from Kennesaw in more ways than one, but he's able to get all of the kills despite that. Should maybe have been a two-kill, freebie. That should have been the best case scenario, but Sambe able to do even more with the advantage that he was picking up. So it gives UGA a little bit of breath of fresh air. I really want to see UGA maybe swap things up, though, because these individual moments of aggression aren't really working.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something that has been, in their wheelhouse. They do have strong individuals, strong little 2-man cells even at that. When, Sambe and Bless are on the same page, they're doing crazy things. When Jinwoo is, primed and ready, he can make things happen for the squad. KSU know that well, and they're going to go, all right, plan A didn't work, cool, plan B didn't work, all right, let's go to plan E, let's see how this goes. So they are now striking onto the B site for the first time, I believe, in this game, in this map at least. Let's see how this goes.
Sick hold, though, for Sambe. I mean, he's just sitting, waiting, and watching for Miss Hallow to come around the corner. Jinwoo's still alive. They have snuck in back from C-Link. This was meant to be more of an A attack, but unfortunately, they lost their long player, and so that's no longer an option. Spike plant for KSU, but they are a man down, and there is so many options now for UGA because they've got a Hunter's Fury, they've got a Neural Theft. There's all these the ultimates available to them.
Okay, let's see how we play with this. Look how they are spread, hitting every single corner of this B side, leaving no room for KSU to play outwards from. They are picking them off, shooting them up like fish in a barrel. Dasani trying to stand defiantly. He's the last one left. They are cornering him into the back, and he will not be able to survive for too much longer. UGA corner their prey and strike accordingly.
This map thus far has been about adjustments, has been about change-ups, has been about a little bit of a bait and switch where KSU are hoping to see what UGA's reactions to some pushes are and then take advantage of those. UGA, on that note, have done a good job, but in doing so, their initial fights have gone a little bit awry at times. These last two rounds have been the difference where they're no longer going for those aggressive duels at the beginning of rounds, and instead, if they're doing that, it is like a three-man setup, not an individual.
Yeah, and one quick thing I do want to highlight on UJ, they've been able to hold on to this op now for the past almost 4 rounds now?
Three.
In the hands of Bless, wonderful weapon. Woo! But guess what's better? That ultimate coming from Miss Hallow, tour de force, full in effect, managing to take him out and remove that powerful gun from the board. KSU.
This is a really scary position for base to be sitting on. They don't know what's coming at them. Yep. They're the only player on this side of the map. No garage control, no other C control whatsoever. Terrifying is KSU. Gonna move in that direction. Now, their closest backup at B, Sambe, has just fallen all up to base.
Bays holding through this corner. He's in the cubby. He sees it lined up just above the head. Swing and a miss will be dealt with. So now the C side is wide open and Miss Hallow lurking in the miss, taking away Jinwoo, preventing him from doing anything this game.
And what changed? What's different here this round versus the last two? It's the individual moments of aggression. You see the tour de force holding, ready for the swing from the operator. That gets taken down. More aggression out for Sambe, who pushes back through middle, hoping to regain control after they've just lost an early pick. And it's the attempt to recover from that early disadvantage that I think UGA are getting a little bit caught up in. Kennesaw State back to winning ways and about to be a flawless round before Side takes down one with him, but it's Dasani to shut down the final man. Great work from KSU.
Yep. And then taking that off the menu. Very good job. Was gifted over to Key here. Yeah, he didn't spend a single dime. Man, so we can gift you a brand new shiny toy. See how they utilize it. I mean, that was really, really well done. Again, those pockets of aggression that you were talking about coming through for KSU. They're striking hard and decisively together, and it's working so well. And it's really interesting to see how UGA haven't really adapted in the way you would want them to have preventative measures set up defensively, as it looks like they're going to strike hard 4C.
We haven't seen this at all for KSU. This is just a straight up execute. Run it back first. That gets taken out. Great work for Bays. The paranoia, even better, can now adjust back over to the left-hand side, and that's going to be a surprise. That is a spray just straight through the smoke for Jinwoo. They've just got to stop. KSU stopped at the door. In fact, it slammed right in their face.
Yeah, but now they got to take that exit ramp all the way through. Hard call made. We need to pivot. We need to rotate. But to where is the question? Mid is completely walled off. Mid is completely covered. B site, they're daring you to try to step through to it. So
you can take a risk with Sambe's position here because you have this man advantage. A fantastic spot might be cleared, but it might not be.
Yeah, the eyes are watching it, man. Sambe has this great pressure right outside of window and courtyard. He does have backup in the form of a Cypher coming through garage. Timer ticking down. Sambe, patience pays off. Fries is gone.
And from here, I mean, round should be over. The last high health member, but Dasani gets traded. Great work from Side. That's Sambe waiting for the support to come in from garage. Lovely setup for UGA. They didn't even need it. Quacky Nice shot, but I don't think this is going to get them out of this. 18 seconds, and this is a save, almost certainly. Oh, they turned it around.
They have to sprint. They're making a hard mad dash to B site. 10 seconds left. Bless has an angle. It's tiny. It's there, but it's side all the same. Taking out the last two, getting with a nice little 3K. He's been pretty quiet this game. But man, oh man, when you need him most, the boy is there.
We've seen, I feel like, some insane moments from Key, but the other side of that, no pun intended, has been a little bit lackluster, right? There's some big moments from Bless. We've seen that. But Sambe, same situation, but now we're getting the individuals really performing for UGA. Could be looking at a tied scoreline at the half if UGA can pull this final round here and now.
I know they're tired of tying up these rounds in these games, but when the teams are this close is exactly how it happens, and Sambe will get a lot of key information here. Looking towards his A push again.
It's another, all 5 members of KSU. They haven't done this until these last 2 rounds.
Yep, Nightfall coming through. All right, your nightmares made real. Let's see what you got. How hard can you hold on, UGA? Dogs digging in deep. Sambe gets the first blood on to Miss Hollow. That Chambers off the board.
This is weird. I don't know why they're pausing like this. KSU, they missed the timing, used the ultimates, and sure, they lost a player, but it felt like they were hesitating before even the Sambe frag came through.
Yeah, it's like they got the first bowling pin down and they're like, all right, now what do we do? It's like this is Valorant 101. You take that strike down, you push on forward, you utilize the rest of your utility. Bless is the only one here. He's going to go ahead and take down Asani. He's going to get another one on the fries and a third one on to Quakey. Once more, dashing through, passing each other like ships in the night. It comes up through and it's a flawless round to end this half.
Bless. Angelic with those frags. Tap, tap, tap. Kill, kill, kill. And it's right into success. Victory for Georgia and for UGA as they take that 6th round with a style. Oh my goodness. Little bit of a weird moment there from KSU. Can't lie.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some reasoning, and I'm thinking it's because they lost their sewers player, and that's the reason. You know, that's a very important position, and they need to be able to have that in order for that execute to make a lot of sense. But still, to invest and then not be able to go on that is very frustrating, and that happened twice. Those last 2 rounds, yes. KSU, they played an execute in the first 30 seconds, and they got shut down.
Right. Now, this is where it gets really interesting because most of the time that we have seen KSU been more successful, it's them starting on defensive rounds rather than offensive rounds. They have very solid, straight, good defense, and this, okay, I lost my words from a really good start to things, taking down 2 apiece, but we really need to see them dig in deep, be more decisive. The team play that they have is very effective, but they can't afford any of those hiccups. You can't pick a man off and be like, okay, what play do we go to next? You need to be thinking 7, 8 steps ahead to get this done, and Side is so good on this Ghost, man. He keeps getting away with this here. Oh man,
no.
Another swing through. It's all up to Key. Can he get it done? Tapped 1, but it's just a hard, high fight for him to try to fight through. KSU slipping here in these latter rounds.
I mean, to even say that they're slipping, I feel like it's maybe dismissive of what UGA were doing, because I think they deserve a lot of the praise. The fact that UGA was so capable there of dealing with any sort of problems, the push that was answered immediately, Bless with the double kill to deal with the mid push from KSU, lots of moving pieces, and they even catch Dasani, who wasn't known, or rather didn't make his position known inside of Garage, had a winning spot if he had been able to survive, but it's a double swing from both the entryway of Garage and from C-Link.
Yep. Okay. 3-pronged attack looking to be the key here for UGA. I do like these harder defensive calls from KSU tending to stick towards mid and then make a play appropriately from happening. We do see Dasani holding down C once more. He has a little bit of backup, and that will be an assist kill. Miss Hollow helping his boy out, making sure they stay down. Ward Fries hiding in sewers with the shoddy, as usual. Not too surprising, he's holding on to that. But again, A seems to be the name of the game, and they only have Quakey there to defend it all through, shooting through the boxes. So drawing enough time, Bless will deal with him. But who comes from the backup? It was supposed to be Key, but he's flat on his back.
I mean, just some shit shooting there from Bless. There's really nothing too complicated about it. UGA overwhelming with their weaponry advantage. It's not a surprise. Miss Hollow going to be one of the last of these to make their move with the Marshal up into heaven, but
Player standing.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, hold on. Wait. Mr. Hollow, are you okay, man? Look a little shaking there, my boy. Oh,
I would too. I see a guy just creeping up on me with a knife out.
Just surprise.
About to slide that dagger into his back there in a moment. Was Jinwoo.
Oh, man.
Kind of works. If you
works.
know, you know.
Yeah. Man, living up to his namesake, trying to be the king of everything, taking over this game silently. 11-11. All right, we like it. But being there when he needs to be. Now UGA pushing that tempo. I think that's the biggest thing here, right? They are just, in fact, pushing the tempo, being a bit more aggressive onto KSU. Overwhelming numbers we did talk about. It's working well for them. I'm sorry. I didn't even see that. The flick of a century
Pardon me?
here.
Excuse you? What in the world did we just see?
pixel.
6 shots. Lovely stuff. And with that, I mean, UGA are basically out of this round.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to start fast, and I mean, live fast, die young, bad girls do it well, I suppose. Woo.
KSU, I feel like just going to be sitting back and waiting for whatever UGA have left. Split up on the offense here. Bays, the forward position, and trying to rendezvous with Sambe on the Sova, who's just gathered up the spike. Still technically a minute to work with. It's not as if they can't win this round, but I don't think they will be. Hold on a second. Wait.
Yeah.
They've got the C site sort of open.
Yeah, it's pretty open.
I mean, there's I can't tell who that is. Sorry. There's Chamber and CT.
Okay.
And there's a fast rotate. But with garage control, that could all change in an instant. Smoke could go down as well onto CT. This is potentially the winnable scenario.
Oh, they're onto the site, no contestation. They thought they're going to try to sneak through garage, jump through window, potentially on towards B, and now they're pushing up forward. Bays holding this all-important, crucial angle. There goes the plant.
They aren't going to be expecting this to be so fast, though. All 4 are here.
Up a Prowler there. Smoke it out. Flash through. Can he get it? Half blinded? No, he cannot. So now it is a 1v4. And oh my God. Sambe, hold on. Hold the door, bro. Whoa. Okay. He got a few. It was looking pretty scary. But that should not have happened. That should not have happened by KSU.
I'll just say I was a believer for a moment. And I'm sort of a doubter usually. You know me.
Yeah.
I play the doubter character, but they even got me out. They pulled me out.
Man, if anything, UJ are going to make it interesting all the way down to the wire. 100%, 8-7 within swinging distance. Again, tied game after tied game after tied game. They are really pushing it all the way through. This is only the first map, by the way.
Yeah. Well, and remember, KSU started this map 5-2 up. So this was KSU in control for a while. Now UGA hold the lead. It's a pistol round, a follow-up. Now KSU, first gun round, good for them, but they need more.
Ooh, that's a good start for the side of UGA, rather. Quakey holding through sewers, watching, knowing that they have been felled by that positioning before. Wants to try to split between long and sight, holding through sewers. I do like the call here from UGA to just get that frag back all the way up.
Yeah, this is letting the map breathe a little bit. They have the man advantage now, and on a map with 3 sites like Haven, having a one-man disadvantage, even an even trade, is really actually negative for the defense. So they're in an even worse scenario than that. So it's really smart for UGA. I'm right there with you. Kennesaw, they're going to have to take some risks, and those risks are happening now. Move back into garage. They're looking to re-clear.
Mist Hollow could very much throw a wrench in all of UGA's plans right here, holding through garage, knowing that they cross through mid very often. A isn't really unguarded. We do have Quakey there, and Fries is there as well. Hot hands to dissuade, to stop the push for just a moment. Bless, first to the site, to scope things out, has a beat on where Lord Fries could be. He has still one more molly to throw over the side. Whoa, Miss Hall actually gets taken out by side, sneaking through again. Quakey has the high ground. Will it serve him well? He is doing his Obi-Wan impression. Managed to get one before he falls through. Tying it down. No, it's a 2 left, and they are just wiped out. Side again, unchecked on the sides, managing to get these sneaky frags.
Unfortunately, as soon as Kennesaw's flank dies, I think they've lost that round. I think the reclear was really smart. They made the correct moves, but when they started the round at the disadvantage, when they had a 4-on-5, that's already so difficult. And they were 1 step behind, then 2 steps behind, and then Side makes it 3 steps behind when he catches the flank that was already formulating. He didn't even need to swing on the tripwire.
That's true.
Didn't even require that.
Yeah, that's true. It's very. I don't remember KSU being so susceptible to flanks like this, but that's because usually they were the ones doing the flanking. So this is.
Well, they were trying.
Yeah, they're right. So with someone with such a caliber team as UGA, who is going to check for those, who is going to make sure all of their bases are covered, that does allow UGA to play with that a bit more bite against KSU here. And again, Miss Hollow being the first one to fall, covering their bases, covering their backs, not going to happen. And will have some enemies revealed. Neural theft. All right, what do we see? What do we have? Just a little look-see into the looking glass.
They're going.
Yep. Full gas, no brakes onto A side base. First one in. Quakey down. Bless holding that angle one more time, daring anybody to step through that door frame. Side might be stepping into danger here. No, he is the danger. Gets 1, grabs 2, looking for the 3rd. He saw them go through the steps. Dasani only armed with a classic. Brother, you might be outnumbered and outgunned. Tries to step forward, shut down a flawless for UGA. Puts him at 10.
Side says, I'm not stuck with you. You are stuck with me. You're the ones in danger. And he is doling out death. 1 frag at a time. 17 kills. It is a Star Sentinel performance right now for Side. When do you hear that? The answer, very, very rarely. UGA up to 10 rounds. KSU, they need an answer, and they need it right the hell now. 1 round out of the 5 that have been played in this half. KSU on the defense, struggling big time. We'll see what their adjustment is. They wanted to maybe play aggressive at long, but all of the information when the haunt gets taken out, that's giving them the inclination. Hey, we've got problems over here.
Yeah, and this is so interesting. I mean, seeing Side have such a monstrous performance. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's uncharacteristic for him, but he's generally more reserved and quieter, sitting more to that middle of the pack, middle of the ladder in all the kill score. But he is leading the charge here, and they're scared of him. Quakey caught a little bit of wind of him and had to run immediately. Cage goes down, so he can't approach with a little bit more pressure, and swings in and slices Quakey down. And now that's like, go, go, go. We have to go. Seaside is there. Bless is there. Manages to take 2 down. In return, though, does KSU. 3v3 here, but the odds are more so in UGA's favor as they are all together.
He's just done a massive job, though. The fact that he gets a kill keeps this at a even 3-on-3. Now the running back can come in. He's going to be the backup to Lord Fry's first contact. There it is. Key delivers, and the Hunter's Fury is going to have to be a tool in the kit for Sambe. Recon misses. That's so frustrating. Right on the money. More than a few. Sambe denies, and now the Hunter's Fury could go down. Go down it will. Key gets the half.
It's a half.
Roll,
he's still
going
going
to the full. It's finally there. Last bullet for Sambe, and Key needs to deliver. 1v1. It could not be closer, and he's gone. He's surely done. Cannot get this now. Oh, it's that easy for Sambe.
Man, got me sweating over here in my suit, but it's no sweat for Sambe at all. Oh my God, that is a clutch of the day, of the weekend potentially, putting UGA at 11. It got really hairy, it got really dicey when we did see KSU manage to pick off 2 and force that 3v3 onto the site, onto C, but we know that Sambe's got this. We know that Bless can bring the numbers back down in favor for UGA. Man, oh man, what a call. All right, UGA needing to finish this one off. Cannot have another close round like that. A lot was spent, a lot was used to make that happen. KSU trying to hold on, needing to regroup, really index back into that team-wide gameplay. That's a lot of time and a lot of utility spent knocking on C's door.
Ooh, I feel like we need a breath there. Just a moment of solace for Kennesaw State. They go searching, go looking on this lesser buy, hoping to make the Sheriffs work for them. Swing out for Lord Fries, and it is Side to dispatch with him. Dasani, Neural Theft was activated, so he's just going to get out of his more forward position on the C site. Doesn't want to stick around in Garage, nor in CT whatsoever. KSU have rotated, but they're too little too late.
All right, we're back to see. Back at the building. All right, get your dukes up. Get ready to fight. The plant's going down. Pretty uncontested. Side holding through the doorway. Oh, man, he could cause a ruckus real bad. He knows that Dasani is super low. Key's going to enter in with knives drawn, ready to go. Gets caught and tripped, immediately falls on his face, but it's okay. His backup is there. Sambe is there. Bless is there. They managed to push it to map point here against KSU. I like the idea. I like the attempt at trying to snuff that out. But unfortunately, it was not enough for KSU, and now they are down significantly. UGA looking to take this one home.
They gambled, used the Blade Storm, doesn't work. Now they've got the rifles. This is the real round. This is everything that Kennesaw State have been building up to. A devastating defensive side that has not ever begun, not ever started for the Owls. But now they've got to do it. There's no more time for them to delay. The big long fight. We haven't seen this from UGA, but talking about KSU, that swap up, fast moves. It's back towards the A site, and KSU meet them where they stand. All three getting a kill out over at long. Beautifully done.
Okay, Jinwoo back with a vengeance, gonna get himself one in return. But I do like that KSU decided to just meet UGA. Say, hey, bro, there's a fight happening at A long, and you're invited. We're all gonna swing on it together. Managed to get that done. So now it is 2v3 here. KSU need to win this to hold on. Tour de force is here. It is completely whiffed. Bays managing to pick him off. 2v2 here. Spike is in hand. Again, A is the name of the game, but look at how widespread out the rest of KSU are. They have no clue this is happening.
They have the From the Shadows, so they could join back up very quickly. Still in sewers. It's very intelligent. I love this from Key. They're clearing out together, setting up to move back in on a flank that should be unexpected. Now, Key Ultimate, you've got the run it back available here for UGA.
Not a big fan of them running up long through here. Like you said, sewers control was really, really nice from KSU. They should have been able to use that, but they're going to try and use the smokes to cover their entry coming through, but it is spotted by Bays. He knows your playbook too well. You can't out-omen and omen. Dasani, though, wants to make this happen. Smoking through, not really paying attention, not looking where he needs to, but it's all good if you're a UGA fan because they're going up one in this series.
The dogs do it in the first map, and from that point on as well, listen, this was their map pick, Haven, but Kennesaw State, they gave a very good showing of themselves, and they get their map going into Ascent. That said, I think their lack of adjustment on the defense was incredibly worrying, and I think that's probably why they struggled against Santa Monica to find that close. They did eventually do that, but the struggles were real. Once the offense began, there was no real issues at all for Georgia.
Yeah, and like that's one of the biggest things I really want to touch on, because usually KSU is so strong in their defensive rounds that gets them their advantages, that gets them, you know, on the map. But in this time around, it was really difficult for them to find and keep hold of their footing. The rounds that they did win in that back end were very scrambly and very, very scrappy. And UGA, the dogs love to fight. We've said this time and time again. UGA will never hesitate when it comes to a fight. Sambe going nuclear, Side being incredible the entire time through. And those weren't even the duelists.
I feel like there's multiple things to kind of touch on about why that defense struggled, right? Lack of adjustment is kind of the takeaway, but what are the things that were making it hard, or that was shutting down KSU? The flanked watch was so fantastic. I feel like consistently they were getting seen before they even had really pulled the trigger on anything. Follow that up with the fact that Side had so much success, not just in the mid round. Think about the amount of times where Side was on the A site and got a multi, like a triple kill, but more than that, think back to that round over at C, where Side is faking A and has all but one member on the A site because he's solo over there. Side was absolutely devastating in his timings and his ability to pull and pull attention away from anything else that was going on the map. There was more than just those things, but I think that in general, the lack of adjustment after realizing that was a problem was what Kennesaw State needed to find first.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of time and a little bit of a break to reprieve and think and reassess their game plan for the next map. I believe they're also starting attack on that one.
KSU start attack.
Yes, KSU starting on attack on that one. So it's a tall ask. We're going back to Ascent. Yes, flavor of the month yesterday. A lot of Ascent being played. KSU reasonably strong on that. So looking to see how they have a better opening on our map 2, which will be here on the other side of a break. We come back, for more DreamHack Collegiate Invitational action. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody, to the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. Map 1 between KSU and UGA went pretty heavy. It got pretty action-packed, but the Dogs took it. But we do also have a little bit of a news update for you for stuff that was happening off-stream.
Yeah, we've got an opportunity to know who is going to be the opponent of the loser of this match. Georgia Tech over Santa Monica. We've been talking about Santa Monica as the team that probably didn't have many expectations of. They come from across the U.S. and come in here looking to win. Unfortunately, out in the loser semifinals to Georgia Tech, which means the likelihood is there of an all-Georgia bracket at the end. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I know.
It's okay. All Georgia top 3 to finish things off. Pretty scary. I mean, to be expected if you're in the know. But it's going to be really nice to see which one of those two have to go up against Georgia Tech, who I think they've been late game scaling. I'm not going to lie. I'm sure they had one little hiccup against UGA, but when they come back and fight again, if that is to be the case, it's going to be a really, really nice matchup. But going back to this current matchup, we're going to Ascent.
It's going to be interesting. I didn't get a chance to catch the games yesterday, but we saw a ton of Ascent happening. I know that both of these teams played a little bit of Ascent, but let me keep it a buck. The Ascents that they played, they weren't against teams that really were going to test them to begin with. So for that reason, I don't know that we really have a clue what the Ascent is going to look like here. What we do know for certain, though, is that Kennesaw State elected to bring us here. And the fact that they did that after having their haven exposed a little bit, I think is interesting. It's telling. It tells me that they have a lot of confidence in what this Ascent can bring.
Yeah, a lot of confidence indeed, and they need to show it on that server. I mean, this is do or die time for KSU to stay on this upper side of things if they want to avoid having to go in that grudge match against GT. But UGA, looking on how they're going to play this composition, they might run through if it's a standard one, if they want to do anything a little bit funky, to be determined. It's just starting off again on defense.
I'm wondering if they're going to run a Phoenix again, because I feel like that's at least in the past has been a map that you can run that Phoenix on. But I don't want to say that Jinwoo didn't play well, because I don't think that's what happened. I think Jinwoo played fine, but I do feel like they could have gotten more value out of a different duelist. That's the way I feel about it. And listen, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. I'm just a dude watching the game. It's certainly a situation where they're going to know more in the TeamSpeak about what that's meant to do, about the role that he's meant to play. But it did feel like that there could have been more where that came from at the very least.
So that is the biggest thing, right? So Jinwoo normally does play more high octane, the Neons, the Jets, the Waylays in the duelist role. So for him to switch over and play the Phoenix on the last map, it was a really interesting look. So definitely thinking they are going to put him back on a more agency heavy agent for this next map, for Ascent here, to allow him to go a little bit crazy. Unless they just want, side to just take over again and to do everything else. We are getting into this agent select. We are looking at the compositions, and it will be Jinwoo sticking on the Phoenix here. So they still will be doing the double duelist.
Yeah, I was going to mention as well. Listen, Phoenix has been a key pick here lately, so it's something that it's not unanticipated. But at this level, I felt like maybe it could have been a swap up. No, not the case, not at all. And for UGA, they're basically running the same composition. This is them doing the exact same thing, but instead of a Cypher, input a Killjoy.
Yeah. I do think that's interesting. This is actually the first Killjoy we've seen on Weekend being played. Want to see how they utilize it as well. And again, it's one of those agents that's like kind of fall off, and then people picked it back up in the same vein with the Phoenix. With those Yoru nerfs, a lot of people decided to.
What Sentinel have they been running on Ascent?
Huh?
What Sentinel were they running on Ascent? Do you remember?
I believe it was either Astra, I want to say. Picking through the Astra, or rather. But yeah, this is the first KJ that we have seen all weekend, which is really interesting to me. And side playing Cypher usually will actually be on the KJ here. Okay, we're getting into it here.
And we are going to see a Cypher on the other side for Lord Fries.
Okay.
It is a time for Kennesaw to show what they're made of. Attack side first. A lot on the line. Could be down into the lower bracket. That will be determined here and now.
All right, here we go. Off to the races here. All huddled. Maybe going to be an A hit. coming out from KSU, starting on this attack, but they will be made by the Gate Guardian. Jinwoo gonna grab that first frag, make it a second. My boy's cooking with fire already. Hot hands coming through. Baze looking to get some revenge from the previous game. Keeping it true, keeping it real. This KSU have to rethink their game plan.
I mean, they got to do more than rethink when they're 2 men down. Not exactly a lot of options to work with. It's just more about taking space back and moving as a unit. But this move out of B is kind of insane, kind of fast. And Jinwoo, he's going to keep on pushing. That might end up being a mistake because now there's no crossfire for middle. All good.
Oh man, look at how they're gonna pinch onto mid here. Looking through the Kobe, wants to get something back. Quakey, with the help of Lord Fries, managing to take down Bless. Really nice. Baze is still here, though. Still free firing through. The call to rotate straight through mid, which I thought was being covered, but Jinwoo, that sneaking all the way around, managed to take 2 more, claiming 4 heads before he finally falls. Leaving it up to the rest of his teammates to deal with Quakey, who was just a little hair's breadth away from being taken down. Rather long pistol, but UGA get it done.
Jinwoo might have taken that personal. Might have taken what I said personal.
I think you definitely heard us talking a little too much smack.
Might have heard me talking smack. All good. It is already going to be a run it back available for Jinwoo. 4 kills in the pistol and a fantastic victory for UGA. Not likely going to need to use that run it back, though, as we are just going to be up against some pistols. Sheriff, a couple of upgrades here for Quakey and for Lord Fries, but otherwise, Kennesaw going to leave it at that.
I will say, though, Lord Fries with the Sheriff is pretty scary. Definitely have seen him get many multi-kills off of rounds with it. But wanting to see KSU, again, play a little bit faster, play it with a bit more gusto, but we'll be forced to take it slow, take it easy for a moment. It's Jinwoo. Oh, God. He's going to do it, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, gets 1, goes for 2. Doesn't quite get it, but it's okay. Sambe's there. He's just free-firing into the smoke, has no idea. Will throw some flashes out, making him run for the hills. He's strafing and tapping, getting another flawless round after UGA just bullying KSU. Quite the round.
Bro, I mean, I know it's an eco. I know it really doesn't matter. I know we're getting silly, we're hitting goofy, we're having fun, but dude, that is so much fun to watch. There is nothing that could be done there for KSU. They didn't have anything to actually fight back with. Now they do.
Okay, yeah. We went to the store, got you some new shiny toys. Let's see how well they service them going into this round number 3. KSU being stopped at every corner and every angle. Haven't really been able to put anything on the board. It does look like they want to change tactics. No B side this time. We want that A side, but unfortunately for them, Jinwoo is already there, perched and waiting. Key will be the first one to get some information for his team. Is Bless actually with that outlaw in hand. Oh, God. Oh, no. He has the sights lined up.
Bless. Nice work. Little 2-tap right there. Survives as well, critically able to make their escape. And there's a lot of map control given up for Kennesaw State in this round. I mean, they all start out towards A. It was looking like they wanted to run their execute right off the rip, but they wait, they hold. It's kind of back to what we were talking about at the end of the first half on Haven for Kennesaw. And as they wait, unfortunately, they have no map control to maneuver back out, so they've got to go here.
Speaking of gotta go, jumping on to the A side. Let's see what they can make happen. Jinwoo, again, the gatekeeper, just shutting them down immediately. Bodies left, right, and centers. Fry trying to get something back, switches the gun, picks up another one. Running back was used, so he is secure in his respawn. Now he has a wall raised on him. Sambe taking the credit from his homie, but again, shutting it down. UGA carrying over that steam that they had at the end of game number 1 here into map 2.
I mean, yeah, and it's also just incredible performance from Jinwoo at the beginning of this. He's got 2 kills in that last round, and everything's gone perfectly. Nothing at all could be stopping him at this point in time. 8-1 to begin map number 2. That is a statement out of the Georgia Bulldogs. We got ourselves a potential one-man show right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see. He was so quiet in the previous game. It took him a long time to actually really get a lot going, but off the gate, this Phoenix providing a lot more usefulness in map 2 compared to map 1. Now, Key having enough of it, really wants to get active, wants to get activated, wants to get something done, and Bless will take out Fries for it. The split calls from KSU, trying to fight a fight on two fronts, trying to get some sort of information. They're dueling in mid. It's a duel of the banjos in the form of snipers inside. Actually going to come from long side. Take him down. Is now down to 2. Steps through. Bless. 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 Oh.
I'm loving the coordination here. The collapse on middle is just, it's so overwhelming. It's so frustrating to deal with if you're Kennesaw, because you never can start your round. It feels like you're playing on the defensive despite you playing on the attack. And that's actually interesting because I think that UGA, they started playing Haven like this.
Exactly.
And Kennesaw, they had a game plan, executed it nicely, and they got a lot of value out of it. That's why they started 5-2. It doesn't seem like Kennesaw are really ready for that same type of game plan on Ascent.
It's really apparent that the steam is starting to run out from KSU as well. They're just not executing together like we had said. The team-based gameplay that KSU has cultivated and made a big part of their identity from previous maps and previous games, you're not seeing that here, and it's really starting to puzzle me as to, you know, they're not swinging together, not double peeking together, not hitting these high lows together. As soon as I say that though, Miss Hollow says enough is enough. Time to take matters in his own hands, managed to pick off 2 to start, but Bless just being so pesky, jumps in, takes off one on the backside, but Dasani managed to get it, but wow, far dart between the eyes, call him bullseye. Side has the Odin. Oh dear, this is terrifying. Quite terrifying.
Oh, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Missed Hallow. He's blinded himself, and he's dead. And so is his teammate Key. Dash in and blast for all 5. The ace out of nowhere. Are we serious? That is UGA Valorant right there.
The dog's going crazy, man. Who let the dogs out? Absolutely. Blessed with the ace. Putting him at 5-0 right now. This is just UGA not being able to be stopped. The bulldozer has left the facility, and it is on a one-way mission.
I was talking about a one-man show. It is now a two-man show by the name of Jinwoo and Bless. It is so one-sided right now. Kennesaw State have no options, and just when they think that they're going to be able to actually have a post plan, it's a whiff, unfortunately, for Miss Hollow on that flash. It's so easy to do, but it's such a painful punish.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. They have timeout. We do have teams that have timeouts available for them. You would think this would be, you know, the time. My team is 5-0 down. I'm calling a timeout. We need to regroup and rethink what's going on here, because
that's a really good point.
They're just running straight through them at this point. UGA already taken down a key member from the KSU side, but Bless actually gets taken out by Quakey. Love that for them. See how much more they can get off of it. It is Lord Fry sneaking through. Side will finally be dealt with, but Jinwoo still alive, and Jinwoo still fragging out top of the table. What a miss by Key, needing to redeem himself. Firing through the smoke, through the fire, has to switch to the sidearm, and it's not enough. Closer as close it can get, but UGA gets 6 clean, unanswered.
The trades out at B were phenomenal there for Kennesaw. I think that they had everything that they needed. Unfortunately, the only thing they were missing, it's pretty important, it was the spike. So, you know, trying to escape middle, that's an issue. And once they have the spike isolated there, then they've got to fight. They had the ability to get out only for a moment. So I don't even think it's a bad decision that they try and duel Jinwoo. They're double swinging. They're attempting to do things the right way, but it just isn't good enough. It isn't successful despite that fact. KSU back on the bye. This has to be the time that they stall this. Very interesting setup too. 2 towards A, spike, or excuse me, 3 towards A, spike there, but there is now a little bit more of a split attack from KSU. They're starting to put pressure on the other sides of the map.
Less swing and a miss, does get a little bit of sight onto one, but Fry's actually is going to get rid of Sambe. That's a big key down, making sure they don't have that. They do have the Hunter's Fury on the menu if they want to try to, you know, push onto a site, get any sort of attack going. KSU needs to make something happen. That is a good start to this round, taking out that Sova. Besides, sitting pretty over by B site in the back of things with Bless to back him up with the operator. This site can be taken, but it has to be brute forced. We are trying to sneak through this, not how you want it to go. Create some noise, cause a ruckus, cause a distraction. Please don't just walk straight into this, because you are walking right into a nest of danger. Bless trying to get a little better picture. He does have sight on the one. You stick that pinky toe out, you're getting shut down. Miss Hollow will fall immediately. There goes the retreat. He's still trying to jump around, still trying to dodge and dip and duck, and damn! He gets it with the shorty. Quakey good for 2 though. Puts it into a 2v2 situation. Running back is
Running back,
available.
they're going right back in. They're moving. No stop on this. Sent back where he came. It's Jinwoo down, and now position known. FaZe coming back through, and now he's alone. All done. Surely the first round for Kennesaw State, you would imagine, unless a 1v2 for FaZe knows exactly where Lord of Fries is, but it is not going to happen. KSU, they break down UGA for the first time on Ascent.
Okay. It took them 6 rounds to fall, but they will get it in the 7th. Very nice job from KSU, making sure they're not getting completely swept up in this. A lot was expended, but a lot was gained. They're going now into this next round with the Omen Ultimate, with the Jet Ultimate, and they still have the Hunter's Fury in their pocket should they choose to need to use so. They are also coming into this with a better buy in their pocket. So let's see.
Super aggressive though here on B. UGA. They're going to swap things up immediately, instantly taking out the camera as well.
Bless once again in the perfect position to set up, taking down Dasani, making sure getting rid of that Omen off the menu. The knives have been popped out for KSU. See what value they can get as Fries. You're not going to outduel Bless with that operator. It's just not happening, players. Quakey. Now, everybody wants to force towards A. Again, that offensive Hunter's Fury could provide some cover to get that plant down to, you know, force that retake issue, but they're not going to make it easy. Not enough information to go off of to try and get it done here. The UGA dogs are split, but look at this big route that is actually dealt with. Jinwoo thought he had the beat up, but will be dealt with. 11 HP sitting here for the Sova. KSU wanting to play the slow.
They might just get out because of that. Jinwoo, that was the cutoff, that he was in position to deal with that. Now that he's done, there's options. Though they're being covered. KSU don't know it yet, but mid is a problem for them if they were to walk forward. They thankfully will not, and so they maneuver back over to A, where it isn't as bad as it was just a moment ago because of this mid clear. It's just going to be the Omen sitting and waiting, but guess who? It's Bless, ready on the back of the site. He's traded, but 3 kills already. Same for Quacky, as he's got to pull off an ace.
11 HP in a dream. Steps through, and it's a nightmare. UGA shutting it down hard. Momentum starting to accrue for KSU. Will immediately be snuffed out. Good job by UGA on that to take care of what could have been a fumbled round by them. Again, like we said, taking out Jinwoo on that flank was key, was paramount for them to try to make something happen, but there's just too many members that are too good at getting their shots out faster than you on the side of UGA. Forcing them to have to stay and play at A spelled disaster.
I don't know that KSU have many options left. Feels like everything that they've tried has just been nothing. I would like for them to play a slower round that doesn't have these extremity pushes continuing, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be an option for them. Lord Fries falls, Bless escapes, and they have no idea that that's where he's gone to. So another kill for Bless before Jinwoo arrives. 4 on 3.
Oh man, bodies are falling. I mean, I will say though, KSU still have 3 really good members alive to salvage this round. It is still salvageable, guys. Don't worry. There's definitely an avenue for them to win through this. They just have to play together as they will wait for the call. Dasani all by himself, though. Bless holding onto this corner. Managing to get 1 for 1. This does spell that Dasani does have to link back up. Try to push through this. There's a little bit of cover to go out. But man, Sai, as soon as he sees a pixel of a player, deals with them immediately.
Yeah, Quakey, I don't think there's much left for him to do, even with this Hunter's Fury. First kill is his, but he's not expecting for FaZe to be deep onto the A site proper. So KSU down again. This is their map pick, Crow. They selected Ascent. That's where they wanted to go.
Yep.
And yet, 8-1 on the defense for the Georgia Bulldogs. I cannot believe what we are watching.
Yeah, man, they wanted the smoke on the Ascent, and unfortunately, they cannot handle it. They are quite literally being suffocated and dragged out the entirety of this map. Very, very terrifying. I mean, potential to grab these last few rounds is there. They have some goods to work with. The run it back, the Hunter's Fury, how you implement them, that's on you. Well, speaking of Hunter's Fury, UGA said, hey, let's let it rip of our own. Go ahead and let's stop you right there. A few little stray hits will be found Nothing quite killing, though. The killing blow still yet to be had. And this is the onus, is the go button. They will finally find one onto Key. Will fall here. Baze making sure that they don't step too far.
Lord Fries, nice shot. That's going to allow them an exit strategy. Once again, we're there, but so good from the shadows. Baze gets back into the back lines and cuts off the rotation avenue to go back to B. So now they're forced to, at the minimum, respect where he could be, not where he is.
Yeah, it's looking like they want to try and stick towards this A hit. They are 4 strong still. It is a 4v4. Have to keep that in mind. The ultimates are available. The lockdown is also available, but they don't even need to use it because they got Jinwoo, who has a lockdown of his own. Managing to take down.
It's called shooting him.
Yeah. Can't get back up. You got a bullet in the head, you know?
It's tough. It is tough. It is a tough scene right now for Kennesaw State University. They have nothing left. And to be honest with you, you just looked backward, and I'm looking backward too, and they look a little bit dejected.
Yeah. The flames of passion are not quite lit on the side of KSU. The dogs are playing so strong. 9-1. You have 2 more rounds in this half to gather it back. If you believe in curses, if you believe in miracles, it could happen right here. We need to see some proactivity from KSU. We need to see some just objectively best teamwork from them.
I don't even know what we need to see, to be honest with you. I think because they've tried a lot of things. It's not like they've just sat and taken it.
Yeah.
They've made a lot of adjustments. They've gone faster. They've gone slower. They've waited. They've looked to try and punish. Jinwoo has been aggressive, but not every round. It's hard to catch him out. And so many times KSU have made these changes hoping that they will be successful ones, and they just haven't been.
Man. Gotta dig down deep, gotta try for something here, but man, Bless is just so clean. Padding the stats every single time. It's another one on the Fries as well. Going through the air, you can't even hit the target falling above you. What's going on here? Dasani.
He burned.
Man, oh man. It's a flawless round. First to double digits, 10-1 here for UGA in map 2.
And it's exactly as it says, 3 more, all that require to see UGA into a grand final. Guaranteed top 2. And we have ourselves a dead on arrival Kennesaw when they get to Ascent. That is where we're at. And at this point, it's kind of too late. I also want to bring up, we never saw the timeout.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the teams are allowed timeouts. A few of the teams earlier on in the day have taken them yesterday. They took them, but currently they're just not opting to try and use it as it's a good opener. Taking out Bless, one of the big pains in the rear. Will be traded immediately though, and man, he's super low.
Opportunity.
Flying through the door, managing to pop the run it back, but what more can you get off of that? This is looking better for KSU. Trying to get through this, but Jinwoo stops it immediately. Wall bang through. Set everything ablaze. As they step forward, Dasani though, taking out Baze on the side. Very nice job. It's all up to Jinwoo. 1v2. Get rid of him. Instant takedown. First round in ... forever for KSU now.
Yeah. I mean, listen, getting a second round, absolutely valuable. Kennesaw required to get another round there. More than that is what we would have been expecting. That being said, at least they have a chance. At least they've been given an opportunity, but there's no room for error. No room for any problems to arise. UGA been bullying them throughout this map. And they might just put them down here with this pistol round. All towards B, the exception of Jinwoo, who's just going to be chasing this A hit by the look of things. Or sorry, no, he's going to be up cat.
Okay, 10-2 half here. KSU, known for a little bit of stronger defense than their offenses, but I mean, even their offense wasn't looking too great in that last game, or that last half rather. So needing to really dig down deep and just have everything go their way. Off to a very bad start of that aside. Will go ahead and pick off Fries, and Key falls shortly after. Baze from tap dance around up against Miss Hollow. Will fall though, trying to fight through the fire. Nah, you're going to get burned, unfortunately. So Sambe will get the plant down, and woo, Jinwoo watching the corner super well. Gets through the flash. Nice avoidance by Dasani. Good for two. Strafing through. 1v2 scenario. High-key winnable for him at this moment. KSU
still has the paranoia.
Yep.
Not going to be expecting Side to be so aggressive, but he doesn't get the door down in time.
Okay.
A 1v1. Dasani, paranoia here not placed correctly. This is surely not going to be checked.
It's checked on the far end, and he wins the gunfight. Barely, just barely holding on. 26 HP, enough time to get the kills, enough time to get the defuse, and enough time to get a nice needed shot of adrenaline in the veins for KSU.
If that's not enough to wake you up, then I don't know what the hell is. He didn't even check it. He didn't check it. Sambe just whiffed. Sambe just did not hit the shot, had a free attempt at that kill, and doesn't deliver the goods. UGA will not win that second half pistol. It's Kennesaw State that will stay alive for the time being.
Alive and kicking. The rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. And man, oh man, they're going to come back kicking and screaming and clawing. A nice little buy up here. Get a Bulldog, get a Guardian. And an Outlaw too. I do like Key with the Outlaw. Very, very nice. I do like that gun in his hands. Let's see if he remembers how to use it correctly. Things are getting started.
He's a guy that I'm really glad you mentioned because, dude, he has really struggled in this map. It has been entirely a letdown. And when you're talking about Bless and Jinwoo defining what we've been seeing, they are consistent, aggressive duels. No one for KSU has been able to deal with that. Key needs to be the one to step up, and that's why it's perfect that he's able to get a little bit of an on-ramp into this half. Win the pistol round, hopefully some freebies like that on the eco will get the blood flowing.
Okay, very, very nice pick off to start things off. Bless trying to sneak around. Spike has been left in spawn. They want to get a few frags, get a few kills on the board before they try and make any sort of concrete site hits. Seen it time and time again from multiple squads. UGA does it very well. Side completely unnoticed here. I like the spread out. I like the coverage that KSU is trying to do. It's Quaking Key here. Crossing off this middle. Daring Side to pull through, and there will be a tripwire right in front of his face here. Will be caught through, and there's the onus. Teleport called out and caught out. Bless.
How did Bless get there? How even did he get there without anybody knowing? He's not going to win them this round, though. Hold on, Side.
Oh, no.
They're going to check him.
Rushing through.
Surely.
He got
How
it?
many does he get? Just got the first kill. No. Okay, not the second. Spike should be getting down relatively shortly. Sambe got to get this Spike down. Miss Hallow not able to overswing because he's got some support. At least he'll get the Spike down. All good. That was a little scary for KSU, but they do recover.
All right, blood is pumping into the veins. They're starting to make moves and be alive on the server. Rounds back for them. Looking a lot better than they have all map long. It's 3 in a row, hoping to make it 4. Keep pushing forward.
Will the defensive woes continue here for Kennesaw State? They got one defensive round back on Haven, a singular victory for what was a 13-7 win for UGA. They've won the pistol, they've won the follow-up, but here's where the hard stuff begins. It's actually the gun rounds beginning for UGA.
Yeah, they do have the run it back to play off of. This does allow Miss Tallow, who normally plays a bit more forward, to get a lot of information, get a lot of recon done. Jinwoo firing straight down mid. This middle has been so bad for KSU all game long, and it's continuing to be the Reaper in their life. As Bless takes down Miss Hollow, didn't even get a chance to pop the ulti. Key trying to hold on strong, manages to actually take down Jinwoo and get away for a moment, but no, will be caught in the back end by Sambe. It's a 2 for 1.
Critical spot right now for Dasani. Needs to be able to get this kill, but does not get it. It is everything. Now access onto the A site, the cutoff for Bless onto Quack as it is all done surely on this one. Kennesaw, they elected to take a bonus. Make sure they didn't overbuy, didn't want to overcommit to this. Kept money in the bank.
Okay.
But in a 1v4, Lord Fries, I don't think he's got this. He doesn't think he's got
nice little
this.
gun flip. I like that. Ooh. Yeah, holding on to that judge, holding on to that angle. See what they can get done here. Maybe one more frag. He's going to be surrounded here in a moment. They're trying to swing together, and yeah, they will. 3-on-1 gets it done. UGA up to 11.
We are strong because we are together.
The first test passed for UGA. The gun round with ease taken. I love the confidence that Jinwoo is swinging with there into middle. That's a dangerous angle, but because it's a bonus round, they're anticipating that KSU likely not going to have an op. You know, might still have an outlaw, but likely not going to get the op. So that's part of the reason why he's able to take that peak with that type of confidence. But also, he's just been hitting everything. Yeah. I mean, genuinely so awesome that I feel like we talked about Jinwoo and what he could be doing a little bit better, and now he's delivered all of it.
Okay, the momentum for KSU was stopped a little bit. See if they can regain it in any form. Again, fighting through, trying to enter in mid, but immediately shut down base. Managed to take down Key. Lord Fries, though, in return, grabs one, so that is a rifle available for them to pick up if they do so choose.
Running back was already placed. Spike planted.
Oh my god, base? Never mind.
Instant.
Oh, okay. Miss Hala managed to get one done, and that's the offensive Hunter's Fury from Sambe, letting it rip, getting 2 for it. Oh my god, UGA. Come on, give them a fighting chance. Give them something to work with, and it is granted for them for a moment. Lord Fries managing to win the 1v1.
Get him. Sambe kind of trolling, no lie.
Yeah.
Sambe kind of trolling. Not only did he not need that Hunter's Fury at that time, he also kills his teammate because they're messing around. And then he's over swinging, doesn't need to peek. He's already hit him, and he's made that decision just because they're winning so much. That could be a mistake that opens the door for Kennesaw.
Yeah, allowing any sort of credits to go back into your enemy's pockets. Honestly, not the best idea. Full rifles, 2 regions, and some lights in the armors for KSU. Information gathering ultimates available. The Cypher Hat is there. Should they get 1 pick, 1 kill while he's still alive and they operate off of that? It's a lot of information that KSU can play with, and we know when they do have all the information, they definitely play a lot better.
UGA a catwalk. Looking to contend with Key once again, who's been consistently in this position. Paranoia is meant to push him back. Will be successful in doing that. Dark cover to follow it. 4-1 setup.
Oh dear. Woo! Swing and a clip. Not quite a kill. And now Sambe knows we can't go this way. This door's not quite open for us. And now they're going to force through mid again, which has just not been there for KSU. Tripwire is activated. See what all they can get off of it. Some more damage being peppered through, but no confirmed kills just yet. Low red health bars on UGA, and finally Fries will take out Sambe, but Bless gets the revenge from above. Now the knives are active, and now the push on 2B is there.
Oh no!
Quickie did not have his gun out. The worst possible moment. The worst possible moment. What are we taking a knife out for? Oh man, but Key managed to get 2 back in the corner for them. It's all down to Side, who does have the spike. Low health bars for KSU. Winnable scenario for Side, who we know can get this done. It's a matter of if he doesn't switch from his gun.
Well, I mean, he's just not anticipating for the both of them to be sitting there waiting for them. Yeah. I love that decision from Kennesaw. They make some really smart plays in that moment to just wait, just allow for the spike to go down, because then once the spike gets planted, you know for a fact where your opponent is located. It's another example here. That's twice in a row that UGA have played in such a fashion where they are giving their opponents an opportunity to open the door to win this map.
Yeah, it's these interesting windows of opportunity that KSU are jumping through. As Fry sees the whole party. He's like, hey guys, what are y'all doing? My ring camera sees something.
Not going to stop them. They just continue investigating deeper and deeper. Jinwoo's running back. Great paranoia. I think that caught them both. Oh, no, it didn't. Quack stays alive. Everything done there as Key comes from in the back line. Sambe
dancing. Playing do-si-do around the wall. Quakey makes sure he gets it. Not slipping away from his grasp this time around. Side back in the same scenario that he was a round prior, just with 2 more members. This time, keeping his gun out. Major Key, but hot hands from downtown to take him out.
UGA are playing like they just want to get this over with. They want to just flex their muscles and run them over. And Kennesaw are very clearly saying, we're not going to let that happen. That is not what's going to occur right here. This is an upper final.
Exactly.
This is for the Grands. This is everything for Kennesaw and on their map pick as well.
Yes. We were waiting for them to come alive. We were waiting for them to wake up and actually get things going. They have brought it back. It was 10-2 at the half. It's 10-7 now. Fracture on the horizon potentially. KSU still got to bring it all the way back and push on forward. Speaking of pushing forward, no way. Oh, just threw the smoke. Not the one you thought he was going to shoot, but he still gets his man, unable to get away. So it'll be a trade for one, but Miss Hollow from downtown, making sure he takes out 2 before he falls, doing his due diligence.
There's a world where this is still winnable, actually, for UGA. I mean, the lockdown is a possible outcome. They do have the Hunter's Fury, for Kennesaw, so never mind. The back and forth there of those ultimates could be a little bit of a problem. Side walks through. Okay, I think that's kind of cool. Walk through his own Molly in order to try and take that fight. It's meant to be a surprise, but doesn't work out that way. Nano Swarm does damage.
Yeah, it does a little bit. A nice little bit. Enough to get the job done. Oh, dear. Okay, UGA starting to falter here. KSU with momentum can be very dangerous. So we saw in the game number 1. Sure, they lost it, but they accrued a lot of momentum and made it a lot closer than it needed to be. Now, an op in the hands of Key. Okay. I want to see him use it. I mean, we know he does have pretty good accuracy. The timing, however, could be the big issue.
I mean, he's been good. He's been good in the second half. Obviously not star level, but so many impact kills, so many moments. So I'm very happy to see that come out. Defensive ultimate bank is huge. Blade Storm, run it back, Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury, it's all there. UGA going to need to do this with the weapons more than anything. Take mid control. Take their time with it as well. Reassembly back towards A main, and it's meant to be a split out towards this A site.
Yep, and I love that Quakey is just sitting at boxes, daring them to press forward. The amount of control that KSU has on the map right now. Looking at A, they know UGA are poised and ready to strike on it here. Bless to be the entry. Bless to make some noise. Prepping a dash. Steps in. They are found out there. Notice, and yeah, he does get that frag, but will be traded immediately. Very good job that Dasani was able to take out Bless at the end of that. So now, what does KSU do? Now, how does KSU respond?
Critical map control for UGA. Jinwoo on Cat, gets into tree. The spike going to be planted soon, though has to bait out the Hunter's Fury first. That's been done, and Dasani swings whilst that's happening, so they've lost a man. It's just the Blade Storm now available.
Killjoy lockdown is active. Will be a decider in how this round does close out. Managed to get away just a second.
And because they use the Hunter's Fury, there's no option for Kennesaw. They just get delayed by that for a full 5 seconds.
Ooh, Lord of Fries sees you trying to sneak through the window, taking you out immediately. Puts down a 2v3. You're right, there aren't any, really hard defensive tools, but the Neural Theft will be committed here. They can find out. That side is just sitting right under their noses, waiting for them to step through, and it will be somebody in the back end with the op that he picked up to dole out the harshness and put UGA at map point and series point on this round.
Shouldn't be any surprise, but when UGA kind of buckle down, take time to play around more traditionally and actually play some counter actions, when they'll play slower, they get a lot more success. I mean, we've been talking about it again and again, but UGA kind of having a little bit of a case of let's get it done-itis, where they think, okay, we've got this in the bag, we've got such a massive lead, and they start making mistakes. They overswing, they overpeak. Not the case in that round. More than that, they wait for the Hunter's Fury. It's a huge bank of ultimates that Kennesaw utilize, and they get nothing out of it.
They get it done. They get it done indeed. UGA just needs one more to make this 2-0 to stamp their place. That's the first team in Grand Finals. KSU, they don't really have a lot of firepower to work with here going into this round to keep them alive. They have the run it back available, and they like to use that. Have Mist Hallow go forward to be that scout, to get that information. Quakey is here on this angle, and he's perfectly timed to take outside. Gonna shoot an arrow. Recon Dart goes out. Let's see who we can find. causing the rest of the team to run through mid that KSU never really elects to try to control even. They daring them to step forward. Is Dasani in a very good spot here over near A, but it's just he wants to back off and allow them to place forward, maybe reposition. Shadows are going out. Okay.
That's been seen. FaZe now knows.
Oh, no.
He knows everything. That is massive. Dasani actually had the advantage there for just a moment, but FaZe delivers the kill. Critical for Jinwoo to stay alive. Ott misses the mark. It's Key, who still can't connect as FaZe gets another on the site.
That's two down. That's two down. Quakey is there. Quakey's alive. The run it back. Miss Hollow is here, but the run it back has been committed on the side of UGA. It's a 1v3, and it cannot be done. 13-8, 2-0. You hear the dogs barking, and they're loving that victory.
That they are. Listen, UGA, that got way closer than it probably should have, but the reality is that they felt like they were in control of that map the entire time, even when it got close because they had such an insane lead. 10-2 at the half, there was nothing that Kennesaw could do. They had so many different things that they were looking to try, that they were willing to try, and none of those worked.
But with that being said, I mean, we don't get the fracture, unfortunately. Boo. I believe we're trying to chalk up for an interview here in a moment. Yeah, we're going to grab one of the players, so we're going to quick little talk see through. But again, it's kind of, a lot of people expected UGA to be, you know, the winners of the entire tournament. For them to be in the top spot in grand finals, none too surprising. It's just a matter of how they got there and the fashion in which the games went. As we do take a quick look at that bracket, pretty strong. And this does mean that KSU has a date with GT, Georgia Tech, in the lower finals later on.
Yeah, all Georgia.
All Georgia.
By the way.
Wow.
All Georgia,
baby.
top
3 at the Georgia Invitational. Yeah. That's crazy. Who would have thought?
Whack how that works. Yeah, so Georgia Tech up against Kennesaw State. Not the greatest of showing from Kennesaw in that second map.
Yeah.
I think it was clear that they just got into a rut. 10 rounds to 2 at the first half is just too much to overcome. But ultimately a huge opportunity. I don't know. Did we get a? I don't know if we did.
I got a quick little interview.
All right, sweet.
So you can hear him. Okay. You can just do one if you want.
All right, we've got Baze, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty, we've got Baze from UGA here to kind of talk us through the upper final. Listen, we've been talking about a lot. You guys, the favorites, when we're discussing, you know, who's coming in to win this event. Was that y'all's expectations to begin with as well?
Yeah, we got some crazy freshmen this year, some incoming freshmen. They're just so experienced and they're just veterans at the game. They're very good leaders. They lead really well. All 5 of us are very experienced. So we kind of knew coming in we were going to dominate because, you know, we've beat these teams in the past at different lands and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Well, let's talk about, you know, Haven, because Kennesaw State gave y'all a little bit of a run for your money, especially there in the first half. You know, what was the difference maker for you guys that was, or maybe what was difficult to contend with in the first half that Kennesaw were doing so particularly well, or maybe that you guys weren't doing as well as you would like?
Well, the comps we run are double duelists, so it requires us to be like really proactive. We have to take space a lot. We have to move a lot. We can't just sit still because we have no information that way. They know that, so they just sit and spawn and wait for us to get proactive, and that's how they counter our game plan on defense.
Yeah, and we were talking about that as well. You know, noticing what was happening, but there was an adjustment. It was like 5-2 was the score. KSU were up, and you guys, you know, started to make the call that you were going to be a little bit more passive yourself. Just allow them to take their time off the clock and just chill and wait. Was that the adjustment specifically, or was there more to it than that?
That was a gist of it. Yeah, just being more calm and not pushing things so aggressively. Because, you know, they're playing very passive, and then we can up the aggression once we know exactly where they are. But let them show first, and then we get aggressive after, right? That's what we're trying to do.
And did a fantastic job of it. I have just one question about Ascent, because 10-2 on the half, we were talking that Jinwoo played decent, but not as incredible as we typically expect on the first map. Yeah. And then Bro turned up, and it was 10-2 or something, or 10-1 after the first 4 rounds. Is that more in line with our expectations, with what your expectations are for him?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Jinwoo's always gonna heat up. He was kind of cold in the first map. He was just having fun. But I mean, I wasn't worried at all. I know Jin was going to heat up. He always shows up at like at least the second half of the game. So Yeah.
Well, so you weren't worried about that. I was getting a little bit worried for you guys because 10-2 at the half on Ascent looked stupendous. I mean, everything was going perfectly. And then things started to get a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
You guys were taking some liberties. I recognize that. Y'all were playing for fun. But when was that lock-in moment? When did you guys feel like, okay, wait, this is getting a little bit too close?
Well, not trying to out my teammate side here, but yeah, he got on our butts about it. He was like, guys, I don't like this. It's not fun anymore. Let's lock in. Because we were messing around. We were blinding each other, shocking each other, just having fun. And he's a really serious guy. So he pretty much, gave us some firm discipline, told us, if we're going to do this, I don't want to play. And we locked in after that. We won every round after that. So it was good.
Well, listen, it was a clear moment where you guys were like, all right, let's complete this. Final question for you before we let you go. Who would you like to see in the finals? Kennesaw State obviously just beat them. It's Georgia Tech who's in the lower final, and you played them both in this event, beat them both. What would you prefer out of that lower final for you guys to play in the grands?
I would love to see KSU again. We met them at bowl and grand finals as well, with a little bit of a different roster, but they always give us a run for our money. They're a great team. So I would love to just see them again in the grand finals. Yeah.
Could be a whole lot of fun. Baze, thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate you.
Thank you
and
so
we'll
much.
see you tomorrow, my friend. Alrighty, and that brings us to the end of our day. We've had so much action. By the way, if you haven't been tuning into both sides of this stream, for the Rocket League side, dude, things were crazy. And I don't even know. I'm like looking over at what the score line was. Yeah, that's insane. Bruton Parker are going to be on for a comeback in the lower final. Should be a whole lot of fun. I'm very excited to see what that looks like. But that's
it.
Upper final done.
Yeah.
Lower final, grand final tomorrow. Any final things to add before we get going?
One more time. Sorry, I was zoning out. I'm tired.
Any final things to add before we
Oh
get going?
man. Okay, so lower finals and grand finals, it's really going to be interesting because, I mean, it almost feels like everybody's playing for proverbial second place. But I do believe if Kennesaw does lock in, they can make a comeback and have that rematch. This is going to be best of threes. It's, a little bit longer games. Have time to review tape and really go over some strats and come back with it tomorrow to fight through. But they got to get through Georgia Tech first. With that being said, that's going to be it for us here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. I want to, of course, give a big shout out to TLABs for the entire mobile setup for all of our monitors, all the PCs everybody's been playing on. But I also want to get a shout out to JLABs for the peripherals they have provided for everyone for this event. But for now, we must bid you adieu. Tomorrow, though, same place, same time. I believe so. Yeah, same place, same time. Getting the nod from producer. Love that. I'll be here. Vincent will be here. We hope you're going to be there too. See y'all later.